We should hate these goddamn animals. You got to understand we are animals as well. And just like a lion will maul each and every dog it finds in its territory, it refuses to tolerate their presence in their territory because it refuses to give them the chance to maul one of their kids. And it is an outrage that humans do not have that same sense of protection. And because we don't, we got to deal with damn near 1 million kids being sent to the hospital for dog bites. That is not a sign of intelligence. That is a sign of being more stupid and ignorant and less intelligent than animals. And you're proud of that shit. Now let us continue with this victorious crusade against these worthless mutts, mutants, and their enabling owners. So I was on Dog Free a little while ago, Crusader headquarters, and read a few stories I wanted to talk about. Some things. The owners of the husky that was responsible for biting that boy's arm off a couple weeks ago, was turned over to animal control. But they said they will not euthanize the dogs. I think they took in 2 dogs. And I don't understand why. ABC News reported that the owners were notified that they were going to be cited for 2 counts of possession of dangerous animals and 2 counts of public nuisance animals. Perfect example of how flawed these dog laws are. All dogs are a public nuisance. Like, what are they talking about? Barking is a nuisance. There are piles of shit everywhere. It's a nuisance. They only classify dogs as dangerous after they've attacked somebody. What kind of sense does that make? Based on that logic, let's put lions and tigers in 80% of American homes. You can't classify them as dangerous until they attack someone. That's the exact same logic. What kind of sense does that make? In regard to large dogs, they're all dangerous. Based on the current protocol, they should all be surrendered, just like these huskies were. All of these dogs are dangerous creatures. Keeping them in society, especially in homes where kids live, is child endangerment. Virtually all media outlets are pro-dog, always speaking in defense of dogs no matter what. They word each sentence in these stupid articles very carefully so as to use words like precious, innocent, or beloved, harmless before the word dog, distorting the details of situations to make cops look evil, make dogs look like innocent, harmless victims, right? Incapable of being violent. And it's the same pro-dog propaganda conditions and causes kids to view dogs as harmless and ultimately contributes to kids getting mauled after they decide to walk up to and pet one of these overgrown parasites. And the only thing really that prevents children from being hunted down by dogs like prey every time dogs see them are the adults who are bigger and know how to manipulate the dog with food. Just imagine 100 kids lost in some remote area in the territory of 10 dogs. Those kids would be hunted down. 5 dogs. Those kids would be hunted down and eaten one by one. None of them would be spared. You don't befriend animals like that. Even if every child was minding their own business and never even looked those dogs in the eye. You know how dogs take that as a challenge. No, they would all be slaughtered. But substitute those 5 or 10 dogs with 5 or 10 cats or rabbits. Every child would make it out of that remote area alive and unscathed. Of all animals on earth, dogs are the #1 enemy of the human species, primarily based on how they treat our young. Like, these animals don't deserve to be loved, fed. They deserve to be hated. Not invited into human homes, not rescued behind some stupid, sad music. Hated based on every aspect of their behavior and how they operate in relation to humans. I have no idea how these repugnant shit beasts got to the level of acceptance among humans in this country that they have.
And I was always into nature. I'm always into like cool nature shows and documentaries. So I'm looking at this thing thinking like, oh, we're just used to them being around. Like, we shouldn't allow them to be around. We're just used to them being around. So we think it's cool that they're around. But they will fucking eat you. And they'll eat your dog.
Any chance they get.
So I started buying, I buy alligator. I always have alligator belts.
Alligator fanny pack?
They're always, all my belts are always alligator.
That's gangster.
Dude, I have alligator bags for my pool cues. I keep them in alligator.
You have alligator luggage?
I don't like alligators. I have an alligator wallet.
Fuck, I don't like them. Dude.
I don't like them. I want to kill them.
Oh, wow.
I want to kill them. If alligators, if there was too many of them and they were near you, you'd want to kill them too. They're eating machines. They're heartless eating machines.
Dinosaurs, yeah.
They got a brain the size of a thumb.
Now let us continue with this crusade against these worthless mutants and their enabling owners. So those are the words of Joe Rogan. Everything he said about alligators in this video applies even more so to dogs. But that never crossed his mind. He points out that alligators will eat your dog, right? As if dogs are innocent, as kids. As if the dogs won't attack the alligators. Now, most people believe Joe Rogan is a very bright man. I admit he is informed on a lot of things. And it's funny he's not informed on dogs that he loves so much. Dog attack statistics. Does he know? Is he aware? And simply ignoring them, which to me is criminal and immoral. He comes across as a person who takes pride in not being brainwashed or deceived by propaganda. He seems like the type to formulate, his own independent view of the world based on his own research. That's not the case. There's been around 400 people attacked by alligators since 1948. 400 attacks in 70 years. More people are attacked by dogs in a few hours. Yet he is so outraged by how dangerous alligators are that he openly supports the killing of alligators by purchasing alligator skin, this and that. Now, it's illegal to eat dog meat in several states in the United States. But if any celebrity or public figure admits that they not only hate dogs, but also eat dog meat to support the killing of dogs, they would be crucified by the public. That would severely hurt their career. He said the gators will eat your dog, as if the dog would not eat the gator if it could. Some dogs have and will attack alligators. They're that stupid. And they've been killed by those alligators that they've attacked. In fact, that's probably the number one reason alligators eat dogs. Only after these mutts attacked. Never crossed his mind. These dog nests kill me. They act like it's as if they're not aware that dogs are violent. Like at certain moments, they have in their mind that dogs are completely 100% loving, harmless creatures who don't attack anybody or anything. Where's the outrage about how violent dogs are? Joe Rogan has owned a pit bull, according to his own admission, Mastiff, dangerous dogs. He's even cried on camera talking about his dog, a true dog lover. This video is not an attack or a challenge to Joe Rogan. I point him out because many people view him as an independent thinker, a man whose views are shaped by the evidence, right? He's well spoken, but he has been sucked into this dog nut propaganda just like all the other dog lovers. Full-fledged. When you start breaking down and crying on camera, talking about a dog, you are head over heels engulfed in this dog nut propaganda. Many people listen to him and they say, you know, this is a bright person. If there is anybody who would not be bamboozled, it is a person like this. That is not the case. But he seems like the person who would tell you, no, dogs can't love. Why hasn't he researched this oxytocin lie? He seems like the type who would tell you, no, dogs are dangerous. No, he totally ignores it. He probably, in a conversation, a one-on-one, in defense of dogs, would cite some article on oxytocin to try to argue that they can love. As bright as he may seem, he is just as bamboozled as any other dog lover. Right? He has a platform and a voice, much more influence on the masses than you or me. Although it is not as important to call people like Joe Rogan out as it is to call out dog behaviorists and veterinarians on most levels. In some levels, it's more important because he is more well known than some random veterinarian or dog behaviorist that write these stupid articles. Right? You got a popular show, loves to talk about a wide variety of topics, but he would not debate this. You should only be allowed to endanger yourself. He would not debate the justification. He would not refute my argument that dogs should be illegal. If you are granted the right to endanger yourself, you should be able to do so only on an island to yourself. You should not be able to endanger others. And that is what dog ownership is all about. Endangering people other than yourself. Whether it be your kids, family members, or other people in society. Most victims are children. Bitten by the family dog. People overlook how serious that is. In this dog nut culture, the most dangerous place for kids is inside of their own homes. How much more obvious could endangerment be with a scenario like that? We're talking millions of victims when other things have been made illegal only after a few hundred minor injuries. Nothing remotely close to having your flesh torn off your bone, having your body, inflicted with deep puncture wounds over and over. Dogs like to attack the face of kids, so it's usually their faces that is getting torn apart. How many of you would rather take a bloody nose from a basketball? Yeah, it hurts. But as soon as it happens, it's over. Dogs kill by torture. Yet we demand, or they demand, these dog nuts demand that dogs die a painless death when it's put to sleep for torturing our youth. I've said it before. They should get the same treatment they dish out. They say it's not humane. Well, it's not a human. And they should be punished in front of other dogs. Have the whole community bring their dogs out to witness this dog being punished, because dogs have to be taught like that. They are not like humans. This culture of euthanizing dogs does nothing to reduce dog attacks. because it doesn't teach dogs a lesson the way prison does for humans, the way prisons and capital punishment discourages criminals from committing crimes or people from becoming criminals. But I digress. It is acceptable for people like Joe Rogan to admit that he purchases alligator skin to support the killing of alligators. But if you support dog slaughterhouses, your career is over. Had Joe Rogan said that he hates dogs and that because he hates dogs, he eats a lot of dog meat, financially supports dog slaughterhouses in Asia, right? He does not simply hate alligators. He literally supports the slaughtering of alligators and is not afraid of any backlash at all. Anybody against dogs like that, their career is done. So I just wanted to point this out. I'll leave a link in the description box. You can tell Joe Rogan's dislike for alligators is genuine. He seems to me like the type who associates dog ownership with masculinity. Right? Owning dogs is a manly thing to do in the eyes of many males, right? Man's best friend. There are very few greater examples of manhood than the decision to create the safest environment possible. That is manly. To eliminate threats to your family is manly. Right? To get rid of dogs is manly. Teach your kids not to play with them, not to look at dogs, to stay away from dogs. That's manly. That's fatherly. That's macho. Teaching your kids to love dogs or interact with them in any way, only for your child to end up getting mauled, is not manly. That is not masculine. That is not macho. That is sick. That is insanity. You know, I see these ads everywhere that speak against dog cruelty, and they make me sick because I believe that there is a sick agenda behind it. Everywhere you look, you see the disgusting, sloppy face of a worthless mutt. These dog nuts rant about dog abuse nonstop, in my opinion, because they want to distract your attention away from dog attacks in general, specifically attacks against children. And they do this by keeping the image of dogs as harmless victims in your face at all times. Right? You do not see awareness ads like this everywhere about protecting children from dog attacks. You just don't. Situations where children are the harmless, innocent victims of the same people who keep these dog abuse ads in your face. The enablers. You only see ads with dogs looking sad and abused to manipulate people's emotions. You have activists and organizations against dog abuse. These people actually organize around this. And I say dog abuse, not animal abuse. Because even when they say animal abuse, they really mean dog abuse. They might throw a few other animals in there, here and there, but they're primarily talking about dogs. Animal Liberation Front. Google it. All you see, their main concern is dogs. Cruelty Free International. Dogs. 11th Hour Rescue. 11th hour for animals. Again, the face of their organization is a worthless mutt. And notice how at the bottom it reads, their only crime is that they're out of time. Why do they mention crime? They just pulled the word crime out of thin air. They are clearly speaking in defense of some type of collective dog behavior. You see this a lot. This narrative about how dogs are innocent. They can do no wrong. Their only crime is that they're out of time. This is an agenda-based narrative to project dogs as harmless angels, to distract attention away from dog attacks primarily on children, because they don't want you to associate dogs with dog attacks. They want you to associate them with innocence, with being abused, as victims. If you're able to pressure a dog nut into talking about dog attacks on children, then it's difficult. But they'll point out how dogs only attack a small percentage of the total population. That's the best they can come up with, which is essentially their way of saying, who cares? Right? Now, the largest stadium in the United States is the Michigan Stadium. Holds a little over 100,000 people. And there are enough children who need to visit the ER, not just bitten, far more just bitten, but who need to visit the ER for a dog attack each year to fill that stadium 3 to 4 times. This is not even including adults, only children. Who in their right mind would dismiss this number of children being seriously injured on the basis of it being a small percentage of the total population? Only a sick person, only sick people. As I've said repeatedly, these people are sick criminals. There are about 6,000 cases of dog abuse each year. That's the highest I've been able to find. And I'm going to use that. Out of 80 million dogs in this country, that is about 0.008%. Yet they will refer to a small percentage of children attacked by dogs to dismiss its relevance, when it's only about 0.008% of dogs being abused. 6,000 cases yearly compared to 250,000 to 400,000 children in the ER. And here's the kicker. There are about as many dogs in this country as there are children under the age of 17. So they cannot claim that the higher number of kids attacked is the result of a greater population. Think about that. I did a search for animal abuse. I got 361 million results. I searched dog abuse, 249 million results. But when I searched dog attacks on children, I only got 111 million results. How is this possible with only 6,000 cases of dog abuse each year? 0.008%. Compared to over 2 million kids bitten and nearly 500,000 kids sent to the ER. And we know it's far more than 2 million kids bitten, because that is only those that are reported. You have to multiply that by 3 or 4. The number of results is a reflection of public interest. Several dog nuts are honest about this. They're not ashamed. They'll tell you to your face that dogs are better than children. But that's only one level of immorality. It is an entirely different level when you actually create the conditions for dog attacks on children and then ignore those attacks on the basis of it being a small percentage. Again, criminal behavior. And at the same time, rant about dog abuse at every turn. Why is it that almost every week you hear about dogs that have been found beaten or stabbed or shot and left for dead in some isolated area. Anytime the media does a report on it, they say things like, how could anybody do this to an innocent, loving animal? Even though they don't have the slightest idea of that dog's history. The adults who left the dog there could have been in a temporary rage after having found that dog latched on to their child. And notice how most of these dogs are pit bulls and pit bull mixes, right? 1 of every 3 or 4 dog bites are actually reported. What happens to those dogs that go unreported? Maybe some of those dogs are found beaten, shot, and left for dead. Why would people refuse to report dog attacks on their children and take matters into their own hands? It might be because they want those dogs to experience pain in the same way their children experienced pain as they were mauled by those dogs. Because when dogs are euthanized, they die a painless death. They basically fall asleep and never wake up. Several doctors and other professionals have argued that dogs are executed in a more humane way than are humans. It has been argued that humans experience pain during the 3-drug lethal injection process. They use 1 drug for dogs. Several judges and medical professionals have suggested that humans should be executed the same way they execute dogs. Think about that. That is ridiculous. So maybe some of these parents, they flip out and they would rather take matters into their own hands. They want revenge. There are several videos on YouTube of dogs mauling kids, and people all throughout the comment section, even dog lovers, are saying that if that were their child, that they would punish the dog themselves. They would say they would torture it, beat it, shoot it, and everything. Exactly how you find these dogs left abandoned. Now, while it may be against the law for them to do so, you cannot assume that every beaten dog that you find is innocent. There is a possibility that every one of these abandoned dogs that they are projecting as harmless and loving and innocent actually mauled a child before these dog nuts found them abandoned. So why do we assume the worst about humans? That whoever abandoned those dogs simply enjoyed seeing the dogs suffer. That's what we assume. That is madness. This is the most dog-obsessed country on earth. We assume the worst about humans and assume the best about every dog found. That the human is evil, the dog is innocent. Look at how many dogs are shot by cops. Those cops don't simply shoot the dogs to get off on seeing the dogs suffer. It's been called an epidemic, the number of dogs shot by cops. They shoot dogs in self-defense. So how can you assume that every injured dog is an innocent victim of bloodthirsty humans who simply wanted to see those dogs suffer? How do you know that civilians don't also injure dogs in self-defense the same way those cops do? Notice how they always make an excuse for why dogs attack. It was stressed, anxiety. It had a headache or some type of injury. It was startled, right? It felt threatened when you stood up to leave the room or when you bent over to tie your shoe. Don't blame the dog. These crazy ass, paranoid, retarded, goofy ass animals think everything is a threat. They bend over backwards to excuse dog attacks on humans, but they do not look to excuse human attacks on dogs without even knowing what led to a dog attack. They immediately assume that it was attacked because some human got off on seeing the dog suffer. That is ridiculous. How could anybody do this to an innocent, sweet, loving animal? That so-called animal probably attacked someone or someone's child. I don't even like calling them animals. I think that's an insult to real animals. I think they're just flat out man-made mutants that were never intended to even exist on this earth. And what do? These news anchors, these reports, they nurse those dogs back into good health. They'll show some organization, rescue organization, nursing the dog back into good health. And then what do? Adopt the dog out so that they can potentially maul more children. This is why I have no respect for dog rescue organizations. And I don't feel a drop of sympathy for any of these mutts that be on these stupid ads. I don't appreciate my tax dollars going towards the enabling of dogs to maul children. And the first thing they say is that the dog now needs a home. It deserves a home where children are present. It is disgusting to me. You hear numerous reports every week about dogs mauling children. And then everywhere you look, you see people making kids pose in photos with dogs as if they're made for each other, as if they're best of friends. If you have a playground full of children, nobody will be concerned about those children's safety if they saw rabbits on the playground as well. Cats, squirrels, but if they saw dogs headed towards the playground, every adult witness would jump out of their seats. Suddenly, all of a sudden, kids and dogs are no longer made for each other, right? Suddenly, dogs are no longer seen as sweet, loving, innocent animals, right? Reality is in progress right now. Even the biggest dog nut on earth knows full well that those children would now be in danger. I don't want to hear about, oh, it needs to be trained and socialized. You don't have to train and socialize cats, squirrels, and rabbits. Even if they are trained and socialized, animal experts warn you to never leave kids alone with dogs. You don't have to train and socialize any other animals. Stray or not, they are peaceful. Yet, they pose children in photos with dogs as if keeping company with children is the greatest benefit of dog ownership. This dog nut culture is disgusting. I walk into Myers or Walmart, some other department store. I go past their pet section and they have images of kids and dogs. Kids hugging dogs. Even though all experts tell you the dogs don't like to be hugged, and that's a good way to get bitten and attacked. A criminal, disgusting culture. That is this dog nut culture. I am shocked that it is legal to carry on like this. Dogs are the only animals, or so-called animals, that have a negative impact on human civilization. Water contamination, unprovoked attacks, barking, public disturbances. This is why I have no sympathy for dogs that are in dog slaughterhouses throughout Asia. In the same way, you people here have no sympathy for farm animals. Pigs, chicken, cows, turkeys, none of you. Dogs have no soul. I don't care what these dog nuts claim. They're soulless. When dogs maul babies and kids, they do not feel a single drop of remorse whatsoever. That is the behavior of a soulless creature, a sociopath, psychopath. It has been proven that dogs' brains are structured in a way where they only live in the moment. Carnivores are not designed to have remorse. So how are these loving animals? They don't care about anything other than stealing, deceiving, freeloading, begging, attacking people, eating and barking, and shitting all over the place. These people who use dogs as livestock in other countries are making their society safer, cleaner, and more peaceful. It is cows, chickens, and turkeys that don't deserve to be in slaughterhouses. Peaceful animals. I admire Asian dog slaughterhouses because they use the most dangerous, disorderly, and problematic so-called animals for food. You have to multiply the number of dog abuse cases 55 times to reach the number of children in the ER from dog attacks each year. And yet all these people concern themselves with is protecting dogs. That is criminal. It is these types of facts that make it possible for me to not have a single drop of sympathy for any negative situation a dog may be in any part of the world. Because they already get more sympathy than they deserve. More sympathy than children who get mauled by them. Dozens of times more often than dogs are abused. I don't think dogs deserve sympathy at all. Right? So your dog abuse ads don't work on me, nor do they work on several other people. And that number is growing rapidly. I don't care what kind of sad dog expression you capture on their disgusting faces. If all adults were to vanish right now, dogs would maul children on sight. Very few of you would have a child who would survive for any significant amount of time. And it will not be cats, squirrels, or rabbits who wipes them out. It will only be dogs. That is why whenever I see dogs, I see them as enemies of our youth. I actually feel sorry for abused chickens and turkeys and cats and squirrels and rabbits and other peaceful animals who just want to live their life. People who attack animals like this are really doing it for kicks. They get off on seeing animals suffer. But when you discover a dog has been attacked by a human, you simply cannot assume that the dog did nothing before the attack. You just can't. Dogs are the leaders by far as far as attacks on humans. You cannot assume that dogs are innocent. All other animals you can. Every time you see one of these stupid dog abuse ads, just remember, the goal is to distract you, to take your attention away from the countless children laying up in hospitals from dog attacks every day. That's why they play that stupid, sad music in the background, to make you feel sympathetic and view them as angels, rather than allow you to see them for what they really are. Child mauling, mutated scavengers. If people were in their right state of mind, it would be impossible to even give dogs away. One viewer said that dogs are earth filters, similar to crustaceans of the sea, which might help to understand why they naturally stink. They're designed to consume waste. With the exception of pigs, Dogs are the only animals that will eat the feces, urine, and vomit of any creature, earth filters, garbage disposals, brainless crustaceans of the animal kingdom. Why would any human value the company of such a disgusting creature that is also unable to feel remorse? Crazy. Their brains are not capable of such a complex emotion. That is reserved for humans only. How could they be loving creatures if they would not feel guilty for mauling you or your kids? When you die, they will eat you, remorseless. That's a key trait of psychopaths. They are incapable of feeling guilt or empathy. They respond abnormally to fear and pain. How do dogs respond to fear and pain? They attack. They are frightened by the most non-threatening things. Why should I feel sorry for such an awkward, indecent creature? Dogs should immediately replace these other farm animals. And I don't even eat meat. Livestock should only consist of dogs. Let peaceful animals live. Right? The achievement of putting an end to hundreds of thousands of kids in the ER each year will be well worth it. Even the deaths would be well worth it. Whenever you see a dog, you should automatically see it as a threat, a child mauling creature, a threat to our youth. If adults had this mindset, it would increase child safety. In other words, it is a positive mindset, constructive mentality. Don't let people manipulate you with these pathetic ads about fighting dog abuse. I find these ads offensive when there's a complete absence of ads to fight dog attacks on children. If these people were not as inhumane and immoral as they are, they would realize that since they're talking about dogs and attacks, they may as well address dog attacks on children as well. It never even crosses their mind. They're hung up on 6,000 dog attacks each year, right? While nearly 500,000 kids are in the ER each year. These people even call me hateful and immoral for pointing this out. They give 100% of their energy devoted to spreading awareness, only in the interest of protecting these worthless mutts. 0% of their awareness spreading goes to children. This is why I am disgusted every time I see any type of anti-dog abuse ad, organization, or campaign. As I've said several times, if this government ever follows the pattern of other governments and decides to cull or exterminate dogs, not only would I vote in favor of it, I would volunteer to assist the program. Dog nuts try to project dogs as if humans need them, that we cannot survive or flourish without dogs, that we would not be able to lower our blood pressure, right? Or reduce anxiety. Dogs are the only way. Without a drooling, stinking, ugly, sloppy-faced mutt begging for food 24/7. What a pathetic excuse for the so-called rulers and most intelligent beings on this earth, when they would have a mental and emotional breakdown if dogs disappeared. If a dog plague wiped out every mutt on this earth overnight, several of these dog nuts would commit suicide. They would have a mental and emotional breakdown. but would become severely depressed. The word pathetic is not strong enough to describe these people. That is the mindset of a people who are undeniably primitive and have not evolved from the caveman days. They say that dogs are the most abused animals. That might not be the case if humans, especially children, were not bitten and hospitalized hundreds to thousands of times more often than dogs are abused. I proudly have no concern whatsoever for these mutated rats. Dogs are a protected group, and they're permitted to do things that society would not tolerate an identifiable group of humans to do. If any other identifiable group of 80 million humans polluted our water, attacked over 4.5 million people each year, seriously injured 500 to 800,000 each year, disfigured tens of thousands, killed between 20 and 50, where half of all of those victims were children under the age of 12, this group of humans would be public enemy number one in the media, in every facet of society. But the truth is, dogs are public enemy number one, but they are being protected because of how much money they generate for a small group of people. And don't talk about the owner. They love to get on that trip. Oh, it's the owner's fault. When a dog is attacking a man and or his family, he's not going to defend himself and his family from the owner. He's going to attack that dog that's attacking him and or his family. So people are justified to focus on both you and your stinking dumb mutts. All right, now let's continue with this crusade against these brainless dogs and their brainless owners. Dogs versus cats. Been meaning to make this video for a while. As I've said before, I would not own any animal. I would not allow any animal to live in my home. But if forced to the wall with a gun, without question, I would choose the cat for a number of reasons. First of all, cats have more intelligent behavior. Most of the time, dogs act as if they have brain damage. They cannot stop moving most of the time, constantly looking in different directions, wagging their tails, and moving around aimlessly, scratching themselves because they're so infested with fleas, right? This is annoying. I've seen cats sit there and stare at dogs while they're acting like this, as if the cats are also puzzled at how dumb dogs act, constantly moving around and sniffing everything. Cats don't do that. And I know some people will say, oh, it's because of their sense of smell, even though one study shows that cats have a greater sense of smell than dogs. Yet they don't sniff around on everything like dogs do. Cats will sit still. They display a much greater sense of self-control, much more like a human. This behavior from dogs, to me, is annoying and unacceptable. Dogs also have no respect for boundaries. Even if they don't know you, they will walk right up to you and bury their noses in your crotch sniffing all over you, bumping their wet, nasty noses against you, nibbling on you, right? Pouncing on you, thrusting their rigid, out of control bodies all over you. Cats don't do that. Again, cats are more like humans. They have to get to know you first. They need to get a feel for your energy first. They got to check you out. And then they will approach you calmly, slowly, right? And they're gentle. Again, to me, this is a sign of greater intelligence. It is much more similar to human behavior. Dogs are clumsy. They act as dumb as they look. And that's another thing. Dogs are ugly and they look dumb. They always look confused. They look lost and befuddled, as if they have no access to a brain. Cats look confident and comfortable, as if they're not only aware of their immediate surroundings, they know what's on the other side of the walls, right? They have an intelligent look, an expression like a mathematician, while dogs don't even look like they know how to count to 10. Right? Cats will keep their mouths closed, while dogs, again, look like brain-damaged animals, allowing their tongues to hang out of their mouths, drooling, slobbering, and panting, breathing all hard, looking around, splashing spit everywhere, like a brain-damaged animal. I have no idea why people enjoy looking at such an absurd-looking animal every day. Dogs are also aggressive, right? You have dog control units for a reason, but you do not have cat control units. Again, when cops are called for animal attacks, it's a dog, never a cat. You have leash laws for dogs. They can get impounded if they are off leash away from their owner's property. Nobody is afraid of stray cats. There is no cat leash law. But stray dogs are a problem because they are dumb and aggressive. They attack for no reason. Cats don't do that. The few times I've seen cats attack is when they are being bothered. People are trying to hold them and exercise physical control over them. Again, similar to humans. You can't just walk up and try to physically control random human beings. Even though cats are well capable of inflicting serious damage on people and especially children, it is only dogs that specialize in attacking people and children. Right? As soon as they even look at you, they start growling and barking. They are very aggressive, violent animals. This is simply not the case for cats. Dogs also stink. Right? They have no sense of hygiene at all. Cats can spend the majority of the day cleaning themselves. Dogs will just sit there and stink and be totally content with it. When you walk into a dog lover's home, you can smell that mutt before you even see it. A dumb-looking animal that drools and stinks, right? That acts dumb. They do not bury their feces. If they don't eat it, they leave it there. Cats will bury it to hide the scent from other animals, another sign of superior intelligence. Dogs are also loud, constantly barking, which only adds to the retardedness of their overall behavior. Right? Cats will let out a meow every now and then, but overall, cats are quiet, civilized animals, especially compared to mutts. And they always need attention, dogs, constantly, right? Always up in people's face, always bothering people. Cats will get annoyed when you show them too much attention. They like to be in their own zone most of the time. Again, much more like humans. The way dogs are constantly begging for attention all the time is an addition to their overall retarded, dumb behavior. It makes them come across as even more brainless. I have no idea why people are so fascinated by these loud, dumb-looking, stinking, ugly, slobbering, brainless acting animals. Right? They're willing to put up with all of this for companionship, which again, to me, is a clear sign of a mental disorder. Right? I also enjoy watching cats hunt. Right? Small cats and big cats. The way they stalk their prey. Again, they demonstrate higher intelligence than dogs. They're very agile, nimble, light on their feet, the way they use their claws. Dogs are rigid and clumsy. They just act dumb. Everything about them comes across as dumb. There is nothing interesting about watching a pack of mutts hunt other animals or do anything. Right? People are fascinated when they use the lasers and the cat is chasing the laser because of how agile cats are. Dogs cannot use their claws like cats. They're reduced to simply chasing their prey until they get close enough to bite it. Again, dumb behavior. They seem very limited and incapable of many things that cats are capable of. They are nowhere near as sophisticated as cats. Right? So without question, even though I would never own an animal, cats are far more acceptable than mutts. I recently watched a video where this dog lover and trainer was talking about how parents should be more responsible in regard to children being attacked by dogs. That if you own a dog, you should teach your child how to behave around the dog. And he gives his advice on what a parent should do. Right? Teach the child that the dog is not a toy, that they need to respect the dog. I guess because the dog could sit around on its lazy ass and eat free food all its life. That they can't simply climb on top of the dog, pull the dog's ears, or do any of the other things children naturally do when they explore their surroundings. Even though these people are treating the dog as if it's a toy, the adults are treating it as if it's a toy by owning it. They expect the child to treat the dog as if the dog is superior to humans. These children don't even know how to do that. Children climb on their parents. They climb on us. They will walk right up to you and try to sit in your lap. They will grab onto your arm. They're exploring you. right? The body of an adult. Infants will grab your finger and squeeze tightly, exploring its surroundings. Right? As toddlers, they'll pull on you, grab your arm, swing all over you. We know how kids are. This is what psychologists call a child's work. This is how they explore their surroundings. But when there is a worthless, stinking ass, freeloading mutt in the home, right, all of a sudden the child is no longer permitted to be a child. People actually sacrifice their children's freedom to accommodate this freeloading, worthless, ugly, stinking, shit-eating mutt. And these people project the kids as worthless, as a menace, as worthy of being bitten under certain circumstances because they were violating this violent mutt. They call kids all kinds of names, brats, headaches, speak about kids in a derogatory way, but they would not dare talk about dogs in a derogatory way. In fact, they set up groups that specify and focus on talking about dogs in a positive light, something they never do with their own children. No criticism at all for dogs or dog behavior. These child killer machines. The child is doing what children are designed to do. If the dog was in its natural habitat, the dog would not be there for the child to walk up to it or touch it or try to explore it. You expect the child not to do what it's designed to do. It's the adults who bring the dog into the home as if it's property. The law classifies dogs as property, some sort of living teddy bear or toy, and expect children to be on their best behavior around this worthless, lazy, freeloading, overgrown rat and treat it as if it's superior to itself and its parents, which is very disrespectful to the child. You are the ones who create the situation and environment for the child to explore this non-human living creature. Of course, kids are going to be curious and try to explore it. Humans know that children are harmless. That's why we allow them to crawl all over us and, jump on our laps and so forth. We never respond to kids with aggression, but dogs do. Even though puppies crawl all over their parents and don't get mauled. Cubs crawl all over their parents and don't get mauled. You know what they do? They'll nip the cub. They'll nip their child. They bite them, but not hard enough to puncture the skin. But when it comes to your kids and your babies, they maul them to death. They try their best to kill them because they don't give a damn about you or your kids. If you got a creature in your home that will do that, it does not belong in your home, and you are endangering the safety of that child. And you need to be charged with child endangerment and have your kids taken away from you. Whenever these dog lovers get around to talking about children being mauled by dogs, they focus on one scenario and one scenario only. That the child was bothering the dog. That's what this guy talking about in this video. And that the dog got fed up with the child. They will only confront a narrative that places blame on the child's behavior. A narrative that has the dog responding to being physically violated, responding to unwanted physical contact from the child, so as to defend the dog's image and conceal the fact that dogs are evil, aggressive, brainless, remorseless animals that have a natural instinct to attack and eliminate competition for food, as we saw in this video. The child doesn't have to do anything to the dog. That dog walked up to that poodle, made sure it wasn't watching, made sure that poodle's back was turned. And all that poodle had to do was look in that dog's eye and it mauled it. Same thing it does to infants. And in comes the mutt lover, accusing these kids of having done something to that evil, worthless dog. Anytime they talk about child maulings, the first thing that comes out their mouth is how horrible and bad, mischievous children are. That as soon as the parent left the room, the child must have approached the dog and began to violate the dog in some way. Right? You see what happened in this video. They wait for humans to leave or fall asleep, and they maul children, infants. They do whatever they want. And what is the excuse for infants? Right? When they get mauled, they're unable to physically violate a dog. Dog lovers don't like to talk about infants that get mauled because they know that. They're not able to place blame on the infant. This guy says nothing about infants. They want to focus on the kids, something they can blame. They're aware that the dog walks right up to infants, just like this dog did with this poodle. And even if the infant is asleep, they will attack it. But especially if the infant is awake, because we all know how babies will stare into your eyes. And dogs take that as a challenge, just like it did with this poodle. So how long are we going to allow people to own these animals? These deranged, troubled people who are so desperate to feel accepted and worshiped and loved that they will resort to feeding animals and manipulating the animal's nature so to bond with it and interpret that, right? Knowing that these people will have kids around those animals. Any human that had brain damage such that this type of behavior was natural, that person would not be in society where they naturally would just walk up to children and attack them. That person would be in an insane asylum. They would be locked up once it had been established that their physical brain is configured to maul kids and people, primarily children and infants. And it is difficult for me to believe that I'm one of the very few voices that operate as an activist against such a proven safety hazard. It is an outrage, especially when children are really the primary victims. This is easily one of the most immoral, sick eras in human history, straight out of the Dark Ages. A bunch of food-driven, savage animals that lead all animals in aggression against humans by far, that are projected by dog lovers as angels, as sweet, harmless souls. My little deadly fur baby. Don't you dare speak negatively about these animals, these killing machines, these child maulers. How dare you? Dangerous and pathetic. How desperate so many people are to feel worship, that they will resort to manipulating animals to bond with them by feeding those animals, something that's very unnatural. Then they will interpret the bond as love and worship. Animals are not designed to be kept in human homes or kept captive and fed by humans, given food. All animals are designed by nature to find their own food, not to be trapped. And these people actually believe that this is an honorable, loving thing to do. And they believe they have high morals for tampering with nature and creating a living environment for animals that nature did not intend, and an environment for humans that is toxic and dangerous, contaminating society and endangering millions of people, and had a nerve to project themselves as morally superior to people like me, who suggest to them to eliminate the possibility of dog attacks on children, not reduce the possibility, eliminate it by removing dogs from the home and from society. These people are aiders and abettors of violent killers and project themselves as the most moral morally superior people in society. And they basically tell you that your child is a brat and that's why it gets attacked. It's misbehaving, violating this precious fur baby, this brain damaged, aggressive, worthless mutt, and that your child brought it on itself. It's only a matter of time before many more important people in this world with power wakes up to this reality and makes significant changes to society. Unfortunately, I've been having technical difficulties here, which is why I have not made content in a while. But it was not intentional. Rest assured, because you people need a constant voice on you. Because your behavior and how you operate in society in regard to your ownership of these deadly animals is one of the worst violations of humans in human existence. Let us continue with this merciless, very important crusade against these worthless mutants and their enabling owners. Real quick, just wanted to go over this ridiculous article. It's not so much that the article is ridiculous. It is the reality that surrounds this article. Very short article. It is titled, "How Does a Dog Attack Change Your Life?" It says when a dog bites or attacks you, there is an immediate reaction of surprise and shock. Now let me stop right there. There should not be any amount of surprise or shock. If there is, that means that someone has been miseducated. And that is an issue of parenting, of teaching, right? And it starts with this lie that adults pass to children. You know, they tell the child, come pet it. It's okay. It won't bite. Where they try to encourage kids to overcome their natural fear of dogs. I would argue that all kids initially have a natural fear of dogs. And it is the adults who work diligently to remove this fear. It is a protective instinct in the human species to fear carnivores, creatures with long teeth and unusual, odd behavior, such as dogs, which have mutant, retard behavior. No offense to anyone out there who suffers from mental retardation, but I need to point out that these creatures have an impaired mental capacity even for animals because they are actually mutants. Now, there is a list in this article. It says, following a dog attack, there are a whole set of reactions that can suddenly seem to be at the center of your life, including fear of animals, especially dogs. Now let's stop there. Of course, this is the same fear that the adults try to condition out of the child. And now that reality has set in, Now that you see this mutant is actually dangerous, that natural fear comes back. Now, a lot of dog lovers want to project the idea that there's something wrong with you if you have this fear. No, there is something wrong with them for pretending that there is nothing to fear in the presence of dog. This is a very common tactic. It's like law or culture for dog lovers. You have to ignore the obvious danger that dogs present to humans, especially to children. So, of course, you have fear of animals, especially dogs, as you should, because the fact is, dogs should not be in the home. They should not be on the property. They should not be in the neighborhood. They should not be in human territory at all. Next, it says nightmares, which may or may not involve the attack and may also repeat. Now, this is a problem because this is one of the things that you should try to avoid at all costs. This is an example of the child being traumatized, right? And you should avoid this at all costs. The only way to avoid this is to not own a dog at all. Do not take the chance of your child being traumatized, having nightmares, right? Nobody should be subjected to such an experience. And you never know when these nightmares will end. Next, change of appetite and gain or loss of weight. Again, this is part of the trauma. Next, difficulty sleeping. Obviously, if you're having nightmares, you will have difficulty sleeping. And I assume they also mean that you will have trouble falling asleep. Next, speech deficits, such as stuttering, right? This is real lifelong trauma. Why would you take the chance of putting any child through this, knowing that it could last throughout the entire duration of this child's life? How could the presence of dogs possibly be more important than protecting the child from this type of experience, from this level of trauma, right? Several types of trauma. How could the presence of dogs possibly be that important, more important than protecting them from this type of experience? Other fears or phobias, such as fear of going outside or meeting people. Of course, fear of going outside. Why? Because the adults have not created a safe environment for the children. This is a violation of humanity, in my opinion. This is a crime against humanity, in my opinion, because it is the responsibility of all adults, animals in general, not just humans. They all create the safest environment possible for their young. Birds don't make a bird's nest on the ground. It is high up in a tree, on a branch. Lions do not allow other carnivores in their territory. If they see you, they will kill you. Primarily in defense of the existence of their cubs. The same is true for all other animals, except for humans. There is no reason, especially seeing that humans are the most intelligent of all living beings on this planet. There is no reason for our young to be afraid to go outside. That is the failure of the adults. And it is a very irresponsible. There is no excuse for this type of failure. So, as I've talked about several times on this channel, this has to stop. It is our responsibility to create the safest environment possible for our youth. If you can't do anything else as a parent, you may not be a lawyer or doctor. You may not be a rich person or live in the suburbs. The very least thing you can do is create a safe environment for your children. But dog lovers even fail at that by bringing these deadly mutants into the home, into the community. There's no excuse for it. It is always an act of taking a chance. It is always an act of treating the dog as if it's more important than your child. Because if you bring the dog into the home, you have to decide that the dog's presence is more important than the protection of your child. Because if there's going to be an attack, you know the child is not going to mutilate the dog. It will only be the dog that mutilates the child, and you're willing to take that chance. That's why I say dog owners do not love. They do not truly love their children. No way. If they did, there is no way they would take the chance on that happening. Next, changes in your personality. Of course, right? You've been lied to all these years. People have been telling you that dogs are the most loving creatures, that it loves you. It would never harm you. The dog has known you since you were a baby, right? Now you're traumatized. Now you have to develop a new perspective of reality. You have to view the world differently and everyone in it, because you realize that everyone has been lying to you. Nobody pulled you aside and said, you know what, these things are actually dangerous. Right? Your parents taught you or miseducated you, and nobody attempted to correct the wrong. So this is another part of the trauma. Next, outbursts of anger, sadness, or crying for no apparent reason. I would argue that these outbursts of anger, sadness, or crying is the feeling of being unprotected by those whose responsibility it is to protect you. As a child, it is a very lonely and terrible feeling when you are unprotected by your parents. If your parents won't protect you, who will? And there's this feeling that they don't even have an understanding of what is dangerous. Don't have an understanding of what type of environment is or is not safe. How could they, if they allowed a creature that is capable of mauling you into the home? And they've projected this creature as another child, as if it is just as harmless as you are. Kids truly are harmless. Dogs are not. That's why I believe it's very insulting to humanity to say that dogs are no different from kids. It really is an insult to anyone's intelligence, or whatever amount of intelligence you should have. It says, after the attack, friends and family will want to show their compassion. While you are recovering from the injuries, this will not only be comforting, but also necessary. People will treat you as special, and you should take the generosity as an aid to help you through the recovery period. As time goes by, if there are physical scars or you have trouble controlling your feelings, there may be some people who stare at you or even make fun of you. People who do not know you may make judgments about your appearance or behavior, not knowing the reasons or events of the dog attack. Now, there is no reason, like I said before, for anyone to go through this, but this is even worse because this follows a pattern that you see in every report of a dog attack, and that is a failure to discuss preventative measures. There is never a discussion about how attacks like this can be prevented in the future. And the reason there is no discussion is because people are so obsessed with dogs, and they will not dare entertain a conversation that involves the removal of dogs from the home or from the society itself. The truth is, they don't care how many kids get attacked. They will never even entertain the discussion of making dogs illegal to own. And that is outright madness. It is outright criminal. According to this same website, there are about 2,400 dog attacks every day. 100 dog attacks every hour, or one dog attack every 36 seconds. Those statistics are jarring. Those are staggering statistics. And of course, it also points out, as I point out always on these videos, more than 50% of all dog bite victims are children. Like I've always said, this is something that no other animal species on this planet tolerates. It is only humans, who are supposed to be the most intelligent, who displays the most unintelligent behavior. Even worse than that, they have no shame about it. Are we really the most intelligent species? In this regard, I can't tell. It seems to me like we are the dumbest animal species on this planet. You will never see 60% of deer raising puppies. Humans are the only animal species
that raise the young of other animal species as if they would raise their own. Right? They view dogs as a substitute for kids. No different from kids. Exactly the same. Many of them say that they love their dogs more than they love their kids. There are several reports online. I read a few yesterday where these women say they love their dog more than their newborn infant. Think about that. No other animal species is like that. All other animal species, bears, lions, they love their young more than anything else in the world. And they will do everything in their power to keep them safe. It is only humans who do the exact opposite. They do everything in their power to endanger their young. They bring mutant carnivores into the home, bring their newborn babies home to these creatures. These brainless mutants. Dogs, I have to remind people, are not natural animals. They are mutants. They mutated from wolves. As I pointed out before, when you deal with a mutation, you're going to have a mutation of the mind. And that will result in a mutation of the behavior of the organism. And that is why dogs will snap. It's more than just animal or predator instinct. Any and everything will set a dog off. That is because they are mutants. You don't have this case with other animals because other animals are natural animals. But with dogs, they hear fireworks. They respond by attacking someone. They're startled. They respond to being startled by attacking someone. Someone who had nothing to do with them being startled. I'm not going to make an excuse for that type of behavior simply because it's a dog. I expect better behavior than that, even from animals. What if it is their own young? You don't see dogs being startled and then respond to it by mauling their own puppies. Or maybe you do. Because they are that dumb. I would not put anything past them. They are far too dumb to have around our youth. So I just wanted to go over this. I know it's been a while since I made a video. Every now and then I need a break. This is a very stressful channel for me. I have other channels. Very stressful channel. I feel like I'm all alone sometimes. I have seen hundreds of mutilated children and hundreds more parents who don't care, who care about the dog more than those mutilated children. And this creates a very bizarre reality for me. And every now and then I need to take a break. But rest assured, this channel will not go anywhere. I know the YouTube rules very well. I will always follow the guidelines in order to keep this channel up and running. There is no escape. All you dog lovers, you can report this channel all you want. All you want. You will have to deal with opposing views when you come here. And there are more people creating these types of videos. And they are very important, people, very important. You know, and I hope that many of you who leave very thought-provoking, very thoughtful comments, that someday you too will create videos, because we need as many people as possible to create these videos. People, this is out of hand. You have these protests and marches right now over unarmed citizens being shot by cops. I'm telling you now, there are far more helpless kids being attacked by dogs. But yet there are no protests. There's no outrage. Even though these kids are being attacked on a daily basis on a level you just don't see with unarmed people being shot by cops. It is appalling. And my job here is to bring awareness to it and hopefully create a new movement, right? Kids' lives matter. How about that? How about that? You know, a lot of you look at kids as some sort of different species. No, we all used to be kids ourselves. And I cannot imagine how kids who have been mauled feel the fear, the feeling of being unloved by your parents. Because it has to dawn on these kids that their parents have not done everything that they could possibly do to keep them safe. It has to dawn on these kids that their parents viewed the dog as more important than themselves. This is also important, these channels, these videos, because there are several pre-teens who watch my videos. And I know that there are kids, not only do they say it in the comment section, sometimes I go to their channel and they have uploaded videos themselves. And nobody is talking to them the way I'm talking to them. Nobody is being real with them. And there's no excuse for that. They should not need some random person on YouTube to tell them the truth. Very disgusting story reported a few days ago. This boy jumped in between a dog and his sister, and the dog attacked him. And as always, they do not discuss how to prevent this from happening in the future. Instead, what do they talk about? How much of a hero he is. That is what they always do. That is a distraction tactic. They want to distract you from focusing on the dog. They want to distract you from having discussions about how to prevent this from happening in the future, because they know a discussion like that would involve talking about the removal of dogs from our society. And they will dare not ever have a discussion like that. Not for no kids, not for nobody. In their mind, dogs are the most important creatures on this planet. And that is disgusting to me. The parents of this child reached out to the Avengers, right? This boy is a fan of the Avengers. And she reached out to them, hoping to get this boy cast in a series or a show or something, make an appearance on the Avengers. They want the boy to feel proud. And it is all a distraction, a disgusting, irresponsible tactic to avoid dealing with the dogs themselves, to avoid discussions about prevention. Another story. They want to project the surgeon as the hero. I've talked about this. If it's not the surgeon who is projected as a hero, it's the nurse. Then it is somebody on the scene, the police officer, an aunt, an uncle, a stranger, anybody who helped save the child. Oh, who did it? Who helped? Hero, hero, hero. Don't pay any attention to the dog. Don't pay any attention to the situation. Don't talk about how we can prevent this from happening in the future, because that would involve talking about removing the dog from society. We will not dare entertain such a discussion. Folks, that is more disgusting to me than unarmed citizens being shot by cops. In most cases, the unarmed citizen contributed to some degree to the shooting. They got violent with the cop, injured the cop, started fighting with the cop, being belligerent, refusing to cooperate. But in the case of dogs attacking our youth, these kids have done nothing. Nothing. You bring this up, the first thing they want to say is that, oh, it's probably the kid's fault. They probably pulled the dog's ear or some crap like that, which is an outright lie. These mutts usually attack them for no reason at all. We've seen examples on film. Just here recently, we saw two. This mutt not only ran out of nowhere, attacked this girl for no reason. This dog actually faced her first. Child had her back to the dog. The dog did not want to attack the child from the back. It walked around the child and faced the child, then attacked her. And you had that other mutt in the parking lot, ran up and attacked that girl for absolutely no reason. And again, if a child pulls on a dog's ear or tail or does something to a dog, again, that is not the child's fault. That is your fault. Because that is what kids do. That is how we as humans explore our surroundings. We touch, we grab. You put your finger up to an infant, it squeezes. Our hands is what we use to explore our surroundings. So it is your responsibility to create the safest surrounding possible for that to take place. And if you decide to bring a brainless, ugly, stinking, violent, bloodthirsty predator into the home, you cannot blame that child for anything. I'm going to start to keep track of stories like this, these crazy stories of abuse by these dog nuts. I just think it's important to sort of vlog about it, to keep a record on it, because I don't believe that it's that uncommon. I think it's a lot more common than many of us may believe, even though it's not as extreme. There's always some form of abuse taking place inside the home of a dog nut who has kids. Right? Brace yourself.
Elsewhere tonight, a Metro mom is locked up, and police say she was calling her children demons and robots and had them living in an apartment filled with trash and more dogs than you can believe for that smallest space. News 4's Bria Berry has more details.
The suspect's daughter telling police she wanted to kill herself because her mom is abusive. She was seen trying to jump out of this window, but a neighbor talked her out of it.
And you'd be surprised what you're living around.
Sharon Carter says she had no idea what was going on behind apartment 7735, but knew something was wrong.
Because I saw the little girl take off running in front of my apartment. She was hiding on the side of another apartment with scratches in her face, saying her mom had just beat her.
The apartment unit belonging to Brianna Hale.
There were several kids, 2 or 3 kids in the home, and all of them young kids. These are young kids and living in conditions that no one needs to be living in.
One of Hale's daughters telling police she tried to commit suicide by jumping from the second floor window. She says she wanted to take her life because her mom is abusive. The child telling police her mom told her, quote, "Go ahead, I wish you were dead anyway." A neighbor calling police and talking the girl out of it.
At the end of the day, you want kids to be with their mother. But if she's psychologically not fit, they need to be with someone else.
Police say the apartment was covered in trash and animal feces. Authorities say more than 36 puppies and dogs were inside the small 3-bedroom apartment.
It was just filthy conditions, not fit for anyone to live in.
The girl telling police her mom accuses her of being a demon and robot. She was placed in her father's custody. In southwest Oklahoma City, Bria Berry, Oklahoma's News 4.
People, what's going on here? What's going on here? So this woman had excrement, dog excrement, all throughout the home. Her daughter threatened to jump out of a window. Right? She entertained the thought of suicide because of an abusive mother who was also a dog nut. They said 36 dogs was in that apartment. 36 dogs inside that apartment. Really? Really? That's insane. Now, this woman was clearly mentally ill. Why didn't anybody know that before she ended up in an apartment with kids? So this is disturbing stuff, and I see it as just an extreme example of the type of abuse that goes on in every single home of a dog lover. Every single home. You bring that worthless mutt home and you tell your kids that this is your brother, that this is your sister, that you are the dog's mother or father, which is another way of telling your kids that this is your brother or sister. That is a form of abuse. That is highly insulting and degrading. And there's many other forms of abuse that go on in the home of these dog nuts who don't view themselves as crazy or who don't behave like this woman. But I believe cases like you just heard is a lot more common. Nobody finds out about them. Nobody's arrested. They're never busted. Many of you may have already heard of that story. I'm going to start vlogging these stories on this channel. Now I'm going to upload a few more in the membership area. Right? Brace yourself again. Here's another twisted, disturbing story from a dog nut.
This is probably the worst one I've ever seen, especially with the allegations, kept in a dog cage. You don't do that to a child.
Police say a 5-year-old girl was locked in this dog cage. These are the dimensions. Court records say she demonstrated she had to lie in a fetal position in the cage.
The child was being kept in or put into a dog cage and kept there for long periods of time, even sometimes with the dog itself.
The child's family members, Charles and Mary DeRonda, now under arrest. Jeremy Cook, a friend of Charles, is still on the run. He also has another warrant out for his arrest for burglary and assault in a different case. Police say DHS was originally alerted after a family member went to the hospital to get treated, but staff became concerned after seeing the girl.
The people at St. Anthony's were concerned about her.
Court records show the home had rotting food, trash, insects, and feces everywhere.
The home had rotting food, trash, insects, and dog feces everywhere. Look at that house. People, you already know. When people have the outside of their home looking like this, you already know what the inside of the home looks like. This is unbelievable. Once again, another dog nut with excrement all throughout their home.
They also say the girl had to go to the bathroom on herself and was not given any food or water.
Wow. That's definitely abuse.
Police say they haven't pinpointed exactly when the abuse started. The girl is in protective custody. Angela Shen, Oklahoma's News 4.
Let me tell you something. I believe over 90%, over 95%, over 99% of all dog nuts, adults, would give a like, a thumbs up, would co-sign with those memes that say dogs are better than children. Dogs are better than kids. I firmly believe that. And if they didn't do that, I guarantee they didn't speak against it. When you go into the comment section of memes like that, you never see fellow dog nuts rebuking the meme, the message. Everybody co-signs with it. That is disturbing. That's disturbing. And like I said, I don't believe this is all that uncommon. These people look like they live pretty well. It's a nice little home. And they nasty as all get up and abusive. And I believe these are the same types of people, like I always say, that you see on social media in these dog groups, being a dog nut, sleeping with the mutt, taking a photo, video of the dog licking on them. These are the same people who project to the world that they are so high and mighty and morally superior because they are a dog nut. Even though inside the home, they're abusive to the dogs and their kids. They just see being a dog nut as an opportunity or a way to project themselves as superior to other people. Now I'm going to share additional stories in the membership section, but I'm going to keep track of stories like this and vlog about them on my channel publicly as well as we continue and crank up this crusade against these worthless mutants and their enabling parents. Let's deal with Independence, Missouri, and their foolish decision to remove a pit bull ban. What they should have done is added to the existing pit bull ban and banned all other bully breeds. And I want to touch on how disgusting it is and embarrassing, shameful it is for the ruling class in Independence and any other area of the country, of the world, that has removed pit bull bans or has never banned them. Anyone, anywhere, allow these things into society.
Independence is over. Thanks for joining us tonight. I'm Brad Stevens. Carolyn has the night off. The city council voted to get rid of it after it's been on the books for nearly 2 decades. KCTV5's Greg Payne was at the meeting and tells us what the change means for people living in Independence.
Again, this thing has been in place for 2 decades. 2 decades ago, it was 2003. Dog attacks have tripled or quadrupled since then. You have no ground upon which to remove a pit bull ban, and in each area of this country, bully breeds lead the pack in not only dog bites, but severity of attacks, surpassing sometimes in many areas all other breeds by far, where other breeds don't even manage to inflict the amount of damage bully breeds inflict, because that's breed specific aggression and mechanics. These muscle built mutants are killing machines.
As Susan Canitto walked into the Independent City Council meeting tonight, She was filled with nerves.
I'm nervous. I'm anticipating a good outcome, and I believe it'll happen.
Now, this is what I'm talking about. You get the false impression that these people are upstanding members of society. No, these are the worst types of people to have in your community. These are the people who limit your freedoms, the freedoms of your family. These are the people who might end up being responsible for getting you killed or disfigured. That's all this means. You have no room for argument, and in time like now, dog attacks are worse than they've ever been in history. Get out of here.
But I'm still, until it's done, it's not done.
Susan has several dogs, none of which are pit bulls, but that didn't stop her from wearing red in support of repealing the city's current pit bull ban that was put in place back in 2006, partly because of several attacks involving pit bulls in the city.
The breed ban isn't necessary. We have a dangerous dog law here already. It keeps people safe.
Oh, really? Oh, really? You have a dangerous dog law in Independence, Missouri that keeps people safe? Say that again.
In the city.
The breed ban isn't necessary. We have a dangerous dog law here already. It keeps people safe. If safety's the issue, we've got it covered.
This is what I'm talking about, people. When these people get up here in front of cameras and they want to try to talk like they know what they're talking about, as if what they're saying is well researched. No, it's not. Let's look at the dangerous dog law in Independence, Missouri. What are you even talking about? It's no different from any other jurisdiction. Independence law states it's unlawful for any person to permit a dog owned by him or her, or a dog upon any premises occupied by him or her, or under his or her control, to demonstrate the behavior of an aggressive dog. Okay? So you're supposed to have your dog under control. That does not keep people safe. You're always losing control of these mutants. People are still being attacked. So how are these laws keeping people safe? Look at this. A dog is considered aggressive if it, one, attacks another animal upon property other than that of the owner, displays behavior which constitute a threat of bodily harm. So the dog has to first act out the aggression. That does not keep people safe. That guarantees that people will get hurt. What are you talking about? Look at this. In Independence, Missouri, a dangerous dog, one, attacks a person resulting in an injury when such person is conducting him or herself peacefully and lawfully. So they have to first attack people. So how is a law like this designed to keep people safe? It's designed to get people attacked. What are you talking about? These laws are specifically designed to make sure people get attacked. The next one, attacks another animal. The next one has previously been classified as an aggressive dog. Well, of course, it has to first attack. A dog is not classified as dangerous if person injured was/dog was, look at this, teasing, tormenting, abusing, or assaulting the dog, or was committing or attempting to commit a crime. This is for children. So when a dog attacks a child, they use this to keep the dog from being euthanized. That is why they imply that every time a dog attacks a child, the child must have been teasing it, tormenting it. They will even resort to saying that the child was doing something that the parent is not even aware of, unable to even detect. It's not classified as dangerous if the dog was protecting or defending a human being within the household. Okay, in Independence, a vicious dog, look at this, has caused serious bodily injury or death. So they first have the complete freedom to attack people. How does that law keep people safe? That doesn't even make sense, people. That makes no sense whatsoever. No law nowhere like that, like this, keeps people safe. What are you talking about? Just on its face alone. That's not what these laws are designed to do. I told y'all, these people get up in front of cameras, they lie. They will flat out make things up right there on the spot. I bet you she cannot explain what parts of the independent dangerous dog law keeps people safe. She could not explain that. A vicious dog, look at this, has been previously classified as a dangerous dog, which again, it has to first attack people. You basically give these things the green light to attack people. But since pit bull bans have been removed, that means these attacks are going to be far more difficult to stop. So what are you even talking about? These laws are going to be even more worthless now that they're going to be even more bully breeds. They don't even make logical sense. A dog is not classified as vicious if injured person at the time of injury was abusing or assaulting the dog, or that never happens. I have never seen or heard about that happening. But I'm telling y'all, they put these laws in there for the children. Children are permanently blamed for all dog attacks. And nothing ever happens. This story that just broke of the 9-year-old who was attacked. Nothing happened to the father. How is that even possible? Who was responsible for having that dog in the home? It was the father. That child, that 9-year-old, could have been killed. Then what would have happened? Nothing. In fact, the father would have created a GoFundMe and capitalized off his son's death. Require maintenance of each dog classification. If it's aggressive, it must be identified with a microchip. How is a microchip going to keep people safe? You'll just get attacked by a dog with a microchip. Spayed or neutered. We've gone over that. Several dogs that have been spayed or neutered will attack. Do your research. Spay and neuter, that does not guarantee that a dog will not attack. It usually only temporarily reduces their desire to attack, reduces their aggression. Dog must be confined in a fully enclosed, secure structure from which it cannot escape. Something that's almost impossible to build. You would have to invest several, probably hundreds of thousands of dollars to construct a type of fence or enclosure that a dog cannot manipulate. Get out of here. It is unlawful for an aggressive dog to be tethered or enclosed from a place it can escape, whatever. Dangerous dogs must be identified with a microchip, spayed and neutered within the first 10 days after the attack. Again, given a green light on an attack. This is all nonsense. This woman has no idea what she's talking about. She is up here babbling, trying to come across like some type of professional, some type of well-learned, well-versed, like she's some type of investigator. Get out of here. This is nothing but an everyday dog lover, everyday pit nutter, endangering society. Primarily the young people in Independence, Missouri.
We have a dangerous dog law here already. It keeps people safe. If safety is the issue, we've got it covered.
Susan and her peers in red filled a council meeting, waiting anxiously through agenda items and public.
This is so disgusting. These things, these bully breeds, carry out the most gruesome attacks of all attacks, period. You don't even see humans attacking other humans and leaving them in the state that you're left in when you're attacked by one of these bully breeds. And again, dogs, these things are the only things that carry out these attacks on children 13 and under, including infants. And this takes place on a regular basis. Again, I just reported breaking news. A 9-year-old, that boy was attacked not even 24 hours ago. And again, that's only one. That's the tip of the iceberg.
Comment, including some against repealing the ban.
I think the statistics are pretty clear. The result of lifting the ban is predictable. It's going to be at the expense of public safety.
Exactly. Exactly. This is so crazy. Isn't this crazy? It's so obvious who the rational thinking people are in society, and they get completely ignored. Why? Because there's no money in removing pit bulls? This is disgusting.
You lift the ban and more of these dogs will be here in Independence. More will be bred, more will be sold, and we're going to have a bigger problem than we do right now.
Now, I suspect this lady may have even been attacked. I don't know. But I was relieved to see some anti-pit bull people out there saying something. Even if they are dog lovers, you better at least show some common sense to some extent. And it's crazy how the people who speak rationally, who want a safer community, are ignored. And they cater to the people who want to make communities more dangerous. This is madness.
More and more of these dogs will be here in Independence. More will be bred, more will be sold, and we're going to have a bigger problem than we do right now.
Until the time finally came where the city council would decide the fate of the ban. After a brief discussion by the council,
City Council should not overturn it, and it needs to be done by a vote of the people.
A 5-2 vote in favor of repealing.
Why would you turn it over to the people when you know full well that the majority of people in this country are nutters? Uneducated nutters who've not looked at any statistics or nothing at all. And even if they did research the statistics, if you still support bully breeds in the community after researching the statistics, then you are not bright enough to be listened to anyways. See how that worked?
Pitbull ban.
There were so many people that worked so hard to have this happen. You can see them back there. And there was no big money lobby that did this. This was grassroots people in Independence.
Yeah, right. No. These people get a push. You see them on this media outlet right here. The media supports them. The media does not cover people like me. You talking about grassroots. We're the grassroots. Get out of here. You far from grassroots. They don't even want to mention our talking points in the news. So now she's trying to stick her chest out. We'll see what type of tune you singing 10 years from now.
That are animal advocates and believe in what happened here tonight.
What happened was they listened to the most ignorant and uneducated, unenlightened, dim-witted people in society, which is complete madness. These things were bred to fight, to kill. They have more natural muscle. They are quicker to snap. They have been proven to attack in response to nothing or anything at all. Once they attack, it's nearly impossible to stop them, especially for a woman like you. There is no way under the sun that you personally could stop any pit bull from attacking anyone. The same goes for all the rest of these pit bull lovers. These things were bred to not respond to appeasement behavior. They will not stop attacking until they have killed the victim. There's nothing you can say, no happy story, no dodo video you can refer people to that will remove that fact. These are killing machines that prefer to attack and kill children. This is an immoral, sick, evil cult. You're not about to blind the masses to that. There is no ban anywhere in the United States that was put in place for safety. They're all put in place for political reasons, by politicians trying to project the idea that they care about public safety. They do not. All a ban does is tell the dog lovers which dogs will be doing the killing and which ones won't. Which dogs they can use to foolishly endanger themselves and their family and their neighbors, and which ones won't. That's it. This XL bully ban facade does not really offend XL bully owners, because they'll just go out and get one of the bully breeds that are legal. They will pretend to be heartbroken because they just want attention. So expect stories to come out about how heartbroken they are that they can no longer have XL bullies. Around January, we should start hearing goofy stories like that. But bans are political, all of them. They're not intended for safety. Why would you ban 3 obscure dog breeds, 4 specific types of bully breeds, and allow people to have the option of several, over 10, maybe a dozen other dogs that can kill adults? If any jurisdiction or country is serious about safety, they will at least ban all bully breeds. That's the only thing that would make sense. That's the only thing that would make you look like a country concerned about safety. And you'll be willing to ban more dog breeds even after you ban those, depending on what statistics look like after you do that. Because if all those people replace those bully breeds with German Shepherds, there's a good chance we still gonna have a problem. And we need to. And we need to get to the bottom of it. It shouldn't matter how many breeds we have to ban. If we have to ban all of them, so be it. These things are an enemy to our very existence. And we have no idea how sick they've already made us. We have a very good idea of how much blood they spill. Innocent blood of people who can't even defend themselves to people who can and fail. They should be banned worldwide. At the very least, all bully breeds, and we should be quick to also ban any other breed that attacks us. Period.
And it's not the only case of abuse Iheart Animal Rescue has now.
Y'all have not proved that this was a case of abuse. You don't know what happened, so stop saying that.
Helped. This lab mix was also found a couple days ago. Jake found malnutrition. You can see his bones. The 2-year-old dog can barely move.
Malnutrition, you can see its bones. Oh, you can see its rib cage. It does not take long for dogs to become emaciated, because they're full of parasites that's constantly eating the food inside their body. A dog can escape. It can run away from its home, get lost. 2-3 days later, now you can see its rib cage. And here comes these nutters. Oh, it's dog abuse. Some evil human somewhere starved it on purpose for fun.
Brutal to an animal. It's severe cases of animal cruelty and hate crimes on animals.
You don't know that. That's a fact. You don't know that. You're making blind assumptions. That's another fact. It is not a fact that these dogs were abused. That is not a fact. Okay, so I'm right and you're wrong, nutter. But yeah, you know.
But together.
But them lying, bold-faced lying, there's obviously reward in that. You know, maybe that's what I should do. I should focus on lying to people. And the lies should be very dangerous and ridiculous. Because obviously the most absurd the lie is, the more people believe it.
It's severe cases.
Oh, shut up. I didn't want to hear that no more. Get out of here, man. There was something else. Well, wait a minute. Yeah, listen to what this guy says.
Of animal cruelty and hate crimes on animals.
But together, they're giving these pups hope.
Yeah. That was a case of a dog escaping. And this right here could have been a case of a dog that attacked someone. This is a case of self-defense. Okay, I'm saying that this could be a case of self-defense. And you cannot say that it wasn't simply because they didn't report it. The person who could have been attacked simply didn't report it. They just left. Now let us continue with this relentless crusade against these brainless owners and their worthless mutts. This woman got her lip bitten off. She says, I was petting the dog and I looked down, all of a sudden he just came up and it was so fast I had no idea what happened. Dog bit her lip off. They had to put it back on. Said blood was just pouring out. Said she looked like a vampire. All because what? She wanted to pet it. What's the point in petting a dog? Well, they will say it's affectionate. And it tells the dog that I am not a threat, that I am a friend. Right? That's what they say. That's the whole point in petting a dog. It's affection. And here, yet another example. Dogs are not receptive to affection. They're not receptive to affection. If they are, why did the dog bite her? She's been around dogs her whole life. She calls this a freak accident and doesn't blame it on anyone. You see how committed these people are to dogs? How ridiculous does a person's brain have to be configured to know that the possibility is there for such an injury or to even be killed, but you want to show affection anyways, even though that affection will do nothing to improve your personal life? Nothing whatsoever. I don't want to hear this nonsense about how it'll relieve stress. Go pet and be affectionate with anything else. Anything or anyone else, you'll get the same effects. I don't want to hear that. That's not an excuse. This is absolute stupidity. These dog nuts should be embarrassed to be engaged in such stupidity. It really needs to be rubbed in their face. They need to be made an example out of by the crusaders. Constantly rub their stupidity in their face. It's not being pointed out. That's why they continue to do it. Here you have a mutt. You know this thing could snap, could bite. I'm going to take my chance because I want to be affectionate with this ugly ass stinking thing. How stupid and weird is that? What's wrong with you people? Really? I'm seriously, what a project for a psychologist. Mind blowing. I'm surprised more psychologists have not studied this more in depth. The dog nut mentality. These people are absolutely nuts. As I've said before, it's not like they actually acquire money for risking their lives and well-being by petting mutts. This was an acquaintance dog that she was attacked by. So it's not even hers. You know, it's not like she's actually getting some type of benefit from rubbing a mutt that's not even receptive to rubs or pets. Doesn't even feel affection or emotion. You get nothing out of it. And you're going to risk your life? If I'm going to risk my life and well-being, it's going to be well worth it. There's going to be a huge chunk of money at the end of that. These crazy dog nuts do it for nothing. Nothing at all. simply because they want to be a part of this group, this dog lover group, and they want to be a part of something. They want to feel like somebody. And some of them, you know, there's very different types of dog nuts. And they all got stupid, crazy, retarded reasons for being in love with dogs. Whether it's because they're wimps and they want to look intimidating, whether it's because they really love these creatures or have an intercourse with them. They're all crazy, brainless reasons. They're affectionate, right? They show me love. They don't show you nothing. They talk as if the dogs go around standing up on 2 feet and giving them a literal hug or giving people a literal kiss. They don't do that. So what do you mean it don't show you nothing? Don't show you no love. You show everything to it. All the affection that takes place is from you to it. So what are you talking about? You are just crazy, crazy. And if you're going to do that with an animal, make sure it is a harmless animal that cannot tear you to pieces, dumbass. How dumb, how absolutely dumb can you people get? This really needs to be rubbed on your face, how stupid you are. Stupid. And I thought the whole point of having a pet is because it's cute. Don't tell me no mutt is cute. A sloppy, nasty face hanging off of its face. Just hanging off its skull. This thing mutated, look like it's melting, stinking, drooling everywhere. Don't tell me these things are cute. Right? So it's bad enough you look to be affectionate with an animal. But this thing is deadly as well. And disgusting as well. And you're going to risk your life every time you get around it. Every moment you're in your home and your kids, you're at risk. For what? And you're going to feed this thing and spoil this same thing that has you in a constant increased danger of being mutilated. You idiot. You are an absolute idiot. I don't care what excuse you try to give me. Oh, love. Oh, it loves me. Oh, it's you are an idiot. I have been studying these people for years, and right now they are still as mind-boggling as they were when I first started. I am still as dumbfounded as I've always been at these crazy people. It doesn't fade away. I never get used to it. That is why I know for a fact it is not normal. It is not normal. And it's amazing how many of them don't wake up and snap out of it. Now, I remember this video. I talked about this woman whose toddler, was attacked by dogs. The 18-month-old, along with a 6-year-old, opened a gate and allowed the dogs into the yard. And as soon as they got through the gate, they attacked the 18-month-old. Well, this is an updated an update of that story. It was published July 28th. The original story published July 5th, earlier this month. I want y'all to listen to this.
Mauled by several dogs earlier this month in Colleton County, is talking about his recovery. The toddler was treated at MUSC for several severe lacerations to his head, neck, and legs. As Molly McBride reports, she says that his physical scars are healing, but his emotional scars remain.
Some days there's normal, and then some days he has so much output of emotion that he can't deal with it other than physical.
The previously fun-loving and vivacious toddler can now at times be angry and even aggressive.
I've been hit, punched, bit.
Boyd says he's more sensitive to loud noises.
Okay, let's slow down. They said he has increased aggression increased anger. Why? Why do you think that is? I argued that it is because even at his young age, he can sense, he can feel that the adults around him are not protecting him. I don't believe it takes sophisticated intelligence to understand that, especially after you've already been attacked by something that the adults taught you was your best friend. Naturally, you're going to feel a sense of distrust. What else may be dangerous that my parents have taught me is harmless?
2. If someone shrieks, he starts screaming. He'll freak out. And that wasn't like him before.
And boy,
so he is receptive, highly receptive to sharp, loud noises.
bears her own share of emotional baggage.
I'm still kicking myself, and people tell me it's not your fault, but it feels like my fault.
Rochelle Hansen, a professor.
Okay, and I argued when I first talked about this that it was her fault. Obviously, she shouldn't have taken her child anywhere where there was a dog. And here there was multiple pit bulls. Now, what I want you to listen to is this woman right here. I almost burst a blood vessel talking about this woman the first time. I'm going to try not to this time. Listen to this.
Professor of psychiatry and behavioral sciences at MUSC says behavioral changes are not uncommon after a traumatic event like a dog attack.
They may show up by being angrier, more irritable, or the other end of the spectrum, they may withdraw.
In most cases.
Okay, and I still argue that that feeling from those kids comes from them not feeling protected, because that's natural. They're supposed to feel like the adults around them are doing everything possible to protect them. All other living organisms have that. Their parents, from insects to wild animals, they do everything in their power to protect them. They don't bring predators around their young and tell their young to play with them. So there's something unnatural here. It's an unnatural relationship. That is what this anger is about, in my opinion.
She says the immediate after effects will be most severe and should get better over time. She says it's important for the caregiver to reassure the child that what happened was not their fault.
Reassure the child that what happened was not their fault.
And to begin reintroducing them to dogs.
Reintroducing the boy to dogs.
Very slowly.
Very slowly. Listen to this woman. Now, as you all know, that is how they cure what they call cynophobia, a fear of dogs. Listen to this.
Maybe a parent even starts with just some pictures of dogs, just so the child can kind of get used to it. It's this very gradual approach.
Okay. So their plan is to re-desensitize the boy to dogs again. Don't you think that's going to drive him even crazier? You can imagine the temper tantrums he's going to throw as they are trying to reintroduce dogs. That is abuse, but it should be considered abuse by the law. It shouldn't be something pushed by the law. Where are the lawyers speaking out against this? That is an overt form of abuse. Forcing the child to go back around dogs, that's their ultimate goal. That is what rehabilitation of cynophobia is all about. They tell you to get close to dogs, to stare, to look at them. This is unbelievable. And in reality, this is like torture. And why are you doing it? What's the end result? You're going to have this toddler have no problem being around dogs again. You want him to look at dogs as toys and his best friend again. Why? So he can get attacked again? So he can open the latch again? No, you want it where he don't go nowhere near them. You want him to have a mentality that will prevent future attacks, not repeat the same attack. That's what they're fighting for. Tell me this is not sanctioned blood sacrifice. They're literally sacrificing kids' safety And they make it a point to do it as many times as possible. And when you include, along with this, how they fight to keep dogs that have attacked kids back into people's homes, recipe for what? Sacrifice. They worship dogs, and they literally, they want to. They function like they want to get their kids mauled.
As for Boyd, she says she's taking it one day at a time, doing everything she can to help her toddler heal.
There's days where he's so freaking lovable that it almost feels like it's him again.
Reporting for Life.
Okay, so she said it doesn't feel like her child anymore. Xenophobia. They are about to reintroduce dogs into this boy's life, in according to them, to treat and prevent xenophobia. He was about to develop a healthy fear of dogs. He finally woke up and saw the truth. He understands now what these things are capable of. He understands that they could kill him at any moment for no reason at all. And you want him to go against that natural instinct, which is in us to keep us alive. You find out something is dangerous and deadly and can go off without being provoked, you stay away from it. Tell me what the benefit is in forcing this child to go back around dogs. This article surfaced November 7th. Aurora voters reject pit bull ban. They say that 53.6% of the voters said yes, the ban should go. There is a pit bull ban in Aurora, California. 53.6% of the voters, 94,000 voters, 53.6% said yes, get rid of the ban. So with the ban out of the way, people can now own American Pit Bull Terrier dogs, American Staffordshire Terrier, and Staffordshire Bull Terriers. Back in 2005, the council passed an ordinance that banned the dog breed, except in instances where the city issued a license. Now, look at the year here, 2005. Then in 2010, the city updated the ordinance to reduce the number of prohibited pit bull breeds and grant exceptions for service dogs. 4 years after that, 2014, council members considered an ordinance to repeal the ban. Really? Ultimately referred the decision to voters. In November 2014 election, voters rejected the ordinance, with only 35.6% voting yes, meaning the ban stayed in place. So only 35% said it should stay in place. Look at this. Then 2 years ago, the council repealed that ban. People, how is that possible? That as dog attacks get far more worse, with bully breeds always leading the pack, the statistics, how is it possible that over that course of time, between 2005, when they banned them, and 2022, how is that even possible? There were several spikes in dog attacks between 2005 and 2022. You had the Michael Vick incident. Dog attacks skyrocketed. Seizure skyrocketed. Around 2013, 2014, there was another spike. 2020, with the lockdown, another spike. And remember, the years following 2020, they got worse and worse. In between that time, they have went from banning them to removing the ban. How's that even possible? Based on what? Based on that dog rhetoric. That's what. They do not refer to statistics. Notice in every article, anytime they explain why a ban was removed, they never point out the statistics. The only thing they refer to is the nutter so-called experts who just say, without proving it, that they're no different from any other dog breed. That's where we stand today, people. The more victims, the more dog attacks, with those 13 and under making up the majority of attack victims, the more attacks that go down, the less restrictions they're going to put on the nutters. The more freedom they're going to give these nutters, the more they're going to promote these things as innocent little sweet babies. Look at the photo they decided to share in the article talking about the ban being lifted. The more people get hurt and killed, the more they're going to promote the idea that these things are harmless and misunderstood. And I stand by the belief that they should be exterminated. And we have the statistics to justify why they should be exterminated. More than enough evidence, far more than we need, to prove they have no place in society. And I'm talking bully breeds, all of them. There's no excuse, there's no possible argument. 100%. They should be exterminated. I don't understand how these people get away with these arguments, saying that they're misunderstood, that they're no different from other dog breeds. Why is it that no one demands real information, real data to prove that? The only thing they refer to is the allegation. Okay, they allegedly say this. They haven't proved it and they can't prove it. The only thing these so-called experts refer to is the idea that other dog breeds bite just as often as pit bulls / bully breeds, which is impossible to prove. And they make that assumption despite the fact that the majority of attack victims were attacked by bully breeds. So they have no justification to say that at all, yet they get away with it. And this is why I don't respect these people.
Slobbering, drooling is disgusting. That is not up for debate. That is a fact. If a person sits in any social setting, I'm talking about a human, and begins to drool and slobber, everybody would consider his or her behavior as disgusting, inappropriate. It will be so unsettling that people will call that person out on it. Several people would question whether or not that person was having a stroke or some other mental or neurological breakdown. How confident would you be of being hired by an employer if you started to drool and slobber during the job interview? This is not up for debate. And if it is disgusting for humans to drool and slobber, then it is disgusting for dogs to do it as well. We live by human standards, not dog standards. Animals are free to drool all they want, but to bring that behavior inside of my home is an entirely different story, and it will speak volume to my own level of disgustingness. Dogs stink. That's not up for debate. That's not an opinion. That is fact. Dogs stink. Everybody knows this. By human standards, people who stink are disgusting. Humans who stink are disgusting. Personal hygiene is one of the most distinctive traits of an intelligent species. If an employee, for example, who stinks, goes to work, their employer has the right to send them home. This is not up for debate. It is disgusting to stink. And if you allow a stinking creature to live inside of your home, then you yourself are disgusting. Panting, holding your mouth open with your tongue hanging out is disgusting. That's not my opinion. That is fact. That's not up for debate. Do you think an employer would hire you if during the job interview you sat there with your mouth open and your tongue hanging out? No matter where you are, grocery store, restaurant, in any public setting, it is inappropriate and disgusting to sit there with your mouth open and your tongue hanging out. And as we all know, dogs have heavy breathing and their breath stinks. Right? So you have breath that you can hear and feel from a creature holding its big, disgusting mouth wide open and its tongue hanging out. That's not up for debate. That is disgusting. To allow a creature like this inside your home, to be comfortable laying eyes on a creature like this continuously, is disgusting. Something is wrong with you. And especially to have a repugnant creature like this lick on you. You have to be a disgusting person yourself. Eating feces is disgusting. Again, this is not an opinion. This is fact. I know human standards. Rolling around in feces is disgusting. This is a fact. This is a universal fact all over the planet for humans. If you found out that your boyfriend or girlfriend likes to eat their own excrement along with anybody else's excrement, right? Dogs eat the feces from any animal. That would threaten the relationship with that man or woman. You would not allow that person to kiss you. Yet you dog nuts will come home from work and allow these overgrown rats to lick you, usually on your face. It's disgusting. Only a disgusting person would do that. That is a fact. Dogs contaminate your home. This is a fact. They've even done a study on this. They are so disgusting. It has been proven that people with dogs not only have more bacteria inside their homes, but they have a larger variety of bacteria throughout their homes. This has been proven. But it should be common sense. Their homes are saturated with germs, bacteria, and dander, which helps to circulate the germs, bacteria, parasites. The dander itself is dead skin. Dander in dogs is similar to dandruff in humans, dead skin. Now, if a human had a head full of dandruff and shook his or her head inside your home and you saw the dandruff go airborne, the way dander goes airborne, that would be disgusting. This is not an opinion. This is fact.
My intolerance of dog behavior is better understood when you imagine a human doing the same thing that a dog does. Now just imagine you went to an adoption agency and adopted a human. And let's say this human was very hairy, right? Dogs don't look like humans. So let's say that this human looked a little different from most other humans. And let's say every time this adopted human had a headache, it would attack people. He would just jump up and start punching you in the face. Would you keep that human in your home? Anytime this hairy adopted human felt physical pain or illness, it became aggressive and attacked people. Would you want that human in your home? Yet, that is exactly what dogs do. No matter how well trained they are, if a dog is in pain or is not feeling well, it will become aggressive and attack people. And these dog lovers project this behavior as if it's supposed to be acceptable. When I'm in pain for whatever reason, I don't go around punching people. I would deserve to be placed in a straitjacket or detained by authorities for such behavior. Yet we're supposed to accept this behavior from dogs. I don't think so. Now just imagine this hairy adopted human is home alone late at night, right? He's watching television or something. You walk through the door and startle him. He responds to being startled by attacking you, punching you square in the face 3 or 4 times. Is this acceptable? Yet, dogs will attack humans in response to fear, no matter how well trained they are. Now just imagine this hairy person wanted to beat up somebody down the street, but was unable to, right? It had a confrontation with somebody down the block, but can't get to that person. So instead, because it can't get to that person and can't, it decides, or he decides, to beat you up and attacks you. Would that be acceptable? Yet, dogs have what's called redirected aggression. When a dog cannot attack an intended target, person or animal, and redirects his or her aggression toward another target. This hairy man sitting at home all day thinking about this person down the street that he's unable to beat up. You walk in the home and he starts punching you in the face. Is that acceptable? That human would come across as an extreme safety hazard. We're supposed to accept this type of behavior from dogs. Now just imagine this hairy man would attack your family members or your friends who came over as company. This is exactly what dogs do. It's called territorial aggression, where dogs feel they have to protect a certain territory, or protective aggression, where a dog guards his or her owner from another person who may not pose an actual threat. Just imagine this hairy man is eating a plate of food that you made and that you gave him. And as you happen to walk near him, he would attack you. This is called food aggression in dogs. No matter how well trained, dogs often display food aggression, and humans and children end up being attacked. Many of these kids who get attacked mistakenly got too close to a mutt while it was eating. Now let us continue with this crusade against these worthless mutants and their enabling owners. This is from the CDC, the Centers for Disease Control. Now, their purpose, and I'm going to quote what they have on their website. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention is a federal agency that conducts and supports health promotion, prevention, and preparedness activities in the United States with the goal of improving overall public health, end quote. Now, on their website, they have a section titled Preventing Dog Bites, right? How to prevent dog bites. They have a list of do's and don'ts. In the do section, it says always ask if it is okay to pet someone else's dog before reaching out to pet the dog. Now let me stop there. This may not seem like a big deal to most people, but to me this is extremely weird. Pet the dog for what? For what? What does this do for you? It is not going to enhance your life whatsoever. I don't want to hear about it's healthy to express emotion. You have humans if you want to do that. Don't talk as if dogs are the only outlet to do that with. So I'm not buying that. This has a risk involved with it. Many people are attacked when they try to pet dogs. Is it worth the risk? Understand, it's not like they're doing something that doesn't enhance their life, but also doesn't carry a risk, right? This would be harder to object to for me if dogs were harmless. But the fact that they are deadly, I have to ask, why take the risk? To me, it is absolutely brainless and stupid. People act as if it is a necessity. Like it's just, you have to do it. You have to pet dogs. You don't have to touch these ugly, disease-ridden mutants. So that is what you do. Don't pet dogs at all. What type of advice is this from a federal agency that's concerned about public health? You are still advising people into danger, into a dangerous situation. Even if they give you permission to pet their dog, that worthless mutt can attack you. So to me, this is just ill advice. You don't tell people to ask for permission to pet anybody's worthless mutt. What you do is when you see a mutt, you stay away from it. You go in the opposite direction. It also says, quote, when approached by an unfamiliar dog, remain motionless. Be still like a tree. If a dog knocks you over, curl into a ball with your head tucked and your hands over your ears and neck. Let me stop right there. Look, if we're talking about preventing dog attacks, we shouldn't be talking about this, because the steps available to prevent dog attacks are effective enough. You remove them from society. People always, even federal agencies, as you can see, they cannot imagine a world without dogs. They refuse to look at not owning dogs as an option. That's another thing. When you look at ways to prevent lung cancer, one of their suggestions is that you quit smoking. Like, quit smoking. But on a list like this, nowhere do they say don't own a dog. Don't keep a dog in your house. Isn't that the most obvious, most effective way to avoid dog attacks? Seeing that most people and kids are attacked by the family dog. Again, this is ill advice. This can only exist in a dog nut culture, it is pretty pathetic and embarrassing to see a federal agency this irresponsible. Right now, on the list of don'ts, you would expect them to come around and say, hey, don't own a dog. But no, they say don't approach an unfamiliar dog. Well, what kind of advice is that when most people are attacked by a familiar dog? They give this advice as if most people are bitten by unfamiliar dogs. That's not the case. This is all over the place. This is supposed to be professional advice, and it is absolutely ridiculous. It says don't run from a dog. Don't panic or make loud noise, like you don't have any freedom around dogs. When dogs are around, they take our freedom away. Now we have to behave in certain ways. It says don't disturb a dog that is sleeping, eating, or caring for its puppies. Do dogs refuse to disturb you while you're eating? No, they come right up to you and stick their nasty face in your face and stare at you, sit right in front of you and stare at you. They will wait for you to leave the room, turn your back, and they will eat your food. So why should humans respect dogs that are eating? You shouldn't be feeding them anyways. Any creature that refuses to be disturbed while it's eating and refuses to not disturb you when it's eating don't deserve to be fed at all. You stupid for keeping such a creature in your home. Absolutely brainless. What a freeloading piece of... There is no way that mutt would starve to death. Even if I like dogs and I ran across that type of behavior, that's pretty much what turned me off about dogs. Once I started to figure out their behavior. I don't understand how people can still be attracted to these worthless creatures once they discover how repulsive and absolutely uncivilized they are, even compared to other animals. These creatures are absolutely unacceptable to me. While you're eating or sleeping or caring for puppies, they don't give a damn if you're caring for your young. They want to kill your young. Like I said before, you bother one of their puppies, they're going to maul you. If they maul one of your kids, oh, don't hurt it. Go let it die a painless death. Make sure it doesn't feel any pain. It has to be put down in a humane way. Why? It's not a human. It does not maul kids in a humane way. So why should we give them that honor? They treat dogs as if they are gods, as if they worship, and they do worship. This is a dog worship cult. It is absolutely disgusting. They say don't pet a dog without allowing it to see and sniff you first. No thanks. I don't need that mutt to see and sniff me. You shouldn't either, because it's not going to do me any good to pet that mutt. People act like, oh, let it see and sniff you first, as if there is a privilege to petting it. They don't interpret being petted as affection anyways. You can tell by how they react when you pet them. Do they act like it feels good? No. It's like they ignore your petting. You may as well not be doing it. They're not those types of creatures. They're not like cats. Cats clearly give you a sign that they appreciate the physical comfort of being rubbed. Dogs don't. They just stand there like a lump on the log, drooling, stinking, begging for more food. So what? There is too many reasons to simply not pet them, for a professional agency to be given advice to pet them as if it's something that's going to improve our health. If they're concerned about health promotion, why not advise people to not pet dogs when it's unhealthy? Dogs don't increase your immune system. They're disgusting, disease-ridden, bug-ridden creatures. They're going to be a threat to your immune system. They're going to give you some disease, make you sick. I don't care what these people talk about how dogs have diseases only transmittable to us. I remember clearly every time I would go over this guy's house and he had it, I wouldn't even touch that mutt. I would end up getting sick. All that dander and all that shit flying through the air on their dander and everywhere throughout the house, that is not good for your health. I don't give a damn what people are talking to. These are a bunch of nasty people who become so-called dog experts and then come up with these stupid ideas that dogs' mouths are cleaner than ours. Their diseases, their germs won't hurt us. We're immune to them. That is utter nonsense. They also say, don't encourage your dog to play aggressively. In other words, right, you gotta change the dog from how it naturally is. I talked about that before. And now you end up with a trained dog that you're going to project as normal now. No, it's out of its element. Playing aggressively, that's how they do. They play to segue into actual attacks. Say, don't let small children play with a dog unsupervised. Here we go again. This is a federal agency and still not giving advice based on the facts. The facts is most kids who are attacked while an adult is present. An adult is usually present. So having supervision does not prevent the attack. Isn't it obvious that they are trying their best, bending over backwards to avoid advising people to not own dogs? And they sound ridiculous in the process. When the obvious answer is to not own dogs, you're going to sound very ridiculous when you're trying to advise people on how to avoid being attacked by them. Why more people are not aware of this is beyond me. And you find this website after website. You find this on the websites of organizations who are pretty well known and established. They give these same types of suggestions, and they never give the obvious, most effective suggestion, which is to not own dogs at all. That is the true solution. Now, what are we going to do with the dogs? I don't give a damn. I would prefer that they be added to the meat industry. Everybody who eats meat, you eat pork, this is just as filthy as pork, right? If you eat pork, you shouldn't be worried about eating dog meat. This creature is just as disgusting, right? So we have a plan for dogs. They will be added to the farms in the United States, slaughtered right alongside pigs, cows, chickens, and turkeys. If people don't want to eat dog meat, then put them all to sleep. That's the solution. These creatures have to be gotten rid of, and we cannot force them to live out in the wild. Then we'll have to continue to waste resources trying to keep them out of our territory, just like many other countries have to do. Right? We would have to have our police force hunting down dogs every day. Dog in our backyard. There's a dog here, a dog there. You try to run them out into the wild. The dogs wander right back into civilization because they're so worthless, dependent, and stupid. So that's not an option. The best option is to get rid of them. All dogs on this planet should be exterminated. That is how you prevent dog bites. Here they go with these goofy articles again. And look at this. They start this article off putting a dog in your face biting somebody. And then wrote what to do if you're bitten by an animal. An animal? This is all a dog article. But they try their best for it to not be. Look, we like our animals. How to protect youngsters and yourself from animal bites. Most animal bites occur in youngsters between 5 and 9, with dog bites being the majority of animal bites, close to 100% are dog bites. And they offer some tips for safety. They say never approach an animal you don't know. If an animal is wandering loose and unsupervised, let's stop right here. What other animal is considered to be wandering loose if it's seen outside off leash, other than a dog? They say contact animal control. If the owner of an animal is present, always ask permission before you touch it. Remind youngsters not to bother animals if they're sleeping or eating. Don't give too much responsibility for caring for a pet to youngsters. Now I want to correct Health Focus University Health. How to protect youngsters and yourself from dog attacks. Stay away from them. You see them, stay away from them. If you know a dog is at someone's home, don't ever go into that home. Simple as that. Of course you don't approach a dog you don't know. Don't even approach dogs that you know. Several cases, those dogs attack too. Okay, if the owner of a dog is present, stay away from the owner and his worthless mutt. Cross the street if you have to. If they bring one of these mutants into your classroom, get up and leave. Somebody try to question you, you tell them dogs are dangerous. Dogs are deadly. That's all you have to say. You don't have to remember to say anything else. The youngest of you, as long as you're able to talk, you can remember to repeat that. And that's going to give you authority over anybody who's trying to force you to remain in the presence of a killer. Y'all need to look at these things as killers because that's what they are. Now I want y'all to listen to this. Listen to what this animated voice says.
Properly trained. And for any dumbass that says training doesn't work, then how come a majority of dogs don't harm people?
This little fake voice said, for any dumbass who says training doesn't work, then how come the majority of dogs don't harm people? And at the same time, they flash this statistic, two statistics on the screen. One is that in the U.S., 65 million homes own at least one dog. In 2024, 66% of homes owned at least one pet. That's equal to 86.9 million homes. And out of those homes, 65.1 million own at least one dog, making dogs the most popular pet in the U.S. Okay. And then the other statistic is that over 4.5 million people are bitten by dogs each year in the United States. Basically saying that, hey, we have 65.1 million dogs
but over or only 4.5 million of them bite people. Now, it's sad that I have to make a video like this because it comes off as sarcasm no matter how respectful I try to put it. But this is for the dog lovers who are, slow. Yeah, you decide for yourself what percentage of dog lovers that is. This is only 1 year, dog lovers. Most humans live longer than 1 year. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? Most humans and most dogs live longer than 1 year. This would be a relevant point if all dogs only lived for 1 year. Do you understand that? Does that make sense? I feel sorry for the young people, the younger generation. They're not as bright as our generation. That's not cool. And I'm doing my best to fight against that. That's why I'm always talking to the young people. Don't let your brain deteriorate. Back in the day, nobody would have made such a brainless argument like this. And if you still don't understand, contrast this, what I just said, to this statistic. According to multiple sources, statistics show around 50% of children alone by the age of 12. So basically, youngsters 12 and under, 50% of them have been bitten by a dog. Now what? Do you understand now? Do you get it? Do you get it? Wow. 4.5 million dogs per year. Okay, so in 2024, let's say 4.5 million, but it's way more than that. But let's just say 4.5 million. Guess what? Those other dogs that didn't bite that year, they might bite next year. How do we know? They will bite eventually, most likely. You see, this projects the idea that only a small percentage of dogs out of the total bite people. No. I bet you still don't understand, do you? Dogs live for about 15 years of their worthless, good-for-nothing life. About 15 years. I bet you that this small percentage of dogs throughout their entire life had bitten people. I bet you throughout the entire life of all dogs, over half of them have bitten someone in their good-for-nothing, worthless life also. Only 1 out of 4 people who are bitten by dogs actually report it. Nobody should have had to tell you this.
Exclusive. 9-year-old Jamarius Sessions was found dead back in June in Montverde. Fox 35 News first brought you the story then as deputies were trying to figure out how she died. And tonight, they say they have some tragic answers.
Deputies say this woman beat the little girl and instructed her dog to attack her. Fox 35's Marie Edinger joins us live now. So, Marie, this woman was the girlfriend of the young girl's dad?
That's exactly right. Deputies are calling this the worst case of abuse they have ever seen in Lake County. Jamarius Sessions had 2 grandmothers who she'd stayed with in the past, and we spoke exclusively with both of them today.
That's a baby. That's a baby. A beautiful little girl not gone.
Of a 9-year-old baby.
9.
9-year-old Jamaria Sessions was found dead in June. Now we know she was tortured and brutally beaten, allegedly by her father's girlfriend, Tashelle Martin.
This is the worst case of aggravated child abuse we've ever seen.
Martin's arrest affidavit says while her other kids watched, she sicked her 103-pound Rottweiler on Jamaria, then kicked and beat her.
There was no reason to hurt my granddaughter.
The home was full of security cameras, which deputies say caught the attacks on video. In one video, Martin is heard saying, "I'm fixing to kill her."
Now, I know most people will look at this as a sort of isolated case, but I see a pattern where the dog is not the target. The dog is not harmed at all. It's always the youngsters who are the targets of a dog owner's aggression. This is a pattern. And it's hard to believe that it doesn't have anything to do with the anti-child rhetoric that's fixed in dog culture.
According to the affidavit.
The world needs to know evil when they see it, so her picture needs to be everywhere. If I had the money, I would invest in a billboard in every state. So
the sheriff's office says that was far from the first instance of abuse. Martin.
Okay, that's the grandmother, obviously very upset, and RIP to the 9-year-old. These cases are disturbing. But I've been saying for years that when you own these beasts, you become less humane yourself. Now, whether that applies to this case or not, I don't think really matters. I'm seeing this too often. I told everybody, I say this all the time. All parents who welcome dogs into the home, you're guilty of abuse. That itself is abuse. Y'all need to accept that and stop abusing your offspring.
Martin is accused of beating her as a form of punishment and making her run with her hands above her head.
I don't have the words to describe it. It's unimaginable and completely inhumane.
So where was Jamaria's father? The sheriff's office says he left the home because he and Martin were fighting. His daughters have lived with each of their grandmothers in the past. Both told.
So be careful, people. Getting into relationships with dog lovers. This was her Rottweiler. This 9-year-old was the daughter of her boyfriend, whom she was currently fighting with. So she just did this to hurt the father. How demonic. I mean, it's beyond inhumane. This is straight up demonic. And I don't understand how you could be involved with somebody like this and not be able to tell something ain't right.
Told me today they want custody of the children. And now they want maximum punishment for the woman accused of killing their granddaughter.
You gotta explain to her sister what happened to her sister. She's not gonna understand that. She's only 6 years old.
The justice that she deserves is not what the state does.
No one else has been charged in this case, though the Lake County Sheriff's Office says the investigation is active and ongoing.
Once again, the most gruesome, the most inhumane acts of violence against helpless victims. It's the dog lovers. It's the dog owners. I'm seeing a pattern. Are you?
Now, one of the main goals of this channel is to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that dogs are too dangerous to live in our society as domestic pets. To live in our society, period. Domestic or stray. And I believe a lot of information that is publicized by veterinarians, dog behaviorists and other professionals is based on psychological manipulation as well as manipulative language in order to project dogs as suitable domestic pets. This may or may not be done consciously on the part of each veterinarian because many educated people simply regurgitate the information they're presented with during their school years without questioning the information itself. They graduate and they're like robots without a mind of their own, even though they are well educated. Now, a well-respected clinical behaviorist, Terry M. Curtis, made a statement that was published on the Gainesville Sun that, in my opinion, fits the description of psychological manipulation and manipulative language. Again, she may not be consciously doing this. This article deals with the recent increase in dog attacks in Florida. And they point out that whether a dog with aggressive tendencies acts on them depends on the circumstances. Dr. Terry Curtis made the following statement, quote, "If a dog has been inside the house or in the yard for a period of time, watching people go by, that can be very threatening to the dog. So the dog gets out and it is ready to go after what it perceives as a threat. Most dogs are not attacking out of the blue. There's either a threat component to it or a predatory component to it. It is not going to be a dominance thing. There is no dominance from dogs to people. Predatory action, chasing everything that goes by, is different than acting on a perceived threat." She said some dogs are hardwired toward predatory behavior. End quote. Now, I have a problem with a lot of what she said in this statement. First of all, about dogs being inside the house or in the yard for a period of time, watching people go by, and how that can be very threatening to the dog. So when the dog gets out, it's ready to go after what it perceives as a threat. What is that? It is people walking by, minding their own business. The dog can be in the yard or even inside the home. And the sight of people walking by, minding their own business, makes the dog feel threatened. So when it breaks free from its owner's property, the first thing it wants to do is attack the people that it has been watching all day, walking by, minding their business. Dr. Curtis, I believe that this is an extremely unstable and unacceptable behavior, especially when we are talking about dangerous, deadly predators that usually attack children. What does the dog expect other living entities to do? Stand still? Are we not allowed to move? We're not allowed to get close enough to the property to walk by on the sidewalk? This sounds like a nice way of admitting that dogs are crazy, that they are like psychopaths, that they have a severe mental disorder even on an animal level. How much more unreasonable does a deadly creature's thought process have to be in order for us to outlaw that creature as a domestic pet? She also said most dogs are not attacking out of the blue. there's either a threat component to it or a predatory component to it. Predatory action, chasing everything that goes by, is different than acting on a perceived threat. She said some dogs are hardwired towards predatory behavior. Dr. Curtis, if people are getting attacked by dogs for simply walking by, minding their own business, then yes, they are getting attacked out of the blue. You mentioned that the dog is attacking people because of a threat component, a perceived threat in the mind of the dog. But the dog is interpreting non-threatening behavior as threatening. People who are not even looking at the damn thing. Pardon me, I want to keep this PG-13 because I want professionals to respond to me. And I want to give them a professional format to respond to. So this is out of the blue. People walking by minding their own business cannot be considered a threat. I don't care what kind of standard that the dog has in its head of what is or is not threatening, because they are not human. This is our territory. The dog either has to adapt to our territory and our behavior or get out of our territory. We as humans mind our own business. We as humans, we walk down sidewalks. We move. We ride bikes. We jog. If our way of life is seen as a threat by a deadly creature with an extremely paranoid mentality, then that creature should not be in our territory. Now, you also mentioned a predatory component, chasing everything that goes by. You cannot tell me that this is not an attack out of the blue. It's attacking me because I'm moving, riding a bike, jogging, or walking. What type of logic tells me that I'm not being attacked out of the blue? We're talking about a creature that is abnormally full of anxiety, fear, and paranoia, that feels threatened by the people that it decides to look at walking by. Nobody's forcing a dog to look out the window of a house. If a dog is inside the home, why would it feel threatened? Cats sit on the window sills, watching people walk by all day, seemingly enjoying the scenery. What is the problem with the dog? Sounds like people are bending over backwards, looking for a way to excuse dog attacks. And when a creature like this usually attacks children, there is no doubt that it should be illegal to own them. I personally don't see any argument. If dogs are hardwired toward predatory behavior and they are also dangerous, then it does not belong in human territory, especially as pets, especially when kids are their favorite targets. Now, Dr. Curtis, I'm going to hold you to the standard of your own veterinarian's oath, which instructs you to use your scientific knowledge and skills for the benefit of society, to protect the health of the public and environment. In my opinion, your statement that was put into the Gainesville Sun goes directly against the veterinarian's oath. This is not a personal attack or an attempt to make Dr. Curtis sound incompetent and to boost myself, image at her expense. It is, however, a direct challenge to her comment and her expertise, and a calling for her and other animal professionals to use their scientific knowledge and skills for the benefit of society, not to cover up for these killers, child maulers. It does not benefit society to avoid admitting that these creatures do not belong in our society. 500,000 kids in the ER each year is far too many. Over 2.5 million bitten is too many. 15,000 reconstructive surgeries on children is far too many. Only a mentally unstable creature feels threatened by the sight of people walking by at a distance at that, while it is in the yard, and especially while it is inside of a home. Threatened to the point where if it escapes its owner's property, it wants to attack people. That is outrageous. Only a mentally deformed creature feels the need to threaten everybody it lays eyes on, attacking people for simply moving, walking, jogging, or riding a bike. This is why we have our own territories apart from wild animals, because they have an entirely different nature, and we don't want creatures with that type of nature around us, and especially our youth. Now, cats are predators as well, but you don't see cats chasing joggers, hissing at random people, attacking random people. Even for animals, this is an abnormal level of anxiety and fear that these dogs have, which is why I personally believe this stems from the fact that dogs are not natural animals. They are man-made mutants that, unlike real animals, have a litany of proven degenerate mutations that I believe are also accompanied by behavioral mutations. This dysfunctional behavior would not be a problem if these were harmless, small rodents. But we're talking about large, deadly creatures that will escape their owner's property and restraint millions of times each year. And the first thing they want to do is find somebody to attack. This is a creature that has no business in the same society as our young, let alone inside the home with our young. And these people have the nerve to play Russian roulette by putting their babies and kids right next to and on top of these creatures. Dr. Curtis, if you and other animal professionals are committed to protecting the health of the public and committed to using your knowledge for the benefit of society, as your oath indicates, you would classify dogs as a child and public safety hazard that are unfit to exist in our society as pets. And this is based on your own statement in the Gainesville Sun. I encourage Dr. Curtis and any other professionals who disagree with me to feel free to challenge the content of these videos. I do not have a degree in behavioral science. On top of independent research, I simply have common sense. Now, I deliberately narrated this to be a PG-13 video to provide professionals with a professional presentation to respond to. And I guarantee you, this anti-dog crusade will grow to such an extent, it will demand mainstream recognition and validation from dog behaviorists, veterinarians, and other professionals who are not afraid to speak up for the safety of our youth. That said, I expect that number to be extremely low, less than 1% of all professionals. The masses are just that brainwashed and out of touch with their natural instincts, which is to create the safest environment possible for ourselves and especially for our youth.
I need you to take a look at this ridiculous video. The narrative that dog attacks on children result from children provoking dogs is so prevalent that one of these sick people took it upon themselves to create an animation in honor of this imaginary scenario. I mentioned this video in the past. I finally found it. I will leave a link in the description box. Now, I challenge any of you dog nuts to research the past, say, 10 most recent dog attacks on children. And if the majority of those attacks were the result of children provoking the dog, I will concede to your narrative that most attacks are the result of children provoking and harassing dogs. But I'm going to save you some time because I already have done the research. And in every single attack, the dog was unprovoked. Many of you saw this video that surfaced recently where this mutt came out of nowhere and attacked the child. It had 3 options, 3 potential victims, 2 adults and 1 toddler. This mutant attacked that girl unprovoked. And you also have to wonder, how could they insist that this is the notorious cause of attacks against children when they list the things that dogs attack for themselves and they confess that dogs have a predatory instinct, that they will chase down and maul a small child simply if the child is running, moving fast. These are also unprovoked attacks. I don't care what it may be in the mind of a mutt. Again, we operate on human standards. You can't say it's not an unprovoked attack simply because it has a predatory instinct. I don't care what kind of instinct it has. And if it attacks people unprovoked, it does not deserve to live among humans. You sick people, so-called humans, really have some nerve to make such an accusation and not present any evidence to support the accusation. We've seen the adult dog lovers try to lie on the children who were attacked in order to save the dog that attacked them unprovoked. Many of you remember this story a few months ago. This dog dug a hole underneath the fence, crawled underneath it, attacked this child, and tried to drag the child back underneath the fence to the other side.
this dog ended up biting this boy's arm off. And these sick people made up a lie. They claimed that the child put a sock on his hand, stuck his hand underneath the fence, provoking the dog. This is what they made up. And they say that the dog didn't know that this was a toddler's hand inside of a sock, and then bit the boy's hand off. The story was so ridiculous, they had to admit that it was a lie. So it's so rare for children to provoke dog attacks that these people have to make a scenario up out of thin air. If it's so prevalent, you shouldn't have to make things up like this. These people, these sick people, decided to show a dog in this video in a room by itself, right? Innocently sleeping like an angel. The child opens the door, right? Horror music is playing in the background. In a couple clips, they briefly made the child completely black. Not racially black, but black as in medieval artistry black, demonic black. The child is shown with rounded teeth. Then a few seconds later, they gave the child pointed teeth to further depict the child as evil. The boy then approaches the dog, and the dog attacks the boy. Then they write, quote, "Learn how to recognize the warning signs and avoid being bitten." This is nothing short of criminal. This is disgusting. Now, all of these are excerpts from the most recent dog attacks. 911 caller, quote, "Oh, this is horrible. He got the baby. He got the baby. He got the baby. He's trying to eat them up. Oh my God. Oh my God. This is a baby." Right? End quote. A baby. We know for a fact this baby did not provoke this mutt. Quote, "A 1-year-old boy is in serious condition after a neighbor's dog attacked him Tuesday in Detroit," police said. Police said the dog slipped out of its chain. Once again, end quote, once again, as always, what actually happens is that the dog breaks free from the restraint of its owner, and the first thing it does is looks for someone to attack, and it is usually a child. Another one. He and his fiancée had argued with the neighbor's family several times over how fast he drove down the residential street. And then one of them yells, "Sick." The dog runs out, and mind you, there's about 4 or 5 kids outside and about 3 or 4 adults. The unleashed pit bull jumped on the child, knocked his head onto the ground, and pulled part of his scalp away from his skull. End quote. There's no need for me to continue. Read the reports for yourself. These mutts attack children unprovoked. We have the articles to prove it. The owners of the dogs themselves confess that they were unprovoked. Of course, attacks on babies are all unprovoked. So what is with this animation, this cartoon? Make an animation about dog attacks on babies. They won't do that.
because they refuse to project dogs in a negative way, in a violent way, which would be a true depiction of dogs. They always try to hide the true nature of dogs behind propaganda. They would never project dogs in the same way that they project the children who are attacked by dogs. These people are absolute criminals. And we just turn our heads. We ignore them. We allow these people to run rampant. Don't even say anything about that. Has to stop. And these same people, these dog nuts, will reference to their ownership of dogs as proof that they are morally superior to people who don't like dogs. How ridiculous is that? Again, there are moments in history where immoral, devilish behavior has been normalized. Slavery was viewed as normal. It was viewed as God's will. They had a bunch of literary propaganda, verses from the Bible that they used, scientific racism, just flat out made up science. They did all of this to remove the guilt of slavery from the population. And this dog nut culture is very similar. They have a bunch of propaganda that they condition themselves with to remove the guilt of orchestrating the mauling of helpless children and babies. And once people lose their sense of guilt, their sense of shame and empathy, as we all know, they become a danger to the entire society. Most of all, a danger to the helpless. And they have the nerve, unmitigated, to put these mutants in every movie, every commercial, and project them as no different from the children that they maul. In fact, as we all know, they project dogs as if dogs are more innocent and harmless than children, as they did in this video, as well as every article that has been written where they suggest that dog attacks on children are the result of children harassing or assaulting these worthless mutants. This is such an obvious crime. Again, veterinarians take an oath to protect the public, to protect the helpless. They should be the ones on the front lines. Instead, it's people like us, everyday grassroots civilians, not the professionals. And we will continue with this relentless crusade against these worthless mutants and their disgusting, enabling owners.
This article surfaced today. Dog bite wounds treated in Oxfordshire hospitals on the rise. They say that basic dog training is not enough to prevent dog attacks. Think about that. Really? When I read this, I was scratching my head like, where are they going with this? What do you mean? Basic dog training is not enough. So they start babbling a little bit, and then they get the opinion or input from 3 different experts. The first is Owen Sharp, Chief Executive at Dogs Trust. He said basic training of dogs is not enough. Close supervision of children and dogs while interacting is the most effective way of preventing incidents. Now, wait a minute. Why are you talking about children? Suddenly, this is an article about children? There are no children mentioned in the headline. They just said dog bite wounds treated are on the rise. Now, they've done this several times in articles that I've shared. And that's their way of letting you know without saying it. This rise in dog bites is primarily children. Primarily children. And that's exactly why this culture is so immoral and sick. Because it's sacrifice. These attacks have to happen for these dogs to exist. And they know it. Everybody knows it. But look at this. This gets a whole lot worse. Immediately, they start blaming children's behavior right off the bat. He continues, unfortunately, when the worst does happen, meaning an attack, not only are children injured, but it can have a devastating impact on the family pet, with some dogs being handed over to organizations like ours for rehoming, or in some cases, euthanized. Look at that. Look at how they worded that. When the worst does happen, when the dog does attack your child, not only is the child injured, but it can also have a devastating impact on the family pet. And it can get handed over to organizations like ours for rehoming or euthanasia, as if that is what you really need to be worried about. Your child injured, oh, that's minor. Let me tell you what your real problem is: the loss of your dog. Now, the crazy thing, this is very crazy. The crazy thing about this paragraph, about this direct quote, is that the way that it should have read is, unfortunately, when the worst does happen, not only do you lose your dog or it gets euthanized, but you can have a permanently disfigured child or a deceased child. Period. That's how it should have read in a normal world. In a world of sane, humane people. Okay? This is very disrespectful. That's just one way of putting it. You could describe this using many different words. Feel free to help us out in the comment section. But when I first read this, I froze. And I had to read it again. Okay, moving on. It said, other data shows, and they start sharing some more. And look at this. Dr. Samantha Gaines. I've talked about her several times. She's made some of the most vile, inhumane, disgusting statements you ever want to hear. Samantha Gaines, head of companion animals at RSPCA, said, we don't ever expect our dogs to bite, but all dogs can. It doesn't matter what size or breed they are. Parents and guardians naturally love the idea of their child having a close bond with the family dog, and in many cases they do. But having a close bond doesn't mean that the dog will never bite. She added a small amount of research by pet owners on dog body language would prevent countless accidents. Katrina Phillips, Chief Executive of Child Accident Prevention Trust. Look at the title of that right there. Child Accident Prevention Trust. You would think that this is some type of pro-child safety organization, right? Child Accident Prevention Trust. Oh, I don't know. Help kids with their balance or whatever. But look at what she said, Katrina Phillips. She said, give your dog a safe space they can go when they need time out from children's exuberance. Even a much-loved family pet can bite if they feel they have no other option. Now, why would they feel that they have no other option? Whenever they say this, they are saying no other option because the child keeps pestering me. The child keeps violating me, keeps staring at me, throwing things at me, taking things from me, hitting me, pulling my ears, pulling my tails. They have cemented this narrative into dog nutter information bases. Like all of their experts regurgitate this very talking point, and you never see it on film. And we've watched hundreds of dog attacks on children. We've never seen it. They are all unprovoked completely. Each of the dog attack reports that I read where there is no video of the attack, they specify it was unprovoked. So these so-called experts are making this up. And actually, someone made it up at some point in history, and the subsequent so-called experts simply read what they wrote and regurgitated it. I think we're dealing with a group of people who are simply incapable of assessing a situation independently. That is, looking at the information, the evidence, the data for themselves and drawing their own conclusion. And that's very, very sad. So let's hope that this changes as soon as possible. Another dog attack. The victim was 5 years old. Because the victim was 5 years old, they're going to blame the victim for the attack.
5-year-old boy is recovering at his home after he was attacked by a dog. Now, this is new this morning. Smoky Bar News says this happened in Greenbrier. This was on Rose Street Wednesday. Now, the boy was visiting a neighbor when he was attacked. He was rushed to the hospital with a serious head injury. We know that dog is in quarantine this morning at animal control to make sure it isn't sick. Police believe the boy could have been alone in the backyard with the dog before that attack.
That's why they said that, to suggest that he did something to provoke it. They're saying he pulled the tail, pulled the ear, took its toy, no adult supervision. You know how kids are. They're going to do stuff like that. That's what they're saying. That's why they said that. And if that's not what they're saying, then what are they saying? What's the point in saying that? Now, they could be saying that the boy's presence alone justified the attack. Like, hey, you're a stranger. I don't know the setup. Was there a gate? Was there a gate left open? But they're saying he was alone in the backyard to save the dog. Won't have to put the dog down. And nothing will happen at all, as long as they push that story. This always happens when the victim is very young. Why is that? And oh yes, you never hear about a mail carrier, one of the most attacked people in society, saying that they pulled a tail or ear. It's always unprovoked. Cops, always unprovoked. When they catch the attack on their body camera, it's always unprovoked. Anytime we catch attacks on camera, it's unprovoked. So, all you fake experts, if y'all going to keep pushing this, and you media outlets, y'all going to have to find at least 5 cases where the victim, the young victim, did something. I want to see an ear pulled, tail pulled, a smack. I want to see some type of provocative behavior from the youngster. If y'all gonna keep saying this, y'all just don't make sense. It's not even possible what you're suggesting here. When it's an adult, you never accuse them of having done anything. You got to answer for that.
The case right now being reviewed by the district attorney's office. The dog's owner could face...
Y'all actually got lawyers looking at this stupid case? Everybody involved in dog culture, you got brain damage. You're not dealing with reality. Again, if y'all going to continue to suggest that all young people do something to provoke dog attacks, show the reports, show the videos.
A pet that took a leak outside will still get some of that urine as tiny water droplets settling on its skin. And when that skin dries, it comes off as pet dander. Airborne particles get into the lungs and can cause breathing problems, just like any particulate matter, end quote. Quote, furry and feathered animals produce dander, a type of shedding made up of proteins from hair, skin flakes, urine, feces, and saliva. End quote. So when you go inside of a home of a dog nut, you are inhaling dog urine, saliva, and feces. Disgusting. When you date a dog nut, you are essentially having oral sex with that person's dog. Allergic reactions to pet dander may include runny and stuffy nose, scratchy throat, watery, itchy red eyes, a rash, or irritated skin. Now, I've heard several dog nuts speak, and many of them seem as if they are always congested, always dealing with serious sinus issues. They always seem to have some type of skin disorder, rashes, hives, etc. Talk about incompatible creatures. Before they had this voluntary relationship with a filthy mutt, they were in a healthy state, clear skin, and they were healthy. And afterwards, you come out with nasty rashes, ringworm, hives. The sound of your voice has changed because you have sinus inflammation. You literally have dog saliva and urine and feces all over your body and even inside your body. And you have the nerve to wonder why some people view you and your obsession with dogs as disgusting and abnormal. Now you have parasites, worms inside of your body, thanks to your disgusting physical relationship with a filthy scavenger. Should be common sense. As a human, you have instincts. When you walk through a forest or jungle and you get a whiff of a carcass and it gets stronger the further you walk, you'll know the most disgusting creatures on the planet because they will be feeding on that carcass. That's nature's way of telling you that you are to get away from this carcass and stay away from any creature that feeds on it. And these idiots of all animals on the planet want to bring those creatures inside their home, lick it, have sex with it. Absolutely disgusting. According to the CDC, over 100 million Americans have parasites, worms, inside their bodies. The same parasites are also present in dogs. These people are literally a group, a population of infected, contaminated people. So I have a special hatred for dogs. Always have, and I always will.
Some people even bring their dogs into restaurants without a care in the world that there may be people in those restaurants who are allergic to dogs, allergic to dog dander, right? Which can become airborne and inhaled, which can contaminate the food. This is not something that evolved beings should have to deal with. So this man was caught on camera kicking his dog.
And now police are looking for a man caught on surveillance video viciously attacking a small dog.
And they want to rescue the dog and bring the man to justice. Eyewitness News Orange County reporter David Gonzalez is live in Anaheim with more and how you can help. David.
Colleen and David, this is just one of those stories that deeply horrifies any and all pet lovers. It took place in the area that you see behind me here. Right now, Anaheim police tell us that they believe the man in question may be homeless, and now they need your help finding him and the dog.
The video is very disturbing.
It was heartbreaking.
They even acknowledge he was homeless. So he could very well have, some mental illnesses.
Devastating.
No concern about that.
We never want to see animals put in that position.
Anaheim police and OC Animal Care are investigating an awful case of animal abuse. Surveillance cameras capture a man Sunday morning around 8 a.m. walking a bike while holding a small dog, possibly a puppy, along a fence line. Because of the graphic nature of the video, we paused it as the man punts the dog. For the next...
Punts the dog. And they paused it right before he punted it, clearly. But why use the word punt? They wrote kicking in the title, but they chose punt. Did he hike it too? That's an odd word, I thought. Sort of takes away the seriousness.
Because of the graphic nature of the video, we paused it as the man punts the dog. For the next 20 seconds, the man is heard beating the animal as the dog screeches and yelps in agony.
A community member did report the video. They sent it in, and we went out and interviewed the reporting party, obviously investigated, went to the scene.
Based on the video, it seems that...
Look at him. He's infuriated. I'm sure he's going through some things if he's homeless.
He is the owner because he is carrying the dog. We believe, based on our investigation so far, that man frequents the area of Brookhurst and the I-5 or Brookhurst and La Palma Avenue in the city of Anaheim.
A second video shows the man walk back to pick up his bike, and what tugs at the hearts of investigators is that the dog still follows closely behind.
They just want loving homes. They want to be with their people.
No, dogs do not know what homes are. Don't tell me they want something that they have no awareness of. And most likely, they'd rather be outside. Like all other animals. Do not tell me that dogs want homes. Least of all, loving. They don't know what love is. And the fact is, dogs don't view aggression the same way we do. The alphas attack pack members all the time. And they still follow the alpha. They communicate through aggression. They establish rank in packs through aggression, fighting. This is nothing to them. Of course it's going to continue to follow its food source. Nothing surprising about that. Nothing heart-tugging about that.
So what we really want is for someone to call and have some information, hopefully, so we can get that dog away from that situation and into a loving family, a home where he's...
Into a home. Now, ain't they the ones that said
that if a dog is abused when it's a puppy, that later in life it might launch an unprovoked attack for no reason, and the victim could be the owner? They don't even adhere to their own rules. Ain't that what they say? If it's a puppy and it's abused, it could attack for no reason at any point. And that's telling you to your face, they're going to try to put these same exact types of dogs into people's homes.
Just loved and cherished.
And who are the real criminals here? Me or you? Us or y'all?
One of the most weird, bizarre behaviors and signs of mental illness among these mutt lovers is how dogs are more important to them than our humans. This is seen most clearly on dating websites, where I've seen countless women who refuse to date anybody who isn't willing to let their dog lick on them, to rub their dog and allow their dog to have its way with them, just as it does with her. And I'm quite sure there are men out here who say the same thing. You must also love my stinking worthless mutt. The most recent comment I read was a woman who said that she loves her dog is family, and if you're going to be in a relationship with her, rest assured you will be loving her dog as well. If you're not into that level of intimacy with dogs, they want nothing to do with you. Right? Again, ask yourself, what other animal on earth would reject their own kind in favor for some other type of animal? They do not even have social relationships with other animals like that at all. It doesn't happen because these mutt lovers are sub-primitive. They're on a lower level of intelligence and evolution than our wild animals. According to childhelp.org, every year, more than 3.6 million referrals are made to child protection agencies involving more than 6.6 million children, right? A referral can include multiple children. The United States has one of the worst records among industrialized nations, losing on average between 4 and 7 children every day to child abuse and neglect. Just as I talked about before, a report of child abuse is made every 10 seconds. It's difficult for me not to wonder if this would be different if people were as crazy about their own children as they are about mutts. According to animalssake.com, in 2007, there were about 1,200 cases of dog abuse. According to the Humane Society, there were about 1,000 cases of dog abuse in 2011. That's between 1,000 and 1,200 cases of dog abuse each year, compared to 3.6 million referrals to child protection agencies, which involve more than 6.6 million children. Without question, these sick, mentally disturbed, dog-worshiping fanatics value dogs more than they value their own children. They are far more likely to abuse their children than they are to abuse a worthless mutt. This is exactly why you always see them walking through the communities with these worthless, ugly animals rather than their own kids. Whenever you see their kids outside, their kids are by themselves, being neglected. The parents are not outside spending time with them. They're not bonding with them. They only spend quality time, and they only seek to bond with their stinking ass, ugly, worthless mutt. This is the level of mental illness they're on. So the statistics and the visual evidence you see every day proves that dogs are more valuable to dog lovers than are humans, as well as their own children and their own spouse. This is literally dog worship. Look at the word worship. Adoration for deity, to show reverence and adoration for, to honor, right? A few synonyms are reverence, veneration, adoration, glorification, exaltation, praise. Without doubt, all of these synonyms, as well as the definition of worship itself, applies to these dog lovers in relation to dogs. Right? There might be fewer cases of child abuse if these people held their own children in such high regard. These social media dog groups are nothing but ongoing dog ceremonies of worship, where they all participate in praising dogs, posting image after image of dogs. And in each post, there are hundreds of people who simply praise the dog's appearance, right? Usually calling the dog cute, gorgeous, beautiful. They're brainwashing themselves. If they were doing this to their own children, there would be fewer cases of child abuse, or making some kind of compliment for these ugly, drooling, disgusting, worthless mutts. They are not engaged in this type of activity on a daily basis, 24/7, for the figurehead of their religion or their children. They gather together and praise dogs and dogs only, all day, every day. When you view the photo galleries of many of these people on their social media websites, they have more photos of their dog than anything else, more photos of their mutt than of themselves and of their family. The obsession these people have with dogs is at a breathtaking level. Do you really believe these people enjoy religious services as much as they enjoy spending time with their worthless mutts? Not on your life. They even go as far as to claim that all dogs go to heaven. Look how much time they devote to creating these outrageous, weirdo-ass memes. These people are possessed by the very existence of dogs. Gilbert Keith Chesterton, an American writer, philosopher, among other things, famously said, quote, "Wherever there is animal worship, there is human sacrifice." And all of these victims, all of these children, all of these infants have been sacrificed to maintain the presence of dogs in our society. Sacrificed so that these people can continue to worship dogs. Hundreds of thousands of attacks each year. Understand, it is irrelevant to point out that there are only 20 to 50 people actually killed by dogs each year, because when a person is being attacked, you do not know if they will be one of those people to die. You don't know if they're going to survive that attack or not. The attack itself is a sacrifice because the life is being put on the line at that time. The threat of fatality is imminent. And despite the hundreds of thousands of serious injuries each year, these people are still willing to put lives on the line, right? Of adults, children, babies on the line to maintain the presence of dogs. They don't even entertain the idea of getting rid of dogs or never owning a dog again. They will even find pleasure in increasing the likelihood of bloodshed to their own children by placing their children and babies near or actually on top of these worthless, dangerous, unpredictable, brainless mutts. And they respond to increasing the level of child endangerment with joy. Right? What do? They smile and say, "Oh, how cute." They want to grab the camera and take a photo, record a video, all in response to having significantly increased the chances of severe injury and death to their own children. They literally sacrifice their own children. They are willing to put their children in that type of danger just so it could be close to or on top of their God, their symbol of worship. Dog lovers are the longest reigning cult of animal worshippers that has been tolerated by society in recorded history. The fact that this government and this media supports and promotes dog worship, promotes the idea of dogs being a part of the family, is an outright crime against humanity, conditioning people against their own health, safety, and overall interest, all for money. The act of calling yourself a dog mom or a dog dad and raising children in a home where a dog is placed on the same level as they are, your own flesh and blood children, which implies to that child that they are no more important to that parent than that worthless mutt is. That is outright sick, satanic, demonic behavior. I dare one of you mutt lovers to argue that with your sick asses. Your flesh and blood child will not get mauled and disfigured by its human brother or sister. That mutt does not process the world or the information in that world with the level of intelligence that that child does. That dog is not on the level of a human being, your child. That dog does not feel emotions like that child does. It is not an extension of your DNA like your child is. Again, doesn't this sound like me trying to civilize cave people who don't even understand what it is to be a real human, who are not evolved? Told you these people are modern cave people, disgusting, brainless people who are dumber than even animals, as I've proven. That mutt did not live in your body for 9 months like your child did. The audacity of these people to place a filthy, worthless mutt on the same level as your child in any way at all degrades the very existence of that child. How can you sit there with a straight face and say that you are the mother or father of a worthless mutt? You people are an embarrassment to humanity. And something seriously needs to be done because your mental issues affect the entire society. And it is memes like this that represent a dog lover's way of admitting to a deeper psychological problem. A person, a human, who considers an animal their best friend is actually calling for help. They are using the animal as a form of treatment for their mental disorder or several mental and social disorders. Now, it has been proven that social anxiety, depression, and other mental ailments affect a larger percentage of the American population than it does the populations of other countries. And it just so happens that there are more dogs in America than in any other country in the world by far. So the country with the highest rates of mental illnesses also have the most dogs and are the most crazy about dogs. The Mayo Clinic says, for people with social anxiety disorder, everyday social interactions cause irrational anxiety, fear, self-consciousness, and embarrassment. Symptoms may include excess fear of situations in which they may be judged, worry about embarrassment or humiliation, or concern about offending someone. Now, here in America, I believe self-consciousness, embarrassment, and fear of being judged is the primary cause of dog fanaticism. When you read the memes that these dog lovers create, it becomes obvious. They have created numerous memes about how they appreciate the fact that their dog does not pass judgment on them. These are blatant admissions of their attempts to treat their social anxiety disorders. Dogs appear in several commercials and movies, as several people mentioned in the comment section to a few of my videos, and it is difficult to get through a single day without seeing a mutt in a commercial or movie being projected as the most loving animal in society, even though the truth is that they are the most hostile animals in society, deadliest animals in society. Even though dogs demonstrate behavior opposite of how they're projected, people still trust them and allow these animals to live in their home around their kids and around their babies. And I do not believe that the human brain, the human mind, was designed to operate at such a low level of intelligence. Most of it is the direct result of social conditioning, projecting dogs as loving creatures, as humans with fur, babies with fur, hence fur babies. As members of the human family, they simply can't talk. And all it takes is for that mutt to snap once, and your child could be dead or mauled. And it just so happens that about 400,000 children each year experience that one time. Yet people continue to take the chance. You're going to have to find something else to love. Like I said, you have social disorders. You do not get enough satisfaction bonding with other humans. So you're looking for a dog. Whereas other animals are totally satisfied with bonding with their own species. You're the only one who has this mental problem. You dog lovers. You take up for these dogs before you take up for humans. I see you in these groups that I'm a member of. You're always talking down on humans, always looking for stories of animal abuse, even though the stories of people and kids being attacked and killed by dogs are 20 times more plentiful. You don't want to talk about that at all. I know how you operate because I bring this up in those groups. You have nothing to say about it. You don't want to talk about your own species. You don't want to speak in defense of your own species. You know that's a deranged being right there. All other species look out for their own species first. That's all that matters to pretty much all animals. They don't give a damn about other species. They only worried about their own. It's only you mutt lovers, you disgusting, deranged, retarded, mentally disturbed people. You are a serious threat to society itself. And the day is coming where we're going to have to deal with you retards and your disgusting, toxic mutts. You're going to be forced to evolve, whether you like it or not. When the dog lover is separated from their dog, they go into depression. All they talk about is how they can't wait to get back home so that they can walk their dog, so that they can lick their dog and let their dog lick on them. They not only show more appreciation for the existence of their dogs, they will flat out tell you that they love dogs more than they love their own children and more than they love their own spouse. This is not some theory of mine, right? It's not only demonstrated in their behavior. These are actual confessions of mutt lovers.
There was a story that came out, I think yesterday, maybe the day before yesterday, maybe even a week ago, about this man who spent 2 million yen to become a dog. He spent the equivalent of 16,000 US dollars for a high-tech uniform that he could put on and pretend to be a dog. Now, many of you know this story actually broke last year. For whatever reason, it has resurfaced. And this man puts on this costume and literally pretends to be a dog. Now, think about that. Take that in. That's him. This is actually him in the costume. You clearly see that's not a real dog waving its paw. Now ask yourself, I asked myself, why would a grown person do this? Why would a grown man do something like this? I'm very sympathetic to the human brain. There are many thoughts that runs through our brains that we can't control, and some of these thoughts we don't want to think about. I understand. But in my opinion, as you get older, desires like this are supposed to fade away. As a very small child, I can understand the desire to become a dog, to pretend to be a dog, to pretend to be many things. As a child, our imagination is all over the place. All over the place. It is literally like you are in a different world mentally when you are a child. It's a very magical moment of our lives. But as we age, the desire to do childish things like pretend to be a dog or any other animal or anything that we are not, especially when you're talking about an animal, that desire should go away relatively quickly. I would say with puberty, right? After you're done with puberty, the desire to do stuff like this should be completely gone. What I see and what I know many of you see in this world is that many people stay stuck mentally in an infantile state where they just mentally are kids forever. And this is just an extreme version of the typical nutter, believe it or not, at least in my opinion, where they are living in an imaginary world. They want to make believe. They want to pretend. Those of you who follow me, you know that I've said this several times about these nutters. They try to live in a world that they actually don't exist in, or a world that doesn't actually exist. The signs of insanity, utter insanity. So most people will look at this as an isolated incident, like, oh, IHD, you can't project this as something common among dog lovers. Oh, yes, I can, because they're all doing the exact same thing, living in a fake imaginary world, pretending on a very infantile level that I just cannot wrap my head around. And I think this is just an extension of the fact that this is a true bona fide mental illness. What benefit is he getting out of doing this? What type of personal pleasure? He claims that this was a childhood... He said this was a childhood dream of his, to become a dog. Again, that desire should have gone completely away. You're just sitting around in a costume. Now, people with money to throw away, to throw out the window, they do silly things. I get that. But this to me is ridiculous. $16,000, I can find much better things to do with it. This is the equivalent of flushing it down the toilet. For you to spend this much money, it's because you truly find some type of pleasure pretending to be a dog. Now, I cannot respect a person like that, who doesn't respect themselves enough as a human to appreciate being a human being enough to not have a desire to want to be a flipping dog. I make a lot of accusations. I charge these people with having a primitive mentality. Can you really doubt that?
It is also criminal and abusive how dog lovers actually treat dogs better than they treat their own children. See, your self-medicating has gone too far. The fact that there are around 1,500 cases of dog abuse each year, at the most, compared to over 3 million cases of child abuse involving over 6 million kids, is unacceptable, especially when there are actually more dogs in this country than there are kids under the age of 12. The treatment of your mental disorder has grown into a type of obsession that is harmful to other humans, harmful to the environment, and harmful to our health and the mental health of your own children. Therefore, the risk far outweighs the reward. Society will soon realize this fact. And when it does, the people will push for dogs to be made illegal, to ban citizen ownership of these worthless mutts. So rather than boasting about your emotional support mutts, you all need to seek professional help for a permanent solution to your mental disorders. Woke up this morning to see that one of my videos had been flagged. Video titled "Dogs Are Worthless Vermin That Thwart Evolution." It was taken down by YouTube for violent or graphic content. Any of you watched that video know full well there's no violence or graphic content in that video. The only content that is a little uncomfortable to watch is dogs eating their own feces. But according to YouTube's policy, if you were to show something that's violent or something that's graphic, it has to be balanced with information, which is exactly how that video is formatted, how all my videos are formatted. I even provide links to the sources of my information at the bottom of my videos. So clearly, there are a bunch of dog lovers who work for YouTube, and they will leave some of the most disturbing videos on YouTube, but will take down a video of anybody who is not a dog lover, who is explaining why they're not a dog lover. You see, they can change and rearrange anything they want to be violent or graphic. Who knows exactly what they're talking about that is violent or graphic content? Because there's absolutely no violence in it. So evidently, I'm going to have to move all of my content to my own website, which I'll be in the process of putting together today. Because it is inevitable that my entire channel will soon be taken down because of these mutt lovers. And it's interesting because I see all these videos where I believe these people should be charged with child endangerment, laying newborn babies next to pit bulls and whatnot. And I never flag videos, but it's pretty pathetic, in my opinion, that these mutt lovers decide to flag a video of people who don't like dogs, who refuse to let dogs live in their home, who refuse to be licked on by dogs, and explain why they refuse to engage in this type of lifestyle. They decide to flag videos like that. Again, this is deranged behavior from deranged people. And a lot of people are like this. They cannot take it when someone disagrees with them, when someone is not like them. I've been over a mutt lover's house, and he got offended because I would not rub on his mutt. No, I don't touch these animals because they carry parasitic eggs and whatnot on their fur. It is disgusting. I'm not a dog person. Not everybody is a dog person, and these dog lovers can't take that because they have mental problems. The fact that they're a mutt lover is because they have mental and emotional instabilities. They have mental problems, and they're trying to compensate it by loving an animal, letting an animal live in their home. Just listen to that sentence alone. Clear your mind. You let animals live in your home. Right there, you don't even have to know the person to know that they have some type of mental problem where they're willing to tolerate a disgusting home, parasitic infested, bacteria infested, piss and shit contaminated home. For whatever reason, it does not matter. You do not let animals live in your home. But it does not stop there. They also allow that animal to lick them in the face, to lay in their beds, on their furnitures. If you are not okay with this type of lifestyle and you voice exactly why you're not okay with it, evidently this is violent and graphic content. Right? Evidently, these mutt lovers will see that as a reason to flag your channel. They're really flagging the videos because their true nature is being exposed for the world to see. They don't want to see people articulate their mental dysfunctions. They're embarrassed, and that's why they want to get the videos removed. Well, the video is going to keep coming, no matter if it's on YouTube or my own personal website. So all you mutt lovers, please flag away, because this crusade will not stop until these mutts are illegal to own. Right? Dogs play around and roll around in the same yard that they piss and shit in. And their disgusting owners will allow them to come right back into the home, which contaminates their home. Dog lovers will let these disgusting mutts go anywhere in the home they want, on furniture, and of course on their own beds. Right? The entire home of a dog lover is contaminated with traces of dog piss and dog shit. This is why, as one of my subscribers mentioned, as soon as you walk into a dog lover's home, it stinks. You get a big whiff of stink. The odor is from the home literally being saturated with dog shit and dog piss. And of course, as I've mentioned before, dogs have a permanent stench, this mildew type of stink that you cannot wash out. And you mutt lovers need to stop denying this. I know for a fact that you cannot wash that smell out of these mutts. They permanently stink. There is no way to deny that dog lovers are disgusting, because there's no way to deny that dogs themselves are disgusting. Now, as a child, this is the type of home I come from. My grandfather had a dog, and that dog lived in what we called a dog house. This is what civilized, clean people do, evolved humans do. They make animals live outside where they belong. Dog lovers don't believe in dog houses. Their own house is the dog house. And as a child, anybody who let that mutt in the house got their asses whooped. Why? Because dogs are disgusting animals. Right? Of course, dog lovers let these mutts ride in their vehicle with them as well, which contaminates the vehicle. Right? Their dog is why their automobiles stink and has hair everywhere in their home and in their automobiles. It's contaminated with traces of dog shit, dog piss, and dog slobber, which is contaminated with its own piss and shit because it drinks its own piss and eats its own shit. Right? And last but not least, these dog lovers allow these mutts to lick them all in the face, all over their physical bodies, to lay on them in their beds, right? And on their furniture. They play with these mutts, roll around with them. They let these mutts lick all over their children, all over their babies. These are disgusting people. This is the behavior of a people who are utterly disgusting. And they're primitive. So the home, the car, and the physical bodies of dog lovers is contaminated and disgusting. And they actually think that something is wrong with people like me who find this unacceptable to live this type of lifestyle. When I refuse to come into your home, it's not because something is wrong with me. It is because something is wrong with you. Nature did not intend for humans to live with dogs. This is exactly why these dog lovers have to get shots and vaccines for these mutts. Right? You got to get the dog vetted, fully vetted. They carry rabies and all kinds of shit that they can pass on to you because it's not designed to live in your home. A dog in its natural state, you would not let it live in your home because your family members would die off and would be very, very sick. So these people are tampering with nature, going against nature. It is a backwards behavior. And worst of all, you let them lick all over your children and babies. In my opinion, this is child abuse. At the very least, this is totally inappropriate and stupid. Wake up. Dog lovers live primitive, disgusting, contaminated lifestyles. And it is in your best interest to avoid physical contact with them, to stay out of their vehicles, and to stay out of their homes, period.
Now I want y'all to look at the title of this video. Why is North Korea promoting dog meat? Because they can. Just like other meats are promoted and prepared in public in some parts of the world, including the United States, people eat dog meat. Dog meat is different from other meat because it's far less quality. It's more filthy, disease-ridden, parasite-ridden, and no doubt it stinks, has a natural stench, just like their nasty stinking bodies.
삼복철을 계기로 전국 단고기 요리 경연이 18일부터 20일까지 룡룡고리에 있는 요리 축전장에서 진행됐습니다.
Competitors gather in their crisp chef's whites before a bustling scene opens up as...
Yes, ladies. Show us your technique. Let's get it popping. They're serious. I like this serious look. This is not a game. We have to treat dog meat the same way other meats are treated and viewed.
Whites before a bustling scene opens up as state media footage shows busy preparations and bubbling broths.
All right. Look like, simmer saute, mutt leg, mutt thigh. You got mutt back popping off in here.
경연 참가자들은 우리 민족의 고유한 식생활 풍습에 맞게
Yeah, you see that? I don't want y'all to miss the caption now. Participants showed their cooking skills to make delicious and nutritious meat dishes. Go on ahead, ladies.
식생활 풍습에 맞게 단고기 요리를 맛있고 영양가 높게 가공하기 위해서
What is this? Slow roasted mutt neck? These small slices. Barbecue mutt tail? What is that?
가공하기 위해서 자기들의 요리 기술을 발휘했습니다.
But this contest is celebrating a habit that creates a lot of noise in South Korea and abroad. The eating of dog meat.
What is that?
Notice that...
What is that? Look like maybe the lining of a mutt's stomach. Or maybe it's just prepared in a certain way. Still got the bone in it right here. You know what it looks like? Mutt ribs. The ribs of a nasty mutt.
Notice that in North Korea's footage, there's no sense of shame, as these dishes are being judged in much the same way as you'd expect to see in any other cooking competition.
Yes.
The contest was held in line with the arrival of Korea's traditionally...
Look at this. Pulled mutt. You know how you have pulled pork? Shredded pork? It's shredded mutt. Kind of simmered. Boiled. All right.
Korea's traditionally hottest days, according to the lunar calendar. On these occasions, it's customary to eat a reviving broth that will counter the draining effect of the heat and humidity. One option many people choose for this purpose is samgaetang, a chicken and ginseng soup, but also steeped in tradition as a weapon against heat and still available in both Koreas is dog meat. Now, here in South Korea, we should clarify that
Right. Look, no, shout out to North Korea and all other dog-eating countries.
While you can still find dog meat, it's a controversial subject. While at the moment dog meat production exists in a legal grey area, politicians have been pushing to ban its consumption.
Why? You're not banning beef, chicken, pork, turkey, frog, squirrel, nothing. Anybody can hunt whatever they want and eat it.
The bill was tabled by lawmakers from both major parties in April, and since then there's been an effort at Seoul city level to fine businesses that sell dog meat. Yet, as South Korea moves closer to the cultural norm that exists in many countries of viewing dogs...
You mean the backwardness?
...dogs solely as pets, North Korea's own mainstream media has no shame in showcasing dog meat. Not that dogs are only seen as meat in the north, which proudly honours its hunting breed, the Pungsan dog, for instance. For North Korea's state media, there seem to be two goals with promoting dog meat at this...
All right, that's definitely ribs. That is a rib cage right there. You probably got a little barbecue rib, mutt rib. You know, pork rib, you got mutt ribs. Look like maybe a mutt leg, mutt thigh, mutt drumstick. Gotta love it, man. I love the equality. The equality that we see here. Right? Let's make our comrade, Chef Mutt Meat, proud. It's an OD to Chef, huh? But no, seriously. We want to demonstrate and show the world that dogs are no different. They're not above any other animal. And you're showing disrespect to the animals of the world by, looking at them as a dish. You don't respect pigs. You don't respect chickens. You don't respect cows, but you respect dogs. That is wrong, no matter how you look at it.
For instance, for North Korea's state media, there seem to be two goals with promoting dog meat at this time. One, the North is showing its concern for the health of the nation, as we've also seen a campaign to prevent heat stroke, especially among those who don't have access to electricity to run air conditioning units or even fans. But continuing on from his father and grandfather, North Korean leader Kim Jong-un is also understood to be taking interest in dog meat, particularly in its quality.
All right.
State media report describes the contest as a good opportunity to raise the level of dog meat restaurants by improving cooking methods. And so
exactly. Make it, as healthy as the other meats, because it's not. These things are so disgusting. What, you eating rabies? You eating all kind of stuff. Parvo. This is dangerous. It's dangerous to eat, but hey, if people want to eat it, I support their decision to eat it, because these things are no better than any other animal. In fact, they're beneath the natural animals of the earth.
Of dog meat restaurants by improving cooking methods. And so, far from being a politically sensitive issue, dog meat seems to be part of a push.
Little onion, little pepper on the side, right? I saw some spinach, I think, earlier.
By the North Korean state to strengthen popular support.
All right. What is it? His name, Kim Jong-un? Hey, shout out to him. I agree, man. Let's get the dog meat restaurants popping. Let's open opportunities where they currently don't exist. I'm all for the consumption of dog meat. Not a problem. Not for me, of course. And even if I did eat meat, I wouldn't eat dog meat. But you cannot stop people from doing what they want to do. And I say if they want to eat dog meat, let them. I'm going to start to keep track of stories like this, these crazy stories of abuse by these dog nuts. I just think it's important to sort of vlog about it, to keep a record on it, because I don't believe that it's that uncommon. I think it's a lot more common than many of us may believe, even though it's not as extreme. There's always some form of abuse taking place inside the home of a dog nut who has kids, right? Brace yourself.
Elsewhere tonight, a Metro mom is locked up, and police say she was calling her children demons and robots and had them living in an apartment filled with trash and more dogs than you can believe for that small a space. News 4's Bria Berry has more details.
The suspect's daughter telling police she wanted to kill herself because her mom is abusive. She was seen trying to jump out of this window, but a neighbor talked her out of it.
And you'd be surprised what you're living around.
Sharon Carter says she had no idea what was going on behind apartment 7735, but knew something was wrong.
Because I saw the little girl take off running in front of my apartment. She was hiding on the side of another apartment with scratches in her face, saying her mom had just beat her.
The apartment unit belonging to Brianna Hale.
There were several kids, 2 or 3 kids in the home, and all of them young kids. These are young kids and living in conditions that no one needs to be living in.
One of Hale's daughters telling police she tried to commit suicide by jumping from the second-floor window. She says she wanted to take her life because her mom is abusive. The child telling police her mom told her, quote, "Go ahead, I wish you were dead anyway." A neighbor calling police and talking the girl out of it.
At the end of the day, you want kids to be with their mother. But if she's psychologically not fit, they need to be with someone else.
Police say the apartment was covered in trash and animal feces. Authorities say more than 36 puppies and dogs were inside the small 3-bedroom apartment.
It was just filthy conditions, not fit for anyone to live in.
The girl telling police her mom accuses her of being a demon and robot. She was placed in her father's custody. In southwest Oklahoma City, Bria Berry, Oklahoma's News 4.
People
What's going on here? What's going on here? So this woman had excrement, dog excrement, all throughout the home. Her daughter threatened to jump out of a window. Right? She entertained the thought of suicide because of an abusive mother who was also a dog nut. They said 36 dogs was in that apartment. 36 dogs inside that apartment. Really? Really? That's insane. Now, this woman was clearly mentally ill. Why didn't anybody know that before she ended up in an apartment with kids? So this is disturbing stuff, and I see it as just an extreme example of the type of abuse that goes on in every single home of a dog lover. Every single home. You bring that worthless mutt home and you tell your kids that this is your brother, that this is your sister, that you are the dog's mother or father, which is another way of telling your kids that this is your brother or sister. That is a form of abuse. That is highly insulting and degrading. And there's many other forms of abuse that go on in the home of these dog nuts who don't view themselves as crazy or who don't behave like this woman. But I believe cases like you just heard is a lot more common. Nobody finds out about them. Nobody's arrested. They're never busted. Many of you may have already heard of that story. I'm going to start vlogging these stories on this channel. Now I'm going to upload a few more in the membership area. Right? Brace yourself again. Here's another twisted, disturbing story from a dog nut.
This is probably the worst one I've ever seen, especially with the allegations, kept in a dog cage. You don't do that to a child.
Police say a 5-year-old girl was locked in this dog cage. These are the dimensions. Court records say she demonstrated she had to lie in a fetal position in the cage.
The child was being kept in or put into a dog cage and kept there for long periods of time, even sometimes with the dog itself.
The child's family members, Charles and Mary DeRonda, now under arrest. Jeremy Cook, a friend of Charles, is still on the run. He also has another warrant out for his arrest for burglary and assault in a different case. Police say DHS was originally alerted after a family member went to the hospital to get treated, but staff became concerned after seeing the girl.
The people at St. Anthony's were concerned about her.
Court records show the home had rotting food, trash, insects, and feces everywhere.
The home had rotting food, trash, insects, and dog feces everywhere. Look at that house. People, you already know. When people have the outside of their home looking like this, you already know what the inside of the home looks like. This is unbelievable. Once again, another dog nut with excrement all throughout their home.
They also say the girl had to go to the bathroom on herself and was not given any food or water.
Wow. That's definitely abuse.
Police say they haven't pinpointed exactly when the abuse started. The girl is in protective custody. Angela Shen, Oklahoma's News 4.
Let me tell you something. I believe over 90%, over 95%, over 99% of all dog nuts, adults, would give a like, a thumbs up,
would co-sign with those memes that say dogs are better than children. Dogs are better than kids. I firmly believe that. And if they didn't do that, I guarantee they didn't speak against it. When you go into the comment section of memes like that, you never see fellow dog nuts rebuking the meme, the message. Everybody co-signs with it. That is disturbing. That's disturbing. And like I said, I don't believe this is all that uncommon. These people look like they live pretty well. It's a nice little home. And they nasty as all get up and abusive. And I believe these are the same types of people, like I always say, that you see on social media in these dog groups, being a dog nut, sleeping with the mutt, taking a photo, video of the dog licking on them. These are the same people who project to the world that they are so high and mighty and morally superior because they are a dog nut. Even though inside the home, they're abusive to the dogs and their kids. They just see being a dog nut as an opportunity or a way to project themselves as superior to other people. Now I'm going to share additional stories in the membership section, but I'm going to keep track of stories like this and vlog about them on my channel publicly as well as we continue and crank up this crusade against these worthless mutants and their enabling parents.
Now let us continue with this crusade against these worthless mutants and their enabling owners. Just a quick rant. I'd like to voice my support for the consumption of dog meat all around the world. The Yulin Dog Meat Festival should be a protected festival, and the hundreds of restaurants that serve dog meat all across Asia should be protected and admired. The hypocrisy of people who eat pork, chicken, beef, and other animals jumps out at you. Majority of people who speak out against dog meat consumption eat other animals. The hypocrisy is absurd. So obviously, these people believe dogs are special, that they are superior to other animals. That to me is disgusting, and it has no basis in reality whatsoever. So when people eat dog meat or provide dog meat, it puts all animals on the same level. How can you not respect that? The Dog Meat Festival should be applauded. If you view the lives of pigs, cows as worthless, don't act surprised when other people view dogs as worthless, especially when dogs terrorize their society on a daily basis. There is nothing special about mutts other than the fact that they are the only so-called animals in our society that have a negative impact on society. Every dog that is eaten represents a dog that is no longer a danger to the life and well-being of someone's child, no longer a threat to citizens or the cleanliness of our water. They are no longer a disturbance of peace, no longer a spreader of diseases, parasites, etc. These creatures are absolutely worthless, and if they can provide food to people then those who slaughter dogs just like other animals are slaughtered for food, they should be applauded, because I'm quite sure dog meat in its essence is cheap because it is a filthy, worthless creature. I am sick and tired of these videos trying to project the Yulin Dog Meat Festival as evil when none of the people protesting would consider these steakhouses evil, or these other restaurants. Pretty much all restaurants serve meat from other animals. They themselves are eating at steakhouses every week, and they have the audacity to cry and scream bloody murder at the sight of a dog slaughterhouse. These slaughterhouses, dog slaughterhouses that have been closed down, people that no longer have a job can support their family, all because you think a worthless mutt deserves to be treated like a human. Other animals, as well as insects, are more important than dogs. The life of an earthworm is more important than the life of your worthless mutt. At least earthworms help to increase oxygen to plants that we eat. Bees are far more important than mutts. Mutts are not important at all. Bees pollinate 80% of the world's plants, including 90 different food crops. 1 out of every 3 or 4 bites of food you eat is thanks to bees. This is not an opinion. You can't say anything like this about a mutt. They destroy plants. They piss on them and kill anything they piss on. They are toxic to our society, toxic to this earth. They represent a disease to the planet itself. Not only are they worthless, they are a problem. According to this article, dogs have driven 11 species into extinction, and they threaten another 188, according to a 2017 study published in Biological Conservation. And somehow, the idea of driving dogs into extinction is seen as evil. No, it is reality. It is nature, especially when a species threatens a dominant species. There is no room for being emotional in these situations. Getting rid of dogs is in accordance with nature. The reason we have these problems is because we are going against the grain of nature by pampering and accepting the presence of creatures that we should drive into extinction. All other pets are simply owned. Cat owners, rabbit owners. The job of dog owners is not only to own them, but to restrain them. You don't have to restrain any other animal. Right? This is why these dog nuts, they don't come on here, they don't argue, they don't make videos refuting anything. If they do, it's absolutely brainless and does not deserve attention. You can't argue with these facts. If all dog owners release their dogs into the streets to become strays, free, like other animals, rabbits, squirrels, only dogs, so-called man's best friend, only dogs would wage deadly attacks against humans. This is not the type of creature that deserves sympathy from humans. It's very simple. I saw a lion documentary a few days ago where a herd of buffalo came across an injured lion. Did they feel sorry for the lion? No. Instead, they started to attack the lion, killed it. Why? Because if the lion recovers, it will again be a threat to themselves and especially their young. The main reason other animals hate lions and other top predators is because those predators will oftentimes target their young. The targeting of a species' young enrages the adults of that species like nothing else in the world. And here it is with humans. They actually pamper these mutts more and more the more kids they maul. This is a very disgusting population of humans today. It is very degrading to our capabilities, intelligence-wise. Such an insult to humanity itself. It infuriates me. We are doing the exact opposite of what nature intended for us to do, and that is to do everything in our power to protect our young. These dog nuts and their culture is absolutely disgusting. That is the exact same relationship dogs have with humans. They target our young. Nobody cares when people eat frogs or deer or goat, antelope, cow, etc. But when you eat dog meat, suddenly all of a sudden people talk about animal cruelty. All of a sudden people start to post images of dogs looking sad. The manipulation of people's emotions begins. It only takes place when dog meat is the topic. Absolute rubbish. Now, the Yulin Dog Meat Festival is said to only represent 0.01% of all dog meat consumption across Asia. And I fully support those people's decision to eat those worthless mutts. The more dogs they eat, the safer their communities become. The more peaceful and healthy their communities become. You can't say that about cows or other farm animals. Only the consumption of dogs enhances the quality of life for humans because they are naturally designed for humans to drive into extinction. Once again, an example of humans not acting in accordance with nature, in fact, doing the exact opposite. So I don't know if there are any videos online in support of the Yulin Festival or in support of dog meat consumption in general. If there are none, I am very happy and humbled to provide the first.
How to train dogs to detect sadness. Now, a lot of these dog nuts, they get off when they want to talk about how wonderful dogs are. Hey, it'll detect when you're sad. That must mean that dogs are emotional creatures, right? They're loving. That's proof of their heart, their big heart. And what all you have to do is Google how to train dogs to detect sadness. The first thing you're going to see is use a treat. And notice, I did not put the word treat anywhere in the search engine, and they put the word treat in bold lettering. Why? Because they're telling you it's all about the food. Use a treat as a reward and as a lure to train your mutt to get down off the couch, to get it to do everything. They taking these photos of this ugly mutt as if in the dog's mind it's thinking about how wonderful the kids are. Oh, I love the stories that the kids are reading to me. Nothing on this mutt's mind but food. They had to train these mutts to come in, lay down, and to stay there, and to not do nothing, to never stand up. And when they would do that, they give it a treat. If it doesn't sit down, it doesn't stay there, it doesn't get a treat. And they do this hundreds of times. And now you want to imply to kids that this thing is actually listening to you tell a story? Absolutely outrageous.
Let go right now. It happens.
Oh my God!
You're gonna hurt the dog, damn it! What the fuck is wrong with you? Jesus!
Don't come back.
Why?
Do not come back.
Don't do it, man. Don't fucking do it.
Get away from
Do not do it. Move on. These things happen.
She's trying to walk away like nothing happened though.
Let it go!
Hey, real quick. Take some fucking responsibility for your dog. That's why I'm mad. That's why I'm mad.
And you're shooting it all the wrong way.
She was trying to walk away like nothing. Whoa!
Now, apparently this guy was in a dog park. At least that's what it says in the description of this video. I'm quite sure he is not a dog owner or a dog lover. But it is clear to me this man was violated in some way by this woman's dog. And what did this woman do? She tried to walk away like nothing happened. And that is why he reacted the way he did. And who was everybody taken up for? The dog. Even though, let's say, this dog bit this man. This dog clearly did something to this man, or else he would not have said that. And when he accused her of trying to walk away as if nothing happened, she would have corrected him. Had she not done that, she would have said, no, I stopped. I tried to reconcile. No. She didn't say anything. She tried to walk away again as if nothing happened. And that is what frustrated this man. That is what pissed him off. And that is why he kicked that dog. Now you have to understand, I don't know who this guy is, but if he is being sued or anything, contact him, tell him to set up a GoFundMe. I'll donate to pay for his legal fees. We need to stick together because there is a lot more of these mutt lovers than there are of people like us. Okay? Again, if this dog bit him or even tried to bite him, came close to biting him, those people shouldn't have been taken up for that mutt. Those people should have surrounded that mutt and beat that mutt within an inch of its life. You don't bite no human. God damn it, you don't bite a human. You don't even act like you about to bite a human. The dog lovers accuse the Chinese. They accuse the Koreans who eat dogs of animal abuse. They charge them with animal abuse. In the minds of these dog lovers, these are the most evil people on the planet. They believe that killing and eating dogs is evil, but killing and eating pigs or cows is not evil, because dog lovers themselves love pork and they love beef. Somehow, something is wrong with dog slaughterhouses, but nothing is wrong with pig and cow slaughterhouses. They say that the people who kill and eat dogs should be killed in the same way that they kill dogs. You see them all over the internet, all over YouTube, all over Facebook, everywhere. Yet, they support the killing of cows, pigs, chicken, and turkeys. In their mind, when a dog in a slaughterhouse is whacked across the head with a hammer and starts screaming, that it is because the dog is more special than the pig that is hit in the head and starts screaming, because the pig ends up on their breakfast plate as bacon and sausage. Hypocrites. These dog lovers rant about animal abuse every day. Yet the only animal they're concerned about is dogs, because there is no way they could see living without hamburgers, barbecue ribs, and other meats that are provided to them after other animals have been tortured and killed. And these dog lovers who eat meat can't seem to wrap their minds around the obvious fact that Asians are just as justified to eat dogs as they are justified to eat chicken, turkey, pork, and beef, and other meats. Now, why can't they wrap their heads around this obvious fact? It is because these dog lovers are deranged human beings. Simple as that.
You have to focus on deaths and deaths only, because it is a small number in most people's opinions, between 50, 20, and 50. Now just imagine you have a room with 20 people inside, and outside the room is this guy, and he has a pit bull on a leash. He wants to find out if the dog is dangerous. So he goes inside the room and takes the dog off the leash. The dog then mauls each person inside the room. Each person is left bloodied and disfigured, but they're not dead. The man then leaves the room, has the dog with him, bloody and all, and he says that the dog is not dangerous at all because it did not kill anybody. That would be an extremely desperate attempt to project the dog as harmless. Actually, it would be a flat-out lie. And that is the same basic argument whenever they exclusively argue the likelihood of being killed by a dog, trying to project the dog as harmless, trying to deny that the dog is dangerous. They completely ignore people who are attacked, who are bitten, who are seriously injured and disfigured, as if to say, as long as it doesn't kill you, you have no right to complain about anything else it may do to you. It's not even a concern. It's like walking into a hospital and looking at a person who has been severely mauled and saying to that person while they're sitting there wrapped in bandages and disfigured, saying to that person, well, it didn't kill you, so what's the big deal? He pointed out that your chances of dying by a dog bite are 1 in 116,000 plus. But dogs actually bite 1 out of every 69 people, according to this source. Most, or pretty all other sources have similar numbers. And for every 5 people bitten, at least one of them will need emergency care treatment. And over half of all that are bitten are children, right? Dogs disfigure about 1 out of every 167 people. Compare these numbers. He would not dare deal with these types of numbers. Again, over half are children. I cannot imagine having a child who has been mutilated and disfigured, and hearing people like this use the unlikelihood of being killed by dogs to project dogs as harmless and acceptable in society, as if what happened to my child isn't even worth acknowledging, as if being attacked by a dog is not a problem. Only if it kills you, that's the problem. And it is scary to me how people like this can make appearances on NBC and write articles like this and have no fear of damage to their credibility. And he had the nerve to call this article, to name this article, Lies damn lies and statistics behind dog bites. If this were a live presentation, this article, and I had the authority, I would have it cut off right in the middle of it and order him to be escorted out of the building. For him to even fix his fingers to type something like this is an outrage. Now, he admits that children are most likely to be bitten, but he complains that when it's a pit bull, the media points out that it's a pit bull to attract viewers who will then engage in, quote, mudslinging of pit bulls. He is against banning pit bulls, and I assume other bully breeds that are labeled or treated as pit bulls. He says, quote, "We will never live in a world without dog bites or risks, nor will we ever live in a world without irresponsible people," end quote. As I've said, the irresponsibility is in owning them, is in making them legal to own. That's the irresponsible part. There's no such thing as a responsible dog owner. That is an oxymoron, as I've said before, because there will always be what he calls irresponsible owners, as he himself even said. That is exactly why they should all be illegal to own. He continues on saying, we can, though, live in a world where dogs are judged as individuals and by their actions rather than their appearance, and owners are held accountable for the actions of their dogs, end quote. As individuals, he said. In other words, don't ban pit bulls or pit bull types. Don't ban the breed. Wait until they actually attack someone and then punish the owner, but do not euthanize the dog. Again, this guy has saved 250 dogs from death row. One of the dogs he has was shot by a cop. I wonder why. He is against dogs being euthanized. In other words, he supports putting people, mainly kids, at risk, permanent, continued risk, no matter how many times those dogs attack, which is exactly what he does at his youth-oriented dog bite prevention classes, allowing kids to get close to a pit bull and touch it, to offer it snacks or whatever. Look at how he is watching the dog, as this child is only a few inches away. His eyes are locked on the dog, looking for signs of a possible attack. He's basically bracing himself. Look at the grip he has on the dog's collar. Look at how his body is covering half of the dog's body. He is literally restraining it. How could you possibly advocate the presence of a creature that requires that level of restraint in the presence of children? And he is lining children up in a single file, saying, hey, come over and pet it. It's friendly. That is absurd. Look at the expression on some of the kids' faces. You could tell that some of them could sense that this entire setting was flat out sinister, unsafe. Look at the black boy in the middle. He is very hesitant, clearly questioning this situation. He has no intention whatsoever on reaching his hand out to touch that mutt. At such a young age, this is brainwashing, conditioning children. And this is what makes children walk up to random dogs to pet it, just like he's teaching them to do here. And those kids end up getting mauled. Several dog attack stories involve kids who tried to pet the dog. How is this not criminal? How is this dog bite prevention? Convincing children to view dogs as anything other than dangerous is not prevention, and it is not productive or ethical at all. He says only 1.8% of all dog bites treated in emergency departments result in hospitalization. Now, if you do the math, he is specifically talking about the 30,000 adults, approximately 30,000 adults, mainly kids who need reconstructive surgery each year. 30,000 per year, reconstructive surgery. He packages that statistic in the most harmless way possible, and he did that deliberately. I told you, it is a con game. He uses the same deceptive, misleading tactics that these animal shelters use when they're trying to adopt out dangerous dogs. Look at what he wrote here. Belle the bait dog, rescued from a suspected fighting location to teaching dog safety / bite prevention classes with me. So the dog has a violent history, exactly the type of dog that they say are most likely to attack. And he has kids gathered around this pit bull, teaching them that they should not view these creatures as dangerous, that it is in fact a loving creature. If there were no dogs around, if all dogs were banned, illegal to own, you would not need any stupid dog bite prevention classes at all. The only reason such a class would be justified is to counter the irresponsibility of owners, people who purchase them, and the irresponsibility of laws that makes them legal to own. What these kids should be made aware of is that dog advocates like this man, Stephen Baldwin, are putting them in danger. Dog advocates, pit bull and otherwise, are actively sacrificing children. That's what they need to be made aware of. Adults who bring aggressive, deadly creatures into the communities at the expense of child safety. Several children are going to get mauled. 500,000 will go to the ER each year as long as adults continue to bring them into our communities. And these adults are willing to accept that. So all of you children who may be listening need to understand that. They know that many of you are going to get mauled, going to get attacked. Well over 2 million of you each year, more like 8 million. Nearly 500,000 of you will need emergency care treatment. About 15,000 of you will be disfigured and will need reconstructive surgery. And they are willing to accept that. The adults, people like this guy, they are willing to accept it. That is what kids need to be made aware of. He calls himself trying to counter irresponsible parenting about dogs. And he is actually encouraging attacks. The kids who walked up to random dogs to pet it and were mauled were taught by adults to do that. Now I will leave a link to this article in the description box. It is very twisted. From this point forward, I will make it a point to challenge the expertise of specific people, dog behaviorists, and any other dog expert / advocate who publicize material like this, what I see as false, misleading, dangerous information. Stephen Baldwin, your article ignores and disregards over 99% of all dog attack victims. Right? That includes those who are bitten and those who require emergency treatment. You did acknowledge people who require reconstructive surgery, but in my opinion, you showed disregard and disrespect for that group of victims by describing them as only 1.8% who are hospitalized. My channel is very small, so he may not feel that I have a platform big enough to get his attention, and that's fine. But if this is all that their experts have to offer, then challenging their expertise of their experts will be like Christmas. We have sat in silence while dog advocates, pit bull advocates, have been speaking long enough. It is our turn to give the other side of the story.
Even if he was an aggressive dog, I can't see an animal like that all beat down, and because it's ultimately our responsibility. Someone failed him somewhere.
Wow. Now, did you hear that? He said even if it was aggressive, don't touch it. That's basically what he said. Even if it is aggressive, he said, I can't see a dog being beat down like that.
But together, they're giving these pups hope and love.
Even if he was an aggressive dog, I can't see an animal like that all beat down, and because it's ultimately.
What are you talking about? I can. Dog try to attack me or try to attack anyone. If they got a bat or something that they can use to defend themselves, yeah, I can see a dog being beat down. I can see it being shot. I can see it being stabbed. If it attacks someone and that person has that weapon, yeah. And in that scenario, the dog got exactly what it deserved. But you hear this nutter. You hear what he's saying. He's saying that even if it attacks you, don't touch it. And that's what he means, people. I'm not putting words in his mouth. That's what he said, and that's what he means. Y'all remember that guy who was being attacked by 3 pit bulls? And the police pulled up. They were about to shoot him. And then that's when the owner walked up and said, no, don't shoot him. She told those cops not to shoot those dogs as the dogs were attacking the man. So I know that that is what this man meant, because there are other nutters who said the exact same thing. Even if it's aggressive, don't touch it. And that's exactly why they never tell you to use a gun to defend yourself against a dog attack. They never tell you, even though in each state we have a right to use a gun. And that's what needs to happen. More dogs need to be shot to send a message. Okay? Shoot them in self-defense. Don't just get mauled and be a victim. Uh-oh.
Animal cruelty and hate crimes on animals.
But together and love.
Even if he was an aggressive dog, I can't see an animal like that all beat down, and because it's all.
Ain't that a low IQ thing to say? Even if it was aggressive, I can't see a dog beat down like that. What are you talking about, dude?
Ultimately our responsibility.
And then he said it's ultimately our responsibility. So he's saying that if the dog was aggressive, then it's our fault. It's humans' fault. Y'all have heard this talking point before, that aggressive dogs they're aggressive because humans failed them.
Even if he was an aggressive dog, I can't see an animal like that all beat down, and because it's ultimately our responsibility. Someone failed him somewhere.
Is it someone failed him somewhere? No, I'm not responsible for aggressive behavior for some dog somewhere, and nobody else is either. It don't matter if dogs are raised in a family home or if they're strays. They're all violent, and so that kills your argument. Dogs that are violent, there are dogs that are violent that were not raised by nobody. What are you talking about? How many of y'all seen this? It took place about 10 years ago. These two guys got in a fight in a store. The guy on the ground starts getting attacked by his own dog. Now it's violent, so I can't show it. but I'm going to play the audio for you and show you just a small portion of it.
You touch me. Oh, hey, get off him, man.
So the guy's on top of him, just punching him, and his dog is trying to attack him.
Oh, come on. Why the you guys not breaking this shit? Because you hit me first. I didn't even touch you. Hey, why are you? Stop. Hey, stop, you fucking gave your dog a piece of bread. Oh, why are you biting me, dog? Oh, what the Hey, let go of me! No! It's his own dog! His own dog!
That's his own dog. Now, why did that dog attack its own owner? I'll tell you why. It's because his owner was in a defeated state. Dogs will just automatically attack anything that appears to be already pre-weakened. Its desire to do that is stronger than its desire to continue to get food from the person it's attacking. That's how deranged these mutants are. Man's best friend, huh? That dog had all the opportunity in the world to attack the guy beating up his owner. Dog never even took one bite at the guy beating up its owner. Then the guy stands up and kicks the man in the face. Clearly a display of aggression against the dog's owner. And what does the dog do? The dog immediately latches on to its owner. Man's best friend, huh? More like deranged, neurologically challenged, deformed mutants. Good for nothing, absolutely worthless, and has no place in society.
Dogs have absolutely no respect for their owners. In fact, I'm totally convinced that dogs actually view their owners as incredibly stupid. You'll hear mutt lovers rant about how dogs are loving creatures. They will post photos nonstop on social media trying to support that, showing dogs with a certain expression like they're so pitiful and innocent and loving. Right? That all they want to do is be loved and to love you. And this video is actually inspired by a comment from the user Nikola Tesla, which reads, "You always hear these dog wackos saying how they love dogs or animals in general more than people. They'll say that the dog is only there to love them, while other people, even their children and spouses, are just pains in the ass. Well, perhaps if someone would feed me, give me shelter, rent-free, show me constant love and affection 24/7, pet me, give me hugs and kisses, and every single goddamn thing I do is cute, all while letting me lie around all day for my entire life without ever expecting me to bring any income or anything at all to the table, then I would undoubtedly be there to love them too." Of course, the humans in the lives of these batshit crazy dog lovers don't show them the same level of affection as their smelly dogs do. That's because they are not getting the levels of love and affection that the dogs get. These nutcases need their dogs so badly because it seems that a brain-dead, goofy dog with his dumbass tongue hanging out is the only creature willing to hang with them and deal with their crap. And even then, it's only for the food. End quote. Now think about it. In the wild, you do not find animals that will provide food and shelter for other animals. A lion would not hunt an animal and bring it back for a hyena to eat. The act of providing these mutts with free food, free shelter, and affection is very unnatural behavior among animals. Like, the only beings that animals are willing to feed is their own children. So when they see a stupid mutt lover, allow them into their home, around their family, provide them with an endless amount of free food, and rub on them all the time, and the dog knows that it has done nothing for you to deserve such treatment, that dog is going to view you as very, very stupid. It's going to think something is wrong with you, wrong with your brain. And they will do whatever they have to do from that point. They're going to play along and display all the behaviors of affection that they're designed to. Wag their tails and lick on you. And in return, they get free food and free shelter. But they have absolutely no respect for your intelligence. They can't. Because they know they've done nothing for you. And they know that they are not your literal child, but you act like and treat them as if they are. I showed this clip on yesterday's live stream, but I wanted to hold off and draw attention to this point, because the more you learn about this dog nut culture, the more you realize how unstable and dangerous these people are. Now, you've heard me go over the information from their own experts who say that the way to train mutts is to establish yourself as the alpha. You can do this research yourself. This reads, you, your family, all humans, they are first to do everything. This is how you establish yourself and all other humans as the alpha. You're the first to eat, first through the door, up and down the stairs, so on and so forth. This is from their own experts, right? Even Jos Laverette mentioned this exact same thing. You will find this from all dog trainers. And as we saw on that clip from yesterday, these two mutts went through the door first. And that makes this near attack on this mailman even more dangerous. And it is unfortunate that animal control could not simply look at this film and detain these mutants, because they are the alpha in this home. And these airheaded dingbats, I don't even believe are aware of that fact. And that is inexcusable. All of these dog nuts, it should be mandatory that they know these basic rules. So these mutants feel like they're the alpha, forcing their way through the door first. They feel like they lead the pack. Another trainer said people make jokes all the time about how their mutt runs the household. It's funny because we all get it. Our mutts can be quite demanding, but if it's intentional, it's not a good thing. If your dog thinks he's really the boss, it's not funny. Says she has a friend who has a Chihuahua. She says he's the cutest thing as long as you keep your distance. To try to interact with it is a battle of wills. He wants to dominate. He wants to let you know that he's in charge from the get-go. He insists on standing in your lap and licking your face. If you try to put him on the ground, he gets right back up. She thinks it's so cute the way he acts. She says, "Oh, look, he loves you."
And this trainer says, no, he doesn't. He's trying to make a point. He's trying to establish dominance. And you see this type of carelessness with all these dog nuts. Your dog practically knocks you down to enter doorways first. This dog trainer lists this as a sign that your dog believes that it is the leader of the pack. And that makes this near attack on this mailman even more dangerous and insidious. And it's unfortunate that animal control could not simply look at this video and have enough evidence to detain and euthanize these mutts. But without question, these airheaded dingbats have no business owning these mutants. And this is according to their own stupid standard, which I don't believe. I don't believe that you can make a mutt harmless by establishing yourself as the alpha. As it is, according to their own experts, it is normal for dogs to challenge the alpha. So this is a worthless line of training. And that may have been why these mutants were so eager and comfortable to chase this mailman away. Think about that. These airheads not only allow the dogs to run the show, they leave these mutants off leash. Off leash. And this is pretty common among these dog nuts. So be aware of their own rules and regulations. It's unfortunate that these people are not required to learn this stuff before they become dog owners. But that, again, would not justify the presence of these brain-dead mutants. We don't understand how these things think. And based on what we do know, it's normal for them to challenge their own alpha. They may not attack their owner if their owner establishes themselves as the alpha, but nothing guarantees that you won't be attacked. May not attack its owner, but it may attack everyone else. But according to their own rules, laws, and regulations, whatever, this stupid nonsense, these people have no business owning dogs. The more you learn about this disgusting dog nut culture, the more you realize how completely dangerous, unstable, and out of their minds these dog nuts actually are. And we will continue to expose these degenerates as we continue with this merciless crusade against these worthless mutants and their enabling owners. I want to give y'all another example of how horrible dogs are for communities. Dog owners are the most dangerous people to have in your community. Man stabbed while defending himself from unknown attacker's dog. This man was out minding his business. Suddenly is attacked by a dog. And he's unarmed. But he's defending himself. Punches and kicks. While this is going on, the dog owner walks up and stabs him in the chest. You heard that right. And I've said several times, if these people crazy enough to risk their own life and their families' lives, they're crazy enough to stab you in the chest. They're mentally unstable. Their ownership of these mutants tells you they're extremely mentally unstable. You have to stay prepared. Stay armed at all times until all world governments drive these worthless, good-for-nothing mutants into permanent extinction as they should. Their lives are not only completely worthless, their lives are counterproductive, and they have nothing but a negative impact on our existence.
Dogs contaminate their owners with everything that is disgusting about dogs themselves. I'm saying their body is contaminated. And as a result, dog owners themselves are disgusting. If you're contaminated with the disgustingness of your mutt, then you are also disgusting. You don't kiss these people, dog lovers, ever. Because earlier that day, their dog licked on their face. The face and mouth of a dog nut is full of germs. It's disgusting, bacteria and parasites. Same goes for their hands and their entire body. Dog nuts have mental disorders. We have to face it and call it like it is. They have mental disorders. If you see a human defecate on the ground and then turn around and eat it and play in it, you are going to conclude that that person has a mental disorder. Doesn't matter if it's a dog. The behavior itself must be judged. If you see another person, walk up to that person and hug them, right? Hug this person who just ate their own feces and is playing in their own feces. Another person comes up and hugs them, kisses them, allows that person to lick on them. You would conclude that that person as well has a mental disorder. Now, the person who defecated and decided to eat and play around in his or her own excrement, that represents the dog. The other person represents the dog lover. This is why I would never, ever date a dog lover. Let us continue with this merciless crusade against these worthless mutants and their nasty owners. I really don't have a topic on this video. I just had a strong urge to hit record and talk because once again, I am infuriated. Now, all of the celebrities that you see on your screen right now contracted Lyme disease. And it just so happens that every one of these celebrities are dog lovers. What a coincidence. Lyme disease, not a disease that you want to deal with. When you see a dog infected with Lyme disease to a severe degree, it is very unsightly. But all it takes is one tick. And somehow these people contracted Lyme disease. It's no joke. As I said before, you need to view dog lovers as a disease-ridden people who have a wide variety of infections due to a wide variety of bacteria, viruses, right? Zoonotic diseases. And you need to, for the rest of your life, practice social distancing when you deal with these people. Now, all of these celebrities contracted psoriasis. And psoriasis is present among dogs. And it just so happens all of these celebrities are dog lovers. Right? There is no denying reality. And when you look at the physical appearance of dog lovers, on average, they tend to have more problems with their physical body. They tend to always be congested, right? Sounds like their noses are plugged. They're always coughing. They are very disease-ridden people. Campylobacter, a disease that they get through physical contact with contaminated feces. And you got to wonder, are these people actually touching the excrement from their mutt? Or are they inhaling enough through the dander to become infected? Right? You have to consider the possibility that there are many aspects of zoonotic diseases in regard to dogs and dog owners that they do not tell the public, because it would turn dog lovers off to the point where they would lose a lot of money. A lot of people would refuse to purchase dogs. Many would give their dogs away. Scabies infects about 1 million people in the United States each year. And this is a very disgusting disease, skin infection, where scabies mites burrow holes into your skin, and they lay eggs, they lay feces, and they multiply right there in your skin. It's disgusting. And this is a condition that runs rampant in dogs. You have to consider the fact that dogs are always outside on the ground, always eating feces, rolling around in feces and urine, lapping up. These are bottom feeders, the most disgusting type of creature you can have in any environment. Psoriasis infects about 6.7 million people in the United States each year. Right? These are several different types of diseases. It is undeniable that several of these infections, probably the vast majority, come from their dog. Salmonella, about 40,000 cases each year. MRSA, a very debilitating type of staph infection, infects about 1.2 million people each year. These people are highly infected, highly disgusting, and you need to avoid physical contact with these people at all costs. Stay away from them. And all you mutt lovers, I want you to know you are nasty. All of you are disgusting, and we are going to examine you over the course of several videos for as long as I have this channel. Because like I said, 3 out of every 4 new diseases in humans are zoonotic. And I firmly believe that most of them come from your nasty interactions with these disgusting mutants.
The source was traced to a family dog that slept with them and licked their faces. This is a type of staph infection, which literally is a bacteria that eats your flesh. They say in the United States, the most common parasitic zoonoses linked to dogs were caused by hookworms and roundworms. Of course, I've dealt with this before. These are disgusting parasites that live not only in your intestines, but throughout your entire body. I heard one female say that she found a worm in her vagina. Right? Some scientists have suggested that these worms can get transferred to humans after contact with the eggs on a dog's fur. So simply by rubbing these mutts, you can catch a parasitic infection. This is why I advise people to avoid physical contact with animal lovers, especially dog lovers. These people are so disgusting and contaminated. They truly are a different class of human beings altogether.
This just in, one dog lover punches another in the face. There's the punch. And the lady who was punched mocks the punch. Now it looks like a young lady and an older lady. The young lady could have been armed. She could have had a knife, gun. She could have known martial arts and really did a number on this older lady. It just goes to show these are psychopaths, sociopaths. They don't care about their own life, their own safety, or anyone else's. And I know this is one of the reasons why some people don't want to confront dog owners. Fine. You don't want to deal with a lunatic like this. Just try to record a video and make sure that they can't see you. But do not get too close to these people. They're very quick to get physically violent. We saw that older man who punched that teen who was defending themselves from his dog. Several cases of mental illness here in the United States. It's on us to defend ourselves from them. So as you all know, I'm very critical when it comes to dog owners. I'm most critical of small women and women who are very much out of shape. They're the least capable of controlling a dog after a toddler, and really toddlers should not be in control of them at all. But I want y'all to look at this. This is what happens typically when a dog launches an attack. Now this lady is walking her dog and another dog comes out of nowhere and attacks her dog. Watch her fall. Watch her get up and fall again over nothing. She's going to get up and fall again just to fall. She's fallen 3 times. Nothing forced her to fall. Nothing pushed her down. She is just heavy, out of shape, and dizzy. Clearly, you see, can barely stand upright. Now, how is this person supposed to be, or a person like this, supposed to be able to protect you from an attacking dog? And then she stands up and just stands there. She still looks shaky on her feet. Now the dog, her dog, died. It was effectively mauled to death by this dog, but what really caught my attention was her inability to control her own body. If you cannot control your own body and do something as simple as standing on your 2 feet, I don't know if this was in part nervousness or whatever, you really have no business being in possession of a dog. And these are the types of people out here in the world calling themselves responsible dog owners. Y'all see some of these dog owners. They're about 5'3", 200 pounds. They are big and round, out of shape, not in athletic condition, which makes matters worse because young, powerful men still cannot control these things. But this is not the first time I've seen a dog nutter fall. Trip and fall over nothing. And this woman, it's like a flurry of falls, like a fall combination. How do you manage to do that? You know what her real problem is? She has extremely weak legs, because you can see her try to stand up, but she really don't have the power to do a squat. Some of you who work out, you know what she needs to do is do squats, build up her calves, hamstrings, and quadriceps. So there you go, people. When you see a lady out of shape, some petite, raggedy woman with a large, powerful dog, understand she is going to be worthless if that dog tries to attack you or your family. I want to show y'all another example of what multiple adults do when dogs launch attacks. people in general are worthless at preventing attacks, stopping them before they happen, worthless at stopping them after they've started.
Woman says that she feared for her life and that of her dog. This says a pit bull attacked her dog.
It happened in Lock Haven, and the attack was captured on video. 2822 News I-Team reporter Andy Mahalchik joins us now in the studio with more. Andy, what have you learned?
Well, good evening, Cass. Today, quite the dramatic scene in Lock Haven. An 81-year-old woman takes her dog for a daily walk. It turns into something, a nightmare she'll never forget. And we warn you, the video is disturbing. A home security camera captured the attack last...
Y'all see the dog right here. You see us off leash. And it looks like this dog is just wandering the neighborhood. And this is a bully breed.
A home security camera captured the attack last Wednesday morning. A pit bull is on the side of a building.
Look at how it immediately went after that dog as soon as it saw that dog. Clearly, this is instinct. They're not full of anxiety. They're not fearful. None of that nonsense. They're just killers. No reason to admire these things.
A home security camera captured the attack last Wednesday morning. A pit bull is on the side of a building, then attacks.
How effective is she at stopping this attack? I don't care that the pit bull is not hers. It wouldn't make no difference, because if that was her dog and it launched an attack, she'd be just as worthless. But this gets worse. Here comes another adult. Remember, the law calls these people guardians, protectors. That's your security if you get attacked. Young people, if you are being mauled by this dog, these adults would be doing the same thing you see on this video. Ah, oh my God. So she said, whose dog? So I don't think it's their dog. It's pit bull just wandering the neighborhood. 3 adults watching the ball. Oh my God. Oh my God. This is all fear, because they know what could happen if that thing directs its aggression at one of them. So this nonsense about being a responsible dog owner is just that. Now we got 4 adults. And this is what happened when these things attack youngsters. This is what happens. You have a dog, just worthless. What she throw? She threw something at it. Yeah, that's what they do. Okay, but when these things are attacking, they usually ignore all of that. Boy, oh boy. And look how old this lady is. What is you doing walking a little tiny dog? Craziest thing in the world. I see these old people all the time. They're a magnet for these killer dogs. Lord, and that is a good reason why older people shouldn't own these things. There are a bunch of reasons why people should not be dog lovers.
I've cried and cried and cried a river.
You need to think and think and think. Elderly woman walking dogs. Lord, if she was out just walking by herself, you'd be in enough danger if you encountered one of these things. And if she were by herself, she probably would have attacked. That dog probably would have attacked this lady. What in the world, what kind of world do y'all think we live in?
81-year-old Bonnie Kephart's 10-year-old Shih Tzu, Mitzi, survived.
Nasty spit face covered mutt. I don't care that it's not lethal. That is disgusting. Things is always saturated with dog saliva.
But suffer serious injuries. What was going through your mind when you saw your dog in the mouth of this, looks like a pit bull?
Yes. Oh, we thought she was dead. He just shook and shook and shook the dog. If he would have been one step closer to the house, her head would have hit the house and she would have been gone.
Kephart says it never should have happened.
I want the pit bull put down. I don't want this to ever happen to anybody.
She wants that pit bull put down. See, this is what I hate about dog culture. All of them are this way. No dog is above doing what that pit bull did. No dog is above doing that to a human or to a youngster. And y'all really need to get off that. As if until these things attack, they're just like human beings, just as civilized and normal and acceptable in society. Get out of here.
Again. But the dog law warden in State College said they're going to try to claim it as a vicious dog.
They're all vicious. Lord.
Traveled from Maryland to make sure his mom and Mitzi were okay.
I made her lose. Lord forbid if it would have bit my mom instead of the dog. I think we would be having a totally different conversation.
Now, I spoke with the owner of the pit bull. At this point, I'm not identifying him. He did not want to comment on the incident. As far as we know, charges have not been filed in the attack. We do know that Lock Haven Police and the state dog warden are investigating. We reached out to both. We have not yet heard back.
You see, it's easy for these people. I'm telling you, dog owners have a very strong urge to let their dog outside off leash. It's like a natural urge that they have because they want to see the dog free like nature intended. So there's a chance that they're going to get away from their owners no matter what, no matter how responsible you claim to be. You have to take that thing outside from time to time. No matter if it's on a leash or not, they get away. This happens all the time. No such thing as a responsible dog owner. And that aggression that you saw right there on this video, that was not fear. That was not territory aggression. That wasn't anxiety. That was bloodthirst. These worthless so-called experts trying to tell us that it's always fear related. Get out of here. We got the footage. This is bloodthirst. And that thing attacked that dog just as fast as they attack youngsters all the time. Violating the law. They're all dangerous. And they're inside of millions of people's homes violating the law. It's a matter of sitting back and waiting for the next phone call. Somebody getting their head bit off. What you see on your screen is the single greatest threat. They top the list. And that's people outside with 2 bully breeds. We all know full well they are not in control. They, meaning the owner. The dogs are in control. And if they want to, they can break free. One of these things can snatch them off their feet, clean off their feet. So understand what you have here. These people are worse than thugs and gangsters. Far worse. And they create the exact same type of environment. I would argue worse than gangsters and thugs. So I want to give a tip. If you live alone and it's nighttime and you want to take out the trash or something like that, make sure you drive, no matter how short of a walk it may be. Drive. That way you can illuminate the entire area. See, at nighttime, these people like to take these mutants out. And I want to show you the video. I actually recorded this lady. I pulled up, I had my lights on her, and I sat there, pulled out my camera, and recorded. She seemed kind of startled. She could tell I was following her, but I only followed her to get the footage. You clearly saw that. Well, not clearly.
but you saw her with those bully breeds. See? And understand, you're not supposed to have dogs over 30 pounds in this apartment complex. No dogs over 30 pounds. You see how rules like that are worthless. So it's up to the people to enforce the rules. We have to make noise about this. And I am. I'm going to send this video to the landlord and maybe a few other people. But this is how it starts. They say no dogs over 30 pounds for a reason. And these people feel like they can do whatever they want because of how society pampers them. Why wouldn't they? And no matter where you go, stay armed. At least have a BB gun. If you don't like guns, at least have a BB gun and 2 pocket knives. It sounds extreme, but you're responding to something extreme. This is not the type of world where you can just walk out and take out your trash or walk and get your mail. If you live in urban areas somewhere and there's a lot of gangs around, if you're walking to the store or whatever at night, for the most part, you don't have nothing to worry about. At least I'm speaking for myself. I've been in many hoods. I've never had any problems. But the worst type of community is one where you could be walking to the store or something, taking out the trash, and you get beat up and mugged. What do you think happens when you encounter these people? And it is, I would argue, more likely that if you walk up late at night and there's a lady by the dumpster with 2 bully breeds, if you try to walk up right next to her and these dogs, those dogs will get aggressive. And once they decide to attack you, it's a wrap. No matter what you do, stay armed. So the owner of that husky that bit the boy's arm off did not want to speak on camera, but he told ABC News that Polar and Bear, the names of the 2 dogs, provided emotional support for his wife and daughter. Right? How pathetic is that? Ridiculous. I've talked about this pathetic emotional support nonsense. Now he felt pressured by the county to give up the dogs. He didn't want to, in other words. Bit a boy's arm. This is how immoral these people are. These people are absolutely crazy. Sociopaths don't give a damn about nobody. These are psychos. Felt pressured to give them up? Why didn't you want to give them up is the question. Protect yourself from these crazy ass people. These are the type of people that own these deadly creatures. He added that the huskies had never hurt anyone before. We hear that every time. After every dog attack, we hear that same nonsense. The director of the Davis County Animal Care and Control said, quote, "The dogs, in our opinion, aren't necessarily vicious. They seem to be pretty decent dogs," end quote. Right? He also said they've been decent with our staff, and that's one of the reasons we're looking to deal with a relocation rather than euthanasia. They want to place these mutts in another family home. Crazy. This is insanity.
Are there any kids who are members of your staff? Mr. Davis, director of the county animal control. Are there kids a member? Keep in mind, in case you forgot, the dog mauled a toddler, not a grown-up. In case you're not aware, which you obviously are not, as with most of you dog nuts, you're oblivious to facts. Dogs prefer to attack kids. You can't measure how safe a dog is to live in a home with kids without having any kids around during your assessment. Right? I invite the director of Davis County Animal Care Control to refute that. Do you disagree with that? Put it in video or writing. I will upload it and respond. None of you so-called experts want to talk about this. And for good reason. You have no arguments. This is a victorious crusade. We're not going to run into any resistance. We're going to run right through you. The petition to save that worthless mutt got over 243,000 signatures, all from disgusting, inhumane, subhuman, deranged dog nuts. The boy's family has not done interviews, but on Wednesday his mother posted a picture of her son on Facebook with a post explaining that his entire right forearm was chewed off 5 centimeters below his elbow, and detailing his long road to recovery, both physically and emotionally. He will never fully recover. He will deal with the irresponsibility of you dog nuts for the rest of his life. This is what you put them at risk for. All because you want these mutts in our society. It is so disgusting. I cannot put it into words. It infuriates me that you people are this.
So this lady does not want to put a muzzle on her XL bully. Now ask yourself, what type of person do you have to be to not want to reassure people that they are safe around you? Okay? Woman who has XL bully insists she'll fight to the end before putting muzzle on her dog. What do you mean fight to the end? Now she's gone viral, I guess. She's making a lot of YouTube videos. Listen to this.
Right, for everyone that's coming at me for saying that I'm not going to muzzle my dog, this is what I mean. I am willing to have my dog muzzle trained, of course, because if the law comes into place, of course I'm not going to have my dog taken away from me because I won't put a muzzle on her. Why would I want my dog gone? Obviously I don't. My point is this. Why should I have to put a muzzle on my dog? Why should...
Now, isn't this crazy? Why don't you want the general public to be safe is the question. You know why they're asking you to put a muzzle on the thing. Stop it. The question is, why don't you want to do it? These people understand that they have a very large, deadly, dangerous creature. Why wouldn't you want people to feel comfortable when they walk past you? What type of person wouldn't want people to feel comfortable getting close to them and their pet? That's my thing. It really reveals what type of character you have when you don't even want people to feel comfortable around you. And it just proves that you're out to make a scene. Okay? You're out to make a spectacle of your existence.
Why should I have to put a muzzle on my dog? Why should I just roll over and accept what the government tells me and now the rules?
See? It's all about her. It's not about you at all. It's about other people. Protecting other. And it's crazy. This is like a psychological examination, listening to these people. Listen to how selfish and self-centered she is. She's not thinking about the victims at all. And understand, this ban is really primarily for child safety. It had nothing to do with the safety of other dogs.
So just because they're not taking our dogs off of us, we should just comply to what they say we have to do? No. What happened to standing for what you believe in? What happened to standing for...
Yeah. See, this is what I'm saying. These people believe in endangering everybody around them. And if you want to stand for that, then we're going to be at war. Simple as that. These dirtbags, they need to be on an island all to themselves. They're telling you right now, they don't even want to exist if they're not endangering everybody around them. And they are not going to think about other people's safety, even for 1 second. Listen to this woman.
What's right? Everyone's signing this petition to not ban our dogs. Where's the fight to not have our dogs have to comply to what the government tell us to do?
This is, okay, now look. I'm sorry, this is too inhumane to me. If I had one of these dogs, I would feel terrible. I've talked about this before. I'd feel terrified over the idea, the possibility that that dog get away, I could lose control, and it maul kill somebody's kids or permanently disfigures them. For that reason, I would want the muzzle. Again, people walk with their kids all the time. I would want the muzzle on the dog, just in case it goes after somebody's kid that I'm walking past. And I'm not ready, I'm not braced, or maybe the leash breaks, or, the dog snatches me off my feet or whatever. I got a muzzle on the dog so it can't harm the child. I would want that. What type of person do you have to be to not even want that? You have to be very, very inhumane. Okay, and that's why I say what I say about these people. It's justified. It's justified. And actually, they deserve a lot more ridicule than what I give them.
I'm sorry, having a dog that is sociable and playful and does all these things, to have to be put on a muzzle 24/7, could have a reaction on my dog. What?
No. See, again, me. My dog. And ain't no other dog gonna attack this mutt. And all of the dogs that have attacked someone were playful, or what you call playful at some point. And really, they're not playing, they're practicing, they're killing skills.
Reaction on my dog. What happens if a dog attacks my dog? She can't defend herself. Like, there's certain things. Obviously,
ma'am, a poodle or Jack Russell attacks your dog will be just fine.
Of course, I'm upset and I'm angry and I've cried all weekend about this, and I will do whatever I can do to protect my dog 100%. But I'm also not going to go down without a fight. I will fight till the end to make sure that my dog...
Fight to the end to make sure the people around her are always in danger.
Doesn't have to be in that position. And that's what you do as a dog parent. And people are like, oh, but what about these other people that are scared? I take my dog out. 95% of people don't even know what my dog is. Like, oh, she's lovely. What is she? Who knows what an XL bully is? The media and news are scared.
Who cares if other people like your dog? Those nutters who say, oh, what a lovely dog. They can get their face chewed off too. They are in danger as well. And I don't care about you running into other nutters, people who like your dog. Me and my family still in danger. But of course, these people don't understand that.
Scaremongering everyone. I'm not saying the attacks aren't happening and whatever else, of course, and it's disgusting and horrible if anyone's lost their life. I'm not saying that. But it is all a scaremonger tactic. Like...
It's a what? I'm sorry, people. These people have some type of brain damage. Something is going wrong. Something is wrong with their brain. I'm sorry.
I'm not saying the attacks aren't happening and whatever else, of course, and it's disgusting and horrible if anyone's lost their life. I'm not saying that. But it is all a scaremonger tactic. Like, literally. Let's not forget Rishi Sunak was one getting caught with his dog off a lead not too long ago. Anyway, I'm not saying I'm not going to muzzle my dog. I'm not saying I'm going to be willing to have my dog taken off of me. Everyone's like, when your dog gets pulled over and dog gets taken off of you. What happens to my dog's nothing to do with you. But I ain't going down without a fight. I will do whatever I can to protect my dog and give her the best life possible. And if that means I have to ride out right to the end until she has to have a muzzle, then I'll do that. But at the end of the day, that's that. My dog hasn't got any issues, any problems, isn't reactive.
These people are absolute lunatics. And the government, the leaders, they know it. They know that our population is full of psychopaths, sociopaths, people who are completely dangerous to the general public. And they just continue to give them more and more freedom, more and more power. Y'all better be careful up there. Okay? And it's too bad they can't carry arms. Isn't guns banned in the UK? Well, this is horrible.
And isn't aggressive. And that's it.
Yeah, shut up. Talking about her dog is playful and not a... Shut up, man. You ain't saying nothing. We've all heard it before. Nonsense.
I don't see why I should just roll over and comply with what the government says I should do. Where I'm from, we don't do...
See how desperate people are to endanger others? Look at how passionate they are to endanger others. Look how disconnected they are from public safety. No sympathy whatsoever for the victims or potential future victims, her neighbors. The real question is, why is it don't you feel nervous and uncomfortable when you're walking out with this thing knowing that it could drag you? That dog can easily drag her whole body. She up here talking crazy. That shows, that reveals how inhumane you are. Your passion to not want to muzzle it is exactly why you should be removed from the general public. That you're a threat to the general public. So we all know how dog lovers, they like to pretend as if dogs are harmless, and it backfires on them all the time. Well, it happened again. This man was attacked by his pit bull. He was cooped up inside of an apartment with his pit bull, and look at how they wrote it. For some reason, suddenly, it is still not clear for what reason it attacked him, pounced on him, biting him all over the body. So he scurried out on the balcony, escaped on the balcony, and started begging his neighbors for help. How hilarious is that? Boy, these people, they're always escaping out of their apartments. You remember the one lady who crawled out of her apartment with the pit bull still latched onto her arm, still mauling her to death. These people run out their apartment with one arm, screaming for help. No, go back inside that apartment. That's what I would have told them. Go back inside your apartment. You wanted to pretend like that thing was harmless. Keep pretending. That's what y'all should be told. I'm not helping you. I wish one of y'all would come over to my apartment, knocking on the door, talking about help protect you from your dog. I'm going to look at you from my peephole and wish you luck. Y'all nutters are truly, truly dangerous individuals. Knowing full well you got no control over these things, you got the nerve to ask other people for help. How many videos have we seen where people fake seizures just so they can get attention? Look at this.
Amber Laudicina was at Harris Teeter in Winston-Salem recording this video of a training session with her dog, Coda. After a few minutes of
she's recording a training session. She's training this dog to be a service dog. And she has the camera rolling in position for her to fake this seizure.
Training, Coda barks and then lies down, ignoring Amber's training commands.
When I have my pseudo seizures, it's not epileptic.
She called them pseudo seizures. You know, like pseudoscience. She called them pseudo seizures. What would possess people? How can anybody be this desperate for attention?
It's not epileptic. So I actually don't know when they're coming on. I can't feel.
Because you're faking it every single time, claiming to have seizures when your goal is just to bring your bully breed into public spaces just to scare and intimidate people and look for attention. A pseudo seizure. I never even heard of that.
Know when they're coming on. I can't feel it when it's coming on. You can see in the video where you'll start to recognize I'm dazing off. I'm starting to...
No, I didn't recognize nothing like that. I saw a mentally ill narcissist get on the ground and lay on the ground just for attention. That's what I saw.
Lose mobility. I start to lose my ability to speak.
Amber tried to continue with...
Okay, how many of y'all believe this? Are you buying this?
With the training until...
Now, you see that? I want people to know something. These people with these service dogs, I suspect all of them are actually engaged in philia. These are the oophiles of the community. Every single time they supposedly have a seizure, it's just their way of trying to make out with the dog. You can tell she has a very personal relationship with this thing. They all do.
Speak.
Amber tried to continue with the training until...
You see where the dog's head was? Right in public, right in front of everybody. Dog buried its entire nose in her personal areas. And they do that every single time. And that's why they have these service dogs. Their goal is just to openly be intimate with these things.
Amber tried to continue with the training until she says she realized she felt a bit off and she takes a seat. Coda stays with Amber as people pass by.
She felt a bit off and needed to take a seat. This is why some people will walk up to a person like this and sock her square in the face. Some people will do that. That's why you hear these stories about people beating up nutters. Because they know that she's doing this just to endanger people. Imagine if you just had a child get mutilated and disfigured and you walk into the grocery store and you see this. That's just the moment where somebody would tee off on a psychotic nutter like this.
Pass by.
How pathetic is that? Just picture yourself in a grocery store and you're seeing this disgusting narc freak up there faking a seizure.
And that's when the store's assistant manager walks up to help.
The employees typically don't, sit with me or anything like that. They tend to just stand around and wait for EMTs to arrive. She pulled out all the stops for as long as
all for attention. Unbelievable.
I have had service dogs, and as long as I have actually been sick, I have never experienced someone...
Okay? These are the people I don't want to live around. I want to be completely separated from people like this.
Take on a situation like she did.
The assistant manager stayed with Amber as EMS came to check on her.
Y'all hear what she said?
Situation. I have never experienced someone take on a situation like she did.
She's talking about the dog. Woman, what are you talking about? The dog didn't take on no situation. What are you talking about? All that dog did was stand there and look at you. She talking about?
Experience someone take on a situation like she did.
The assistant manager stayed with Amber as EMS came to check on her. Thankfully, she didn't need to go to the hospital.
She did not need to go to the hospital. Does that sound like someone who passed out from a seizure? You didn't even need to go to the hospital? No checkup, no nothing? That tells us you are faking it.
And this is the case with people, all of these people who bring dogs into grocery stores or any type of store. Their goal is to be a narc, to get attention and to scare people, intimidate people. And there's some people in this world who can feel, they can sense when you're doing that. And they don't take it too well. And sometimes they walk up to these disrespectful nutters and slap them around a little bit. And I can't believe this media outlet did a story on this without pointing out the fact that she was faking. And this was uploaded or reported early last year, March 8th of last year. Just another example of how pathetic dog culture is. No matter which way you look at it, it is a very dumb, uncivilized, and demonic culture that needs to go. Now, some of you may have seen this already. I believe this story broke today. It was uploaded on this media outlet yesterday. Okay, yesterday. Watch this.
Heinous attack by 2 dogs and a family cat in Frankfurt was caught on video. Now the Pennsylvania SPCA is searching for the 2 people involved. You can see them release those dogs to attack that cat.
You see those skinny, brain dead, zoinked out idiots? All of these dog nutters, especially these pit nutters, are low IQ zombies.
It's attacked by 2 dogs.
They clearly was just getting off on seeing those dogs attack a cat. And that's the main reason these people want bully breeds, is because they're vicious. It's to scare people, to intimidate people. It's not because they think these things look adorable. They look hideous. They are some of the most monstrous looking dogs out there. These people want these bully breeds to scare people, intimidate people, and if possible, to attack other animals or attack a person. Many of these people, they want a reason to release their dog on a person. Most definitely. And just like I said, a lot of times it's these little skinny anorexic dudes getting off on seeing a dog attack a cat because they couldn't attack and hurt anything even if they tried. No regulation. This is the problem. Now they're looking for these 2 individuals. Let's finish this news segment.
See them release those dogs to attack that cat that was on the porch area. They continue to encourage the attack until a neighbor comes outside to intervene. The cat is under the care now of the veterinarian team at the SPCA. Anyone who has any idea who these people are is asked to contact the SPCA cruelty department.
Cruelty. Cruelty. Just goes to show how far behind this culture is. They should be arrested for simply owning these things. And it should be illegal to own them. Especially bully breeds.
Heinous attack.
You know, the fact that dogs are available to anybody who wants to buy them or own them is bad enough. But when you have dogs that were bred to kill, bred to fight, it's in their genes, just like other dogs are bred for other things. And those dogs are associated with what they are bred for. It's literally in their genes. And it has been proven, it's an irrefutable fact, that these bully breeds were bred to fight, to kill, to fight to the death, to be relentless with their attacks, to attack in a more brutal fashion, that is, clamping down and shaking their heads. And there is no regulation on who can own these things. People, that is a wild, uncivilized culture you're talking about. And you will be an idiot to not stay armed at all times. These little skinny, zoinked out buffoons would not be able to control those dogs if those dogs wanted to attack someone. Yeah, and they just straight up released these dogs on that cat. These are the type of people who are allowed to own bully breeds. They don't do any examination on these people's brain. You can have mentally ill people out here in the world, and they can own killing machines as well. Read one article yesterday where it talked about how dogs are just as effective as a gun when it comes to hunting. That on average, a person who only uses a dog to hunt will bring home just as much meat per year as a person who only uses a gun. We saw that story where they said that a dog is just as effective to rob people, and that several ex-cons were using dogs because they were unable to own a gun. So they simply got a bully breed and robbed people with the dog, or used the dog to rob people. This is why I stay armed. We have to be aware that these are mentally ill people. That's over 60% of our population. All of these dog nutters, the ones who don't own bully breeds, they are still twisted. They're still zoinked out. They are still mentally ill. It's just not as severe as the pit nutters. These people who own bully breeds, Rottweilers, huge German Shepherds, these big vicious dogs, these people are the sickest among them. But they all have a dysfunctional brain. We're surrounded by mentally ill people, and we need to function like it. Stay armed. Stay armed and ready. Do not walk anywhere unless you know that there are no dogs around. Now, it's good for people to walk, to get out in the sun and all of that, to interact with nature. But you better make sure there are no dogs. I would not recommend walking in city limits. Go out in the country somewhere. And if you are in the city, you better be armed. There is no excuse to be unarmed in today's world, where there are more bully breeds than ever before out here, and there are just as many lunatics who own them. So if any of you recognize either one of these zoinked out freaks, this is in Pennsylvania, yeah, report them. Report them. I wish we could report any and all random pit owners. That's how it should be. When we see somebody in possession of these things, that should be a crime. And it will be. Just give us some time. There's a new pit nutter in this apartment complex, and they're about to get to know me real well real soon. Every last one of these owners of bully breeds, these are very mentally unstable people. Very mentally unstable. You've never met a sane, down-to-earth, intelligent pit nutter in your life, and you never will.
Now let us continue with this crusade against these worthless, useless mutants and their enabling, deranged owners. Just want to ramble about pit bulls on this video. Been meaning to talk about this for a while. While I do definitely despise people's admiration for dogs in general, I despise people's love for pit bulls the most. These creatures are specifically bred to destroy, to fight, to hurt, to maim, and to cause maximum damage. The people who love these creatures love them for that very reason. They are simply dishonest people who lie and claim that they are attracted to these creatures because they're sweet or whatever other nonsense they come up with. They are attracted to these creatures because they are violent. And they project this image that they are against the idea of projecting pit bulls as violent creatures. That is an outright lie, and their activities on social media proves that it is a lie. Now I can hear the majority of pit bull lovers now saying that they don't raise their pit bull to attack, they only raise theirs with love, etc. Let's deal with that segment of what I believe to be liars. Now, let's say 25%, since there's so many of them that want to profess that they raise their pit bull with love. Let's say only 25% of all pit bull owners teach their dog to attack. That means that the majority of severe attacks, the majority of deaths, and pit bulls are always in the top 3 for attacks in general, that is all committed by 1.5% of the total dog population. How is that possible if breed has nothing to do with it? It is a lie. The majority of dog maulings are committed by 6% of the total dog population. That's pit bulls, right? But you got to keep in mind, over 1 million pit bulls are in shelters. They are not all free. So even if all pit bull owners taught pit bulls to attack and to be vicious, that's still a tiny percentage to be responsible for the majority of severe attacks. When we talk about severe attacks, trips to the hospital, again, we are talking about nearly 1 million victims, where the majority are children. But if you want to claim that you raise yours with love, you'll be hard pressed to find anyone who admits to raising pit bulls to be violent. The more of you that claim to raise them to not be violent, the worse it looks on pit bulls, because that means an even smaller percentage of pit bulls are responsible for the majority of attacks. Now, we all know about the disproportionate statistics on pit bulls. And most of you have seen this video, or at least know of this man. He trains pit bulls to attack. This video has over 75 million views. He really blew up on YouTube. But as you can see, the majority of people gave the video a thumbs up. Now, how is that possible? If the majority of pit bull lovers are against pit bulls being projected as violent. Some people might say that the video earned these thumbs up because the dog was shown in a family setting. So here's another video by this same man. And this video focuses on training the pit bull to attack. Over 8 million views, 88,000 thumbs up, compared to 3.8 thousand thumbs down. Here's another video by a different trainer, totally focused on training pit bulls to attack. Over 16 million views, double that of the previous video. 139,000 thumbs up compared to 6.8 thousand thumbs down. How is that possible? Keep in mind, many of the thumbs down is from people who don't own pit bulls. So it is very likely that every pit bull lover gave these videos a thumbs up. Right? If the majority of them were against training them to attack, these videos will have more thumbs down than up. And the majority of comments would speak against the video. They don't. They will be against the idea of pit bulls being projected as violent. And these videos will be offensive, right, to that train of thought. That's not the case. They watch these videos and they gawk over them. They get off on it. They love it. So when they say it's all about how you raise them, keep in mind, they're fully aware that most pit bull owners raise their pit bulls to be aggressive, or at the very least admire the fact that pit bulls have an aggressive, violent reputation. The ratings on these videos prove it. And how can you trust a person like that to raise a pit bull without raising it to be aggressive, if that is exactly what they admire about the dog? Which is, to me, just disgusting. You love this creature because it has a reputation of ripping children apart. You have to be a very immoral and disgusting human being. And I don't find any justification for anybody to be in love with these creatures and to praise their existence. You are the very definition of disgusting. And whenever you hear of these reports about a dog that has been abandoned or killed, left for dead, beaten, shot, it's usually a pit bull. Because as I've talked about before, some people take matters into their own hands. Rather than call animal control after a pit bull mauls their child, they want to kill it themselves. They don't want the dog to die a painless death while their child is there in pain. So just as pit bulls are the majority in shelters, right? I didn't mention that. The majority in shelters, yet they are 6% of the total dog population. That's not coincidence. They are also the most euthanized. They are the majority in situations of civil justice as well, where citizens take it upon themselves to punish and kill pit bulls themselves. That is not a coincidence. Dogs are euthanized every day as if that is a solution. It is not. As if dogs are aware that they're being euthanized and will eventually change their behavior to avoid being euthanized. Right? Euthanizing dogs is not the same as, say, the death sentence or incarceration for humans. Laws in place to punish criminals actually help to discourage them from criminal activity. And we get in this mindset that euthanization for dogs is what capital punishment is for human. It is not. Euthanization is 100% reactive. And there's nothing proactive about it, just like there's nothing proactive about breed-specific legislation. While I do object to breed-specific laws being removed, I do not think they are effective. Simply raising the insurance cost or whatever for owners does not prevent attacks. The only thing that prevents it is to outlaw these creatures and carry out a systematic extermination process and rid the planet of these worthless mutants. And it supports this idea that dogs are not acting on instinct, euthanization, as if dogs are being euthanized for abnormal behavior. No, they're being euthanized for behaving like dogs, for behaving as they naturally are designed to behave. This is especially true for pit bulls. You know, they use this euthanization as if, oh, this dog blacked out and now is behaving as something other than a dog. No, we need to keep that close in mind. They are killing these mutts for acting the way they are supposed to act. That is not a solution. The statistics on pit bulls provide irrefutable justification for breed-specific legislation, but I think that should be in the form of extermination. Hundreds of thousands of pit bull lovers showing public admiration for videos that train pit bulls to be vicious. That is a dangerous sign. Many of these pit bulls that are given to shelters are given away because they're not vicious enough for the owner's liking. Pit bull owners are the extremists among dog lovers. They are actually bloodthirsty people. There is no way I could be aware of the number of innocent people, kids, babies, mauled by pit bulls, and look at that creature and see anything attractive. People should be disgusted by the very sight of a pit bull. All dogs in general, but especially pit bulls. That's why pit bull lovers are the worst among the whole group. Majority of them admire the dog because it's vicious and dangerous and has such a destructive reputation. And they continue to praise the existence of these mutts, even in the face of disproportionate statistics that they are aware of. They like to point out that chihuahuas bite more often, which is a pathetic display of desperation in my opinion. This is 6% of the total dog population, responsible for the majority of severe attacks, perhaps attacks in general, and the majority of deaths. Heard one doctor say that all pit bulls should be spayed and neutered so that they cannot reproduce. He co-signed a systematic extermination process. This is a doctor. Without question, they should be exterminated. I don't care how many pit bulls there are that have never attacked anybody yet. The statistics on these particular mutts speaks much louder than any individual pit bull that has not attacked anyone yet. None of them should be trusted to not attack anyone in the future. The statistics makes it obvious. Canadian columnist Barbara Kay, many of you may know her, pointed out how in areas where pit bulls were banned, severe injuries due to dog attacks decreased significantly. Obviously, if the majority are committed by pit bulls, right? So there is no valid argument against breed-specific legislation, none whatsoever, when they yield results that are positive, that keep people safe. Hopefully this country wakes up and bans pit bulls in all states, carries out an extermination process for the remaining pit bulls that are in these shelters, as well as Rottweilers and any other. And I'm talking, when I say pit bull, I mean all bully types. I know you pit bull nuts like to get into this nonsense about how it's not really a pit bull. It's a Staffordshire bull terrier, a bull this. They're all bully breeds. I don't give a damn what kind of bully. You know what a bully breed is, and they should all be wiped clean from the planet. I don't even listen to these dog nuts singing this pit bull gospel of how it's about how you raise them, as if you can love their genetics and instincts out of them. The evidence does not support that. You have some people who are more efficient at training dogs than others among all breeds. If pit bulls were no different from other breeds, they would not account for such disproportionate statistics. Nobody's conspiring against pit bulls. For what? Many dog nuts themselves want pit bulls to be banned. Their comments are all over YouTube by the thousands. Many of the surgeons who support banning pit bulls are dog owners. You think people simply don't like the way pit bulls look or something? Pit bulls have the reputation they have because of what they are, because they created it, not because of what people have forced onto them. Nobody has forced some false propaganda onto these mutts. When you do the research, you find that the dog responsible for these severe attacks or deaths was usually a pit bull. And they claim these disproportionate statistics is the fault of the owners. But every pit bull owner you talk to will claim to raise it with love. So you're dealing with a bunch of liars. You can't even deal with what the owners are telling you. Even though, again, looking at the videos on YouTube of pit bulls being trained to attack, most pit bull lovers embrace the viciousness of pit bulls. Liars. There are only about 3.6 million pit bulls in this country total. And about 1.2 of them are in shelters. That leaves you with 2.4 million. Out of 80 to 90 million dogs committing the majority of severe attacks and deaths. And then always in the top 3 in attacks in general. And you telling me the breed has nothing to do with it? Even if it's the result of the owner training pit bulls to attack, they are training that specific breed. So the breed is a factor. Because when they purchase that breed, they want to train it to attack. But it is a combination of both. And I believe that even if they did not raise these mutts to attack, they would still lead in severe injuries, deaths, and would be in the top 3 for attacks in general, because they are just more aggressive and they are designed to cause maximum damage when they attack, and to not stop until their victim is dead. People claim the breed has nothing to do with it, simply because they ran across a couple pit bull mutts that have not attacked anybody yet. People kill me how they spend a few weeks or months or even years with a pit bull and claim that it's harmless when people have been attacked or had their kids attacked by their own pit bull that they've had for years from a puppy. And it's always a pit bull when you read about these dogs that they've had since a puppy and one day it snapped and attacked. But seeing that we have irrefutable evidence that the vast majority of pit bull owners actually appreciate a pit bull that is trained to attack, they should definitely be banned and exterminated by the government. These ratings don't lie. These comments don't lie. This is not a reflection of the majority of pit bull lovers being against pit bulls being trained to be violent. When I pointed out how the negative impact of dogs on society far outweighs any service dogs provide, that truth is amplified in regard to pit bulls several times over. Had a viewer post an excellent article. Actually, it's out of a blog. I'll leave the link in the description box. I'm going to quote it here. Out of all of the hundreds of different sorts of pets you could introduce into your community, bring into your home, around your kids, around your nieces and nephews, around your neighbors' kids, why go with the one type whose name appears most often on the fatal maulings list? End quote. You have to be a disgusting human being to be in love with pit bulls. 2.6 million owned by citizens in the country, with almost 200 million adults. And this small demographic responsible for the majority of serious attacks and deaths, possibly attacks in general. At the very least, they are in the top 3 in attacks in general. Not only do you have to question the breed, you have to question the type of person who would own such a creature, who would be obsessed and crazy about such creatures. You have to question their sanity. The dog culture as a whole is mind-boggling enough. But in regard to pit bulls, it is obvious we're dealing with sociopaths and control freaks on a much higher level. I seriously advise people to carry protection. obtain a gun license, carry a deadly weapon in response to dog lovers, especially pit bulls, pit bull owners, who are also permitted by law to carry deadly weapons. But unlike you, dog owners, especially pit bull owners, they have deadly weapons that have minds of their own, and those minds are naturally wired to attack.
Now I'm going to go live later, and I'm going to deal with people who have to deal with their neighbors who are dog owners. Because I always say, these are the worst types of neighbors you could possibly have. This video was recently uploaded. I would say within the past year at least. And a man is in his backyard and he is being threatened by his neighbor's dogs.
Is he telling that dog to shut up? I bet he isn't.
Okay, and the owners are inside the home recording it rather than going out there and shutting up their dog. You see that? He was about to walk away. Now he's standing up to him. He feels like he needs to stand up to him. Okay, then they walk away. They're being very aggressive.
Is he gonna go pet the other dog? I bet he doesn't kick the fence.
So they're sitting inside the house, recording it, projecting him as the perpetrator, as the aggressor.
I got it on video.
So the man kicked the fence. He was just being aggressive like the dogs were. He wasn't aggressive at first. The dogs were. And he responded by becoming aggressive. And they sat inside and recorded it. Now, people in the comment section calling them out, as they should. Look at this. Neighbor has every right to be able to enjoy his yard in peace, just as you do, without being barked at by dogs all day. People who can't take accountability for their dog don't need them. And of course, the dog owner was triggered. Look at what the owner said. He wasn't out in his backyard until I let the dogs out. He came out solely for the purpose of antagonizing my dog. Stop. Now, that was a quote that the dog owner, wrote. But they're not allowed to assume that. You can't assume that your neighbor came outside just because you let your dogs outside and then assume that they came outside to antagonize. What type of nonsense is that? People can go into their own backyard whenever they want. Okay? And the fact is, he's on his property. He's allowed to be in his backyard. And I believe the reason they're saying that is because they know that whenever their dog sees their neighbor, they're going to threaten and bark at them. And they're not going to do nothing about it. What this person said. Dogs have every right to protect their yard and bark if they want to as well. No, they don't. That's a threat. They're being threatening. They are killers and they can kill that man. And you don't have to accept that. We don't have to accept that. These are real threats. We don't have to look at this as something minor from a harmless creature. You saw how he stood up to it and they backed off. They might back off again if they one day hop the fence, as they're known to do. He could come out there one day and they're in his yard being aggressive. But because he's always stood up to them, they might be reluctant to attack. Y'all forced him into this situation, into this behavior. He's not forcing this onto your dogs. Somebody said, I hate dog owners who just let their dogs go out and scream at everyone. Control your dog. Your neighbor has every right to be in his yard without having some dog freaking out on him. You call him an idiot, yet you're standing there recording it, not being accountable for your dog. Bravo. Of course, the owner was triggered by the truth. I started recording when I saw the neighbor come outside and beeline for the fence solely for the purpose of antagonizing my dog. No, you released your dogs into the backyard because you know they're going to threaten anybody that comes into their own backyard. And y'all sit in there and allow it to happen. So these people fully aware that they terrorize their neighbors and they just don't care. Look at what they said. They're saying the dog didn't freak out until this person ran. They're claiming that the dog was sitting there peaceful. And when the man came out, he ran up to the fence threatening him. And then the dogs responded or reacted. What a liar. What a liar. And they're going to admit that they're lying about this. Look at this. Saying their dog has this weird thing with people that if they leave him alone, he leaves them alone. No. They're saying that if you just accept the dog barking at you and don't respond or react or walk away, then the dog will feel like its barking made you walk away and it'll feel dominant over you. That's when it is more likely to attack you if it's ever on his property or jump over that fence or crawl under that fence. But they're attacking the neighbor that's being terrorized, saying he's just a miserable a-hole. No, it's you. It's you, and they don't get it. Not sure I blame them, someone else said. The dogs are acting aggressive to him while he's in his own backyard. Meanwhile, the cheesy, weak-kneed neighbors aren't doing anything but hiding behind their cell phones. And again, the dog owner is triggered by the truth, even had to edit it. They weren't being remotely aggressive. Listen to that. We all saw the video. Said, you know my dog, look at this. You'd know my dog was saying the equivalent of, hey person, what are you doing near my yard? No. That's your neighbor. They have a right to be in their backyard. Your dumb dog should know that if they're so intelligent and this is your neighbor. Why do they keep harassing the neighbor? Near my yard. That's why I say you can't use dogs for protection. How come they haven't gotten a message that this is not a threat? See how they think it's acceptable for their dogs to threaten their neighbors anytime they see them? It's okay. The dog is just saying, hey there, person, what are you doing near my yard? Brain dead people. This is antisocial behavior. Psychos. And they claim, again, until his neighbor charged the fence, at that point, the dog got defensive. That is a lie. Your stupid dogs was not sitting there minding their business, and that man just ran up to the fence where there's no dogs there, screamed over at your dogs, and then your dogs, stop it. But look at what they said. They again repeated that the neighbor came outside in their backyard after they released their dog. They claimed to antagonize their dog. Neighbor wasn't out there when I let the dogs out. He came out literally a minute earlier, or the dogs were released a minute earlier. Look what they said. He could have waited to go out there a few minutes after I brought the dogs back inside. So they expect you to stay inside your home when they let their dogs outside. They expected him to stay inside of his home until they brought their dogs back inside the home. That's the mentality of dog lovers. You got to bow down to them. Accept being terrorized. Right? Confined like house arrest. Stay inside. Don't come outside because my dogs are outside. You come outside, they're going to threaten you. And that's why they made this statement. Basically admitting that, hey, my neighbor knows that if my dogs see them, they're going to threaten and bark at them. Psychos. And I believe Phil McCracken here has left comments on my channel for a while. I've seen some of his comments before, if I'm not mistaken. Phil McCracken. I've had a number of people turn, and I've got several enemies, but I don't think I'm mistaken. Said, what did your neighbor do that was bad? Simple question. Excellent question. And they said, my dog was barking at another dog. A few houses over, this guy comes outside, beelines for the fence, and lunges towards stop. You can see the dog's body posture change to defensive. No, didn't change to no defensive. He stood up to it, and your dog backed off. Neighbor person then proceeds along the fence yelling, barking, and tries to kick the dog through the fence. No, it just kicked the fence. He knew he couldn't kick that dog. He kicked the fence. Responding to aggression with aggression. Your dog being aggressive is what started the problem. Said when his wife is outside working, the dogs don't bark at her. Whatever. It don't matter who your dogs choose to bark at. They shouldn't be barking at nobody, especially this your neighbor. This is harassment. And then he says, what's wrong with that? So it's all right for your dog to scream at the fence, but not the man? It's weird that you put this online to paint the guy in a bad light, but you are the person causing the scene originally. And I had to thumbs up that one. This person said, I'm sorry, but if I'm sitting in my yard and I have to put up with that barking all day, I would be upset too and trying to tell your dog to shut up. Again, the dog owner triggered by the truth and says, my dog isn't out there barking all day, and that guy wasn't outside when I let my dog out. Who cares? What type of twisted, weird entitlement is that? When my dogs are outside, you stay inside your home. Shut up. You're psycho. Shut up. Wow. So I need to talk about these people. And I need to talk about life. Our lives. Having to deal with these people as neighbors. Okay? Dog owners are the greatest cause of violence, conflict between people. I don't think there's anything else that causes conflict as often as dogs.
Thank you. A 7 News update. We now have surveillance video of a man shooting a dog in Anderson County that had to be put down. Deputies say the dog was shot in its owner's yard. And tonight we are hearing from that owner. Our Colin Riviello has the story, and we do want to warn you, some of the video is going to be hard to watch.
Now look, first of all, look at the trashy backyard. Not well kept at all. Look at that, got trash all in this shed.
Haley Gentry says her dogs are playful and lovable, and now one of them is gone. On Sunday morning, deputies say an upset neighbor shot Gentry's pit bull.
So it was 1, 2, and then 3. He walked back to the front door with a gun in his hand, and he was threatening us.
Attack my dog, boy.
I was so terrified to go outside. I didn't. Just felt like it was traumatizing.
The incident caught on home security cameras, leading Anderson County Animal Control officers to arrest 50-year-old Robert Russell Rigdon of...
So he shot one dog, fired 3 times, went to her front door, banged on it, came back and shot another one. Now, I don't know if that was a different dog or the same one. It was still alive or whatever. But you saw him shaking the fence. So they would come over, it came over, he shot it. Now look at this. Look at this trashy backyard. Look at this. Just got trash everywhere. Just nasty. These people are horrible for communities.
Anderson County Monday afternoon. The sheriff's office tells us Rigdon is charged with 1 count of ill treatment of animals.
Robert Wigdon. I want to find that guy.
And 1 count of discharging a firearm into a dwelling. While this has been traumatizing for Gentry, there has been a...
Traumatizing for the dog owner. Okay? Keep that in mind. They're only having sympathy, showing sympathy for her.
different reaction from others in the neighborhood.
Now they're about to talk to their neighbors, other neighbors. Listen to what they say about this dog owner.
They're just afraid of these dogs.
He said they're just afraid of these dogs. He took up for the guy who shot the dogs immediately.
In the neighborhood.
They're just afraid of these dogs. Whenever they get off the school bus, they immediately run to that side.
According to
the dogs run to the bus stop when the kids get off of it. Ain't that dangerous? Doesn't this sound like she's terrorizing the community?
To officials, Rigdon claims his motive was because his neighbor's dog escaped the fence and went over to his yard and attacked his own dog.
So that guy who just shot her dogs, he a dog owner himself. His dog was attacked by her dog. These are all dog lovers. And even dog lovers are fed up with her. Think about that. When a dog lover get upset to the point they want to shoot your dog, you most definitely played a role in it. You're not just the innocent party.
And other neighbors told us they've complained about the dog.
Other neighbors have complained about the dog. Who do you think is telling the truth here? And why don't the people consider what her neighbors were going through with a neighbor like this who just randomly let her dogs loose? And these are bully breeds.
And the fence before. Did that dog chase you a couple weeks ago?
Yeah. I felt like it's gonna bite me.
So they interview, I don't know, 8, 9, 10-year-old girl, and she shares a story about how the thing chased her a couple weeks ago. She thought it was going to bite her. Understand, these are attempted murders. When a dog is chasing you, it could kill you. They kill people on a very regular basis. They maim people on a very regular basis. Why isn't this news report about a community being driven crazy by a nutter?
It got fixed day before yesterday, right after everything was going on. He got out right there in that hole.
The alleged incident leading to...
Got out right there in that hole. No, it dug a hole under the fence. And you put up some raggedy 2x4s and a big rock right there. That ain't nothing. It just now can't dig under that area. It easily dig and continue to escape like it always does, according to your neighbors.
Got out right there in that hole.
The alleged incident leading to an early morning wake-up call for Haley.
There's a few black spots on the ground. That's where he was laying.
Finding her dog shot on the ground in her own backyard.
Came back to the back door and I heard the last gunshot go off and I heard my dog screaming. It's a moment you don't want to feel. You don't want to see your dog laying there shot. You don't
want a neighbor like you.
That dog.
You see, she didn't say anything about her role in the situation, projecting herself as the innocent victim. But yet you got her neighbors going crazy, shooting at her dogs, other dog lovers. She's terrorizing people's kids as soon as they get off the bus. Why aren't you talking about that? A menace to society you want to treat and pamper and protect. No.
You don't want to see your dog laying there shot.
We don't want to see people like you in the community. Nutters. Who think it's okay to let your dog free
violate people, chase people. I'm sure they bark incessantly. That's who they don't want in the community.
That dog, not able to overcome his injuries, was euthanized. In Anderson County, Colorado.
Look at this nutter photo. She's a psychopath. She didn't say anything about her neighbor's safety. Where's your humanity? Why can't you just say that, yes, my dogs have been a problem for some of my neighbors, right? I'm doing my best. I'm taking it to training. Something. No, it's just, oh, you don't want to see that, my pooch. Beat it. These pea-brained excuses.
On River Yellow, 7.
Nobody care. She ain't no victim. She's the perpetrator. She's the aggressor. Her neighbors want peace. She won't give them peace. Now they gotta be at the bus stop so they can protect their kids when they get off the bus, all because of you. We gotta stop protecting and praising dog nuttery. It is horrible for communities. Most people have a story about some dog owner who is driving them crazy. And that is one of the things we're going to deal with. Because I want to hear from the actual people in the real world. So when we take calls, I know already the line's going to be flooded. This is a demographic that is not talked about. But we about to start talking about it. Now, if your neighbor owns 3 dogs, there's a good chance your neighbor is going to annoy you. Was this an annoyed neighbor or not?
Go.
So they were inside of their home, just another day, and a car comes crashing into the home. And the car just so happened, from what it looks like, to run over the dogs. The car actually missed both people. Now, the police believe that the driver was impaired, but they don't know for sure. Was this driver pushed over the edge? Was he fed up? Probably up all night from the barking? Dog lovers, please, get rid of your dogs. They're bad. They're very bad for communities.
Tonight after being attacked by a group of dogs while walking in his neighborhood in Mid-City. A similar incident apparently happened just a couple months ago involving another resident there.
Jennifer McGraw is live for us in Mid-City tonight. She's got the very latest. Jen?
Rick and Kareen, a word of warning for our viewers. The surveillance video in this story is kind of jarring. Now, I spoke with the dog's owner, and she tells me this was only an accident. But in speaking with neighbors, they say it keeps happening.
Think about you. Think about you. Nobody likes you here. Yes, nobody likes you here.
A neighborhood fight over a family's dogs after a vicious attack. Again, it's hard to see.
Perfect. Perfect. Telling a dog nutter, nobody likes you here. Nobody wants you here. Nobody likes you here. Why? Because you always endangering people. Everybody has to worry about your stupid dogs all the time.
Think about you. Think about you. Nobody likes you here. Yes, nobody likes you here.
A neighborhood fight over a family's dogs after a vicious attack. Again, it's hard to see, but especially to hear. An elderly man screaming for help as one of the dogs latches on to his leg.
My dad had to go to the hospital. He has his whole leg just torn apart from the dogs.
You be doing too much out here. Stop bothering us.
The neighborhood dispute has been going on for months, but came to a head this week after 3 dogs escaped from the front yard.
Get out regularly. So what needs to be done is those dogs need to be removed immediately.
Lupita Rodriguez says her dad has multiple injuries from a dog that bit his ankles. Pictures too graphic to show.
But if it would have been a smaller person or a child, if they could have gotten to the neck or to the torso, we're afraid it could be death.
Since the attack, animal control officers came and the owner was forced to surrender all 3.
Very devastated. I'm hurt.
Heidi Hernandez says one of the dogs is an emotional support pet for her brothers with disabilities.
Now you see how dense this broad is? Listen to this.
The others were her sisters who recently passed away. She says they're not vicious.
No, they're not. And they've never been.
She says neighbors have been verbally harassing her.
And they're mean to our dogs as well. Our dogs sense that. All animals can sense when another person is doing something mean.
You hear how unstable, ignorant, uneducated this woman is? This is what I mean when I say dangerously ignorant or stupid. This is as dumb as you could possibly get. Nobody cares. She said emotional support dog. Like that's supposed to make a difference. This is what I'm talking about. You got complete lunatics who should be in a straitjacket. People with mental illnesses. That is what this is. This woman ain't right. She's not right. She's not mentally healthy at all. And you just allow people like this to own lethal mutants. Real smart.
Could be death.
Since the attack, animal control officers came and the owner was forced to surrender all 3.
Very devastated. I'm hurt.
Heidi Hernandez says one of the dogs is an emotional support pet for her brothers with disabilities. The others were her sisters who recently passed away.
I mean, what difference does that make? They used to own or they used to belong to someone who's passed away. That don't excuse them being there. They still shouldn't be there. I don't want to hear nothing about an emotional support dog. Ain't no killer supporting you emotionally. No killer dumb mutant. Brainless mutant.
One of the dogs is an emotional support pet for her brothers with disabilities. The others were her sisters who recently passed away. She says they're not vicious.
No, they're not. And they've never been.
And there you go. With these nasty nutters putting the camera on that nasty mutant's tail. As if a dog's tail wagging is so magical and it's supposed to mean something. Nasty.
Who recently passed away. She says they're not vicious.
No, they're not. And they've never been.
She says
these things attack someone. An elderly man. What is she talking about? Why would you make that statement that they're not vicious?
Neighbors have been verbally harassing her.
And they're mean to our dogs as well.
Here you have another person saying that other people are mean to her dogs. It was just like that other individual this lady who refused to give a statement, but she was clearly the victim. They're always the victim. Nobody's tormenting your dogs, lady. You and your dogs are tormenting everybody else. Nobody mean to your dog. And she stood there and said that the dogs can sense when people are being mean. That was icing on the cake. If you wasn't convinced, that should have pushed you off the porch and let you know that she don't have a functional brain cell in her skull. Totally unstable, and they need to get her and them dogs out of there. She is not safe to be in any community.
Her. And they're mean to our dogs as well. Our dogs sense that.
She's an overt lunatic, psychopath, sociopath.
Animals can sense when another person.
All animals can sense. What do you... Oh, boy. Can't make this up.
Neighbors have been verbally harassing her.
And they're mean to our dogs as well. Our dogs sense that. All animals can sense when another person is doing something mean.
She feels badly for the man and is working to make sure the dog...
Where do these people get this information from? That's what I'm saying. See, in normal cases, these types of people wouldn't have power. Why does society empower people this unstable? You're not supposed to tell people, hey, yeah, you can go out and own as many lethal predators as you want. Insane.
Don't get out again. But at this point, their fate is unclear. In the meantime, under California law, the dog owner will be responsible for all medical costs. Legal expert Allison Treasel says that's not all.
And could possibly result in a criminal filing against the dog owner.
These people are nothing but troublemakers. They allow these dumb lunatics, excuse me, to own these things just to cause trouble. They want constant chaos. They do not want peaceful communities.
Now neighbors say it's a relief, and they're glad the dogs are gone.
What angers us is this could have been prevented. He's the second victim.
I wouldn't have been. And dogs would have been the victims. And if the lady's still there, she can just get some more dogs.
I spoke with the animal control officer and he said he cannot comment on this case, but the dog's owner tells me that she was told the dogs were taken in to be assessed. No word yet on what will happen.
Exactly. Be assessed by a bunch of deranged nutters. These people have to be stopped. We have another update of this infamous story. As more information surfaces, the worse it looks for the dog owners.
Now at 11, it's been a long, hard battle for a Burbank family fighting to save the life of their dog that had been ordered to be euthanized. It all began when their dog bit a neighbor. Eyewitness News reporter Niku Kazori has the story.
The months-long battle for one Burbank couple to keep their pit bull from being euthanized has come to an end. The dog is able to live, but with several restrictions. Conan the pit bull was involved in an incident with a neighbor back in January. Nelson Grande, Conan's owner, claims a neighbor was talking to his wife aggressively.
Talking to her aggressively. What was being said? They never share what was being said.
And allegedly had a history with the dog. That's why Conan...
Look at it. Destroying something. Practicing its attacking skills. Sharpening its aggression. This is what tells you this dog is indeed violent. Because they're training it. Remember the reports that I've shared where they said a dog that constantly does this is actually practicing killing, attacking. That's why fighting dogs, they are encouraged to do this, to chew and bite on stuff. These dog owners look at it as a child playing with a toy because they are not that bright mentally. I don't care what none of you dog lovers think about that. It's the fact. That's not what this is. It's not a child and it is not playing with a toy. How stupid is it to think that that's what's actually going on? But I want y'all to listen to what this guy says. Remember, we have not gotten much information from this case.
Talking to his wife aggressively and allegedly had a history with the dog. That's why Conan reacted by biting the neighbor.
That day, he actually went outside, he walked out and sniffed her. And as he sniffed her, she just simply lost it.
You heard that? That's exactly what I thought happened. These ignorant nutters allowed that dog to just walk outside off leash and walk up to their neighbor once again by his own admission, and that's why she snapped, as she should have. You inconsiderate dirtbags. You want to call this bullying? How disrespectful was that? And y'all knew that that lady didn't like that dog. According to your own story, there's been multiple dust-ups about this dog. Y'all the one that said that she didn't like the dog. They claimed that she just walked up and tormented. Remember, they said she was tormenting the dog constantly. So why'd you let it outside, off leash, to just walk up to her? Because the troublemakers are these nutters, not the neighbor. How disgusting and inconsiderate. Just let this brainless mutant, you let it just randomly walk up to me. Let it do that to me. This is why people don't like these people. Crazy, inconsiderate, inhumane behavior. That's what this is. Now let's hear it again. You just sat up here and told on yourself, nutter. Confirm my suspicion.
That day, he actually went outside, he walked out and sniffed her. And as he sniffed her, she just simply lost it.
So that tells me what she said when she so-called lost it. She said, get your flipping dog and stop letting it walk up there. But what is wrong with y'all? You see how they, in their mind, the dog can do whatever it wants because it's just a 2-year-old. Oh, let it outside. Oh, let it walk up to people. Oh, she's just being friendly. See, y'all just haven't run into the right person yet.
Kona went up for her arm, and
so after she objected to this dog approaching her, it then attacked her by his own admission. What a dirtbag. What a degenerate. God, just disgusting. Point the finger at yourself. Don't try to call us bullies for pointing out your inconsiderate behavior.
Her arm, and
you heard that
snap out of her.
In July, the city.
He just admitted that it bit her. Just admitted that it bit her. Bit her after she objected to this thing just walking up to her, sniffing all over her.
After, she just simply lost it. Kona went up for her arm.
And they edited it just then. Did you hear that? Why'd you edit it? ABC7? You nutter media outlet? Bunch of nutters up there. Why'd you edit it?
Simply lost it. Kona went up for her arm, and he took a snap out of her.
In July, the city of Burbank deemed Conan dangerous and called for him to be euthanized.
What a bunch of, and look at how they interact with this thing. You can tell that they themselves don't know whether or not it will take a bite out of their stupid face. And I can easily see that happening in a moment like this, where it just clamp down on your stupid face that you can constantly sticking in its face.
To be euthanized. The Burbank couple has had a lengthy battle with the city.
Look at that. Look at how they're handling it. Like it's a toy. Doing several things their behaviors tell you not to do. They're totally ignorant. You can tell they don't research, they don't read nothing. These are people who are not that bright. That's just what it is.
Couple has had a lengthy battle with the city, not knowing if their dog would be euthanized for months.
We've had this sensation that he could be taken away anytime, any day. Wasn't very nice.
Although attorneys for the city of Burbank insisted on euthanizing the dog, on Wednesday, Los Angeles Superior Court Judge Allison McKenzie ruled Conan can live, but demands a long list of conditions. Among them, register as a vicious dog. Conan must stay on the owner's property unless muzzled and on a leash. The owners would have to install a second fence with a double gate, get $300,000 in liability insurance, and monthly inspection.
That's pathetic. That is pathetic. Now they're sitting up here defending this dog, projecting it as an innocent victim, yet it's registered as a vicious dog. Got all these other restrictions, and we supposed to believe the nutters?
At the owner's home.
It's a bit ridiculous, you know, but...
No, you are ridiculous. You and her owning this parasite is what's ridiculous.
He's gonna live.
Animal rescue advocate and spokesperson for the family, Shira Scott Astroff, says although the family got the outcome they were looking for,
that violent, bloodthirsty beast.
They're unhappy with the way this case.
Soulless eyes. Completely incapable of love. That's what that is. Look how dumb it looks. Look at how dumb it looks. Like his eyeballs looking in different directions. What a turd. What a living turd. Euthanize it. Yeah, missing fur, if you want to call it that, from his nose from licking it nonstop. Jowls hanging down because it's a mutant, an inbred mutant. Shame on y'all for producing something like this. What an abomination. The presence of these things is immoral. It came to exist through immoral means. The moral thing to do is to euthanize each and every one of them.
This was handled.
Family's dog is not property that you can just kill just because. Like, this should have been handled with so much more delicacy.
Shut up, Nutter. I'm so sick of these people. Their lifestyle, their inconsiderate behavior, and most of all, their inbred.
Several new developments
parasites.
tonight as New York police appear to be closing in on the identity of the person wanted for the murder of a healthcare.
Shut up. It is past time that we be outspoken in our objections to dog culture. We're just getting started. We need to get over this feeling that it's unacceptable to be critical of dogs. Unacceptable. Oh, it's not politically correct. No, we're going to normalize criticizing dog culture and people like this. They try their best to minimize the fact that they, on a regular basis, send people to the hospital, emergency room, and graveyard. Don't let them do it. Brooklyn Curry is in the news again for the wrong reasons again. The attack itself was the wrong reason, and her response to it made it worse. So she said this time, life is so unpredictable. Things happen to us, and we will never understand why. No, Brooklyn, you know why. You are a dog lover. You avoid bully breeds now, according to you. Right? She avoids pitbulls, XL bullies, Rottweilers. She's only okay with small dogs from what I understand. So why don't you talk about that? Why don't you get into that? Become like an activist for other people so this doesn't happen to them. How about that? No. Doesn't reflect on anything that might cast dogs in a negative light. But always remember, she says, to take each day as it comes. No, you take each day avoiding these things. You should have not gone inside of that home. That's what you need to say. After all that time, all these years, 4 years later, that hasn't dawned on you yet? Don't tell me that hasn't crossed your mind. Like I shouldn't have gone inside of that home. I should have stayed inside the car. Don't tell me that did not cross your mind. I knew that dog was in there. I should have told them that I'm allergic. I should have came up with some excuse. I should have stayed on the phone, pretended to be on the phone, found some reason to not go inside of that home, and come up with some reason to never go inside of that home. That is what people need to hear. And so look, you don't have to say it. You don't have to actually say that. I'm saying it for you. She says, always trust the process. Even when it seems impossible, life is beautiful. What process? Of going around pit bulls, sticking your face in their face, talking to them, going inside of homes with pit. Trust that process? No, don't trust that process. Stay away from these people and stay away from these worthless mutants.
That is how dog nuts are. Very dishonest, deceptive. You have to stay away from these people. You may work with them, but you cannot go inside of their homes. When they invite you inside of their homes, tell them thanks, but no thanks, because I hate dogs. If you are not stern about it, they will try in small stages to expose you to their mutt. You have to tell them directly that you don't want to see their dog, pet their dog, or be in the same home as their dog. Even if they offer to put the dog away, stay out of that home. Not only is it contaminated and filthy, but if you go inside, they will eventually let it out. Their goal is to force you to be physically violated by their disgusting, slobbering mutant. And very few things feels better than to see more and more people speaking out against this gutter, subhuman lifestyle. It may take time, but change is inevitable.
I believe this story surfaced today, and it got me a little fired up. This woman owns a Doberman, and the rules in her mobile home says that you can't own this specific breed. See the title? Woman fights mobile home park to keep emotional support dog. Of course, they use the word animal.
Alexis Carrillo Ramirez says that her 3-year-old Doberman Amber is a sweetheart.
Now, I want to make sure that you caught that. I assume that these are her children in the back seat. And you clearly see that dog turn around and start licking this child in the mouth. And you can see that the child held up his or her mouth to the dog to allow the dog to lick his or her mouth. I don't know if this is a boy or girl. Clearly, this woman taught her child to do that. Either directly or she led by example. We know full well that she lets the dog lick her in the mouth because she is doing it in this broadcast.
Ramirez says that her 3-year-old Doberman Amber is a sweetheart, trained to help.
What does that have to do with being an emotional support? It's for her. But you see, she's treating it like a family dog. Is this legit? Or is this some more zoinked out, nasty, suspected zoophile behavior?
Amber is a sweetheart, trained to help her with severe anxiety and depression. She says one day she found a letter on her home giving her 45 days to give Amber away, and that's when she reached out to us for help.
Okay, she got a letter giving her 45 days to get rid of the dog, so she reached out to this media outlet, KTNV Channel 13 Las Vegas.
This is Alexis Correa Ramirez and 3-year-old Amber, her emotional support dog.
She is trained to calm me down. If I feel anxiety, she won't leave my side.
Do you believe that? Do you believe what she just said? Look at her sitting up here with this big dirty shirt. She got all kinds of smudge and nastiness all over her shirt. And who holds a dog's face like this? Look at how she's holding the dog's face. Is this normal? Or is this the behavior of a zoophile? I'm just asking a question. This is supposed to be a dog that gives or provides some type of service. Okay, so why would you caress it as if it's your lover? Told y'all to keep an eye on these dog lovers' skin. Look at the skin around her face, particularly around her chin, where the dog licks all the time. You decide for yourself.
She is trained to calm me down. If I feel anxiety, she won't leave my side. If she feels like I'm having a panic attack, she will jump on my shoulders and she would kiss my nose.
You see? You see? She lets this mutt lick her all in the face. With these emotional support mutts, like I've said many times, I believe this is the way that zoophiles are accepted in society. They can openly become intimate and fulfill their zoophile desires in public and have it accepted by the general public. Because that's all they do, is they make out with these dogs. What you see these people doing has nothing to do with no stupid emotional support. They're literally making out with these dogs. And they call that emotional support. This is foreplay. Nothing short of foreplay. Weird and it's nasty.
Trained to calm me down.
Big nasty dirty shirt. She got some wet spot right here. Y'all see that? Got some dirt smudge right here, all up through here. Just nasty, filthy, and dirty. All kind of bumps and rashes all over her face. Possibly because she let this nasty, trashy mutant lick her in the face all the time and has taught her kids to let the dog lick them in the face as well. Her kids should be taken away from her. People like this not fit to be no parent. Obviously, that's not up for debate. She's endangering them. Just like all the rest of these dog nuts. Once again, you gotta plead with people to care for the very life of their own children. Endangering her kids, endangering everybody in the community, in the trailer park. I don't care what type of emotional problems you having. You don't have the right to do all of that. Not only are you endangering everyone physically in the form of physical attacks, you're nasty. You go on to kiss other human beings, touch other human beings, shake their hands, you touch items. These types of people are dangerous. They contract these zoonotic diseases and then they spread them to other people. This is not me venting against her lifestyle just because I don't like it. These types of people are dangerous because they are so flippin' nasty.
If I feel anxiety, she won't leave my side. If she feels like I'm having a panic attack, she will jump on my shoulders and she would kiss my nose. Breathe. I'm okay.
Maria Ramirez says that the
This is nothing but nastiness.
dog helps her cope with multiple mental health issues brought about by her rough past.
As a kid, I did suffer a lot of trauma. You know, I was raped. I've had domestic violence relationship.
Rape and domestic violence. Look, pretty much everybody dealt with some type of trauma early in their life. That does not give you the right to do what you're doing, to endanger everybody else. How is that the solution anyways? How is that a solution? You think because you had a rough past that gives you the right to spread zoonotic diseases throughout the human population, to endanger helpless kids who have no choice but to live in this home with you and your nasty self? You think you now have the right to endanger everybody in the community? No, you don't. I don't want to hear nothing about your little troubled past. Personally, don't believe it anyways, because you nutters are a bunch of pathological liars from the get-go. All you do is lie. I told you these people are mentally ill, man. And you can't let people like that just have their way constantly nonstop. This entitled woman, that's why she reached out to this media outlet. That she reached out to them only after her manager gave her 45 days to produce the proper documents and she failed to do it.
So she was shocked when she recently found a note on her home from New Park Management, giving her 45 days to get rid of it.
Do you believe that? You heard what she said? The dog helps me do this, helps me do that. Wait a minute.
As a kid, I did suffer a lot of trauma. I've had to breathe. I'm okay.
Maria Ramirez says that the dog...
She won't leave my side. If she
helps her, what'd she say?
If I feel anxiety,
yeah.
She's trained to calm me down.
She said it's trained to calm her down.
If I feel anxiety, she won't leave my side.
Do you believe that? I call BS.
They found a note on her home from New Park Management, giving her 45 days to get rid of Amber after 3 years of living here, even though ESAs are federally protected. Amber believes that the new manager is...
Now they say ESAs are federally protected. I did not think that it was emotional support dogs. I thought it was only trained dogs, service dogs for people with a disability. And emotional support dogs did not qualify. Right? And I told you that's why it does not help to have an apartment complex or trailer park where large dogs are not permitted. Because all they'll do is look for a loophole. Oh, it's permitted because it's an emotional support dog. She seems smart enough to put a vest on this dog. So why couldn't she provide the proper documents?
Targeting her after she complained to Walnut Estates management for his comments about the dog.
You see? You see? And hats off to this new manager. This is a new manager.
Comments about the dog.
Of course she feels like she's being targeted. She doesn't want to abide by the rules and regulations.
Ah, like a typical dog nutter.
She feels as though she is an exception.
See? She feels as though she's an exception. Sounds very familiar. Typical nutter behavior.
If she didn't, then you wouldn't be here talking to me right now.
Manager Ivan Leon says he's just doing his job and went right to the rule book.
Page 4, paragraph 6, pets and restrictions.
And word for word,
33A says,
listed the rules allowing him to rehome the dog. No Dobermans allowed.
No Dobermans allowed. Named her dog specifically.
Walking the dog without a leash. The dog
walking without a leash. The dog is not on a leash right now. Typical nutter.
Barking.
And you notice Mutt is always barking nonstop.
This ain't nothing but a nasty little trashy, dirty little dog nutter being disruptive and inconsiderate to her neighbors. And it's so sad that a lot of these people are too afraid to say anything. Too afraid to say, look, your dog is keeping me up at night. Your dog is a threat. I don't want to let my kids out to play because of your dog. Constantly off leash. People are afraid to say anything to these people. We got to cut that out. These people are inconsiderate at the highest level. So we are not entitled to be considerate towards them.
Despite Correa Ramirez claiming she registered the dog with old management, Leon says he doesn't have that paperwork in his records, and she didn't produce the new documents in the month he gave her.
You hear that? Just exactly what I told you. She claims that she registered the dog with the old management, but he said, I don't have that paperwork. Old management did not leave that paperwork that you claim you gave to them with me. And then he gave her a month to produce the paperwork, and she failed to produce it. And then when he said, look, I gave you a month, you have not produced the paperwork, get rid of that dog. And then after he says that, she reaches out to this media outlet. Oh, please help me. I'm being targeted. I'm a dog lover. Help me. That is so disgusting, these entitled lunatics. No, you're not getting no help. You're not getting no help from nobody. The only thing this broadcast is going to do is embarrass you.
Home the dog. No Dobermans allowed. Walking the dog without a leash. The dog barking. And despite Correa Ramirez claiming she registered the dog with old management, Leon says he doesn't have that paperwork in his records, and she didn't produce the new documents in the month he gave her.
I have to enforce the rules, and I've been doing so. Some people like me because of it, some people don't.
Now, Correa Ramirez says that she reached out to us to get help with her own situation, but also to let other people know that federal regulators with HUD will help you if you feel that you're being discriminated against. The legal team at Walnut Estates says that if she provides proof that the dog is properly insured in the 45-day window, the case against her will be dropped.
You see how many media outlets are dog nutters? And they're quick to help other dog nutters? It's too bad that people who are not dog nutters don't, and they've never had media outlets that helps them. There's already been 2 different media outlets who reported on this story. But when you put the pieces together, this woman comes across to me like a liar, a flat-out liar, and a suspected zoophile. Nobody's going to convince me that this woman needs this dog because of any type of medical condition she may have. And we have the right to be suspicious, seeing that she failed to produce that paperwork. Why does she deserve help? Is my question. What type of unprofessional, unethical media outlet are you? Were you going to try to help a woman who failed to produce paperwork that she claims she provided to old management? You want to reach out to help a woman who is endangering 3 children who could get attacked at any point in time. You want to help a woman who's endangering an entire community. Again, what type of filthy, sick, unethical media outlet are you? It is past time we called out this disgusting, subhuman, trashy behavior. Now let me switch over to my PowerPoint. I won't be too long. I really just wanted to vent about this story. in this disgusting woman. Leon, the manager, said this woman has broken multiple rules and community guidelines with this mutt. Here, let me get this photo as I read this so you can be visually disgusted as you listen to this disgusting story. She broke multiple rules and community guidelines with this dog, including rules that exclude Doberman breeds. She has broken the leash law, the leash rule. So she walks this thing with no leash, and she allows it to bark. She is a nuisance. She is disturbing the peace. She's making people not want to allow their kids to play outside. And you telling me this woman deserves help so that she can continue to do so? Says the biggest violation, Leon said, was a lack of paperwork to register the dog with the office. How can you fail to provide that type of paperwork? She said she registered the dog with the previous management, but he don't have that paperwork. Why would he lie? I believe him. You ain't registered nothing. This woman, just like all other dog nutters, disturb the peace, and they do a lot more than that. They intimidate people. And that's their whole goal. They want to scare people, make kids scared to go out and play. They want to disturb the peace. They want to make a spectacle out of themselves. They want attention. A bunch of mentally ill narcissists. That is what I believe. So let's hope that she is forced to get rid of this mutt that she behaves with in the most weird and disgusting, nasty way that has led me to suspect that she is engaged in zoophile behavior. In my book, she is right here on camera with the way she's behaving. And I don't care what this mutt is said to do for her. She has no business teaching her kids to allow this nasty mutant to lick them in the mouth. You decide for yourself. Again, her name is in the article. Correa Ramirez. Wait a minute. I'm gonna give a link to the article that I got this from. That's what we're going to do. Her name is Alexis Correa Ramirez. Here is the link. Wait a minute. What are we doing here? No. See, I thought I was live. I'm not live. I'm going to leave the link in the description box. You decide for yourself as we continue with this crusade.
Now let's continue with this crusade against these worthless, problematic mutts and their totally blind owners. Very disturbing situation here. I will give you the link and you can check it out yourself. The Cherryland Humane Society tried to find people who would adopt this mutt. The ad reads, "I'm ready for you. Are you ready for me?" So questions Hershey. "I'm a youngish 2.5-year-old lab mix, and I'm looking for a kind of calm, laid back home and best friend. I can really connect with. So I know most of the basic commands and like interacting with people, but can be kind of anxious. So that's why I'm looking for someone to complement my loving, gentle personality and who would love to have me as their only pet. I'm continuing to work on my self-confidence and perhaps could use your help. Let's get together. Right? This is what the Cherryland Humane Society wrote in regard to this mutt when they were trying to get people to adopt it. However, after the dog had been returned numerous times, this dog has already been adopted and returned more than once. Right? After that, the Humane Society considered this mutt unadoptable, and they tried to send it to an animal sanctuary. Read what they wrote to the sanctuary and compare it to what they put in the ad when they were trying to con people into adopting this mutt. Best Friends recommended that we reach out to you regarding a dog we currently have, Hershey. We are running out of options for him. Hershey has extreme anxiety, and with medication and behavioral modifications, it does not seem to help. We have had him for 7 months. He is very protective of his people to the point of stranger aggression, as well as dog aggression. In other words, this mutt attacks people. It attacks other animals as well. Continuing on, Hershey has a few bites on his record towards people and dogs. They did not put that in the ad. Continuing on. In Hershey's calm state, he is affectionate, playful, loving, and kind of a goofball. Hershey can redirect his anxiety into aggression towards his person/handler. In other words, this mutt will attack his owner, his master. And these people, this Humane Society, was still trying to place that mutt into a family home. Unbelievable. This is the kind of shit that goes on in this mutt industry. Continuing on. He has been returned twice and returned by a foster, which did not work out after almost a month. We would appreciate any advice or assistance in finding Hershey an alternate place to live, as we are unable to adopt him out. Now, again, compare that note that they sent to the animal sanctuary to the ad that they put on Facebook when they were trying to adopt this mutt out. They said, I can be kind of anxious in the ad. But when they sent the letter to the sanctuary, they said extreme anxiety, even after medication and behavioral modification. Right? Also, I'm continuing to work on my self-confidence. That translates into stranger aggression as well as dog aggression. So rather than informing people that this mutt is aggressive towards strangers and other dogs, they write, I'm continuing to work on my self-confidence. This is exactly how these mutt lovers act. They are the biggest liars and concealers of the truth on earth. I do not trust anything they say. Anytime they come talking about my dog is loving, my dog is this, I don't listen to any of that, because of course they're going to speak highly and positively about their worthless mutt. They're not going to tell you the truth, just like this Cherryland Humane Society did not tell the truth to the people they were trying to adopt this worthless mutt out to. Aggression towards his person or handler. They did not put that in the ad. Why wouldn't you tell a potential adopting family this kind of information? A dog like Hershey, who can't be handled safely and has both human and animal aggression, could only coexist at a sanctuary by living in total isolation with no quality of life at all. That is how dangerous this mutt is. And this humane society had the audacity to try once again to get somebody to adopt this mutt. The case of Hershey shows the dichotomy of disclosure. What is shared about the dog's true nature depends upon the intention of the shelter. If the intention is to get the dog into the home of a gullible family, they encode and conceal the dog's aggression into a baby talk style adoption listing. If the intention is to obtain a different holding place for the dog, they are pragmatic, they are blunt, they are more truthful to the sanctuary when they need a different holding place for the mutt. When they're looking for somebody to adopt, they lie. They conceal the truth. Right? Aggression towards his personal handler. Stranger aggression as well as dog aggression. That's what they say to the sanctuary. But to the general public, I'm working on my self-confidence. As if this is some sort of human. They say due to the prevalence of fraudulent adoption advertisements, we remind the public to always request the uncensored behavioral and medical files prior to adoption. This fraudulence is driven by the holy grail of boasting a high save rate at any cost, including over the welfare of high-risk dogs and public safety. Right? So they only care about having a high save rate, continuing to obtain donations, to stay in business. It's all about money. Right? As you can see, these shelter organizations lie to the public, giving them a false description of dogs, concealing the dog's true aggressive nature in order to have a high save rate. Dog ownership is nothing but a business, an industry, another way to get money out of the general public, because the general public in general are a bunch of sheep. They convince you to view these worthless, problematic animals as a necessity, as an intricate part of American culture, as if you not owning a dog means that you are not participating in American culture, that you're unpatriotic, you're not being a real American. See how they try to slide dog love and dog ownership into the very culture of American society, that you're not being a real American if you don't have and love a worthless, stinking ass mutt. This is the con game that they run on you sheep, and y'all fall for it. It's amazing to me how many of you are so blind and fall for this nonsense. This is the American thing to do. You're supposed to own mutts. It is such a big business, they will lie to the public and knowingly place dogs in homes that have a history of aggression. But see, people like me, I don't have to worry about stuff like this. Right? I'm that guy who y'all telling me I'm the one with problems, when you're the one who putting yourselves and your family at risk, your safety at risk. You're the ones who got your kids, 100 of them being attacked every day, several thousands of them being mauled and disfigured every day. That's you. That's not people like me. You're the ones with stinking ass, disgusting, parasitic infested homes with bacteria everywhere with your stinking ass. That's not me. I don't have traces of shit all through my house. Oh, but something wrong with people like me, right? People like me who see right through this type of con game that society tries to pull on the average person. I look at these animals for what they are, disgusting and aggressive. Nothing but scavengers, a nuisance. And that in our natural state, these animals would be our biggest problem. So the fact that we can afford to take care of them changes nothing in my mind. I don't want to be in the same room with you and your stupid, ugly, dangerous, brainless mutt. This is what this crusade is about. Exposing this culture of mutt love for exactly what it is. I got this article from dogsbite.org. This website is so dedicated that really I view my channel as an extension or outgrowth of this website. This site played a huge role in my decision to make this channel. I encourage people to visit this website. Now let's continue with this crusade against these dangerous dogs and their brainless owners. Didn't I tell you that these mutt lovers are deranged people? Why would anybody allow their baby to crawl all over a mutt and simply hope that it doesn't decide to attack them? And you see what just happened. That innocent, harmless dog that wouldn't harm a fly just bit that baby's face. All it took was for that baby to place its hand on that dog, shifting its body weight onto the dog for that dog to go into attack mode. These dog lovers always refer to their dog as family, which is a problem, because when you say things enough times, you eventually act on it. Thus, these people begin to treat their dogs like a human family member, which involves allowing their own infants to play with these lethal, unpredictable, wild mutts. And I would like to hear from all of you mutt lovers who engage in this type of behavior, which is damn near 100% of you, in regard to putting your babies at risk of serious injury and death by allowing them to play with your stupid mutts, allowing them anywhere near your stupid mutts. And I'd like you to explain to all of us why you believe that this is a good idea. Why is this a safe idea? Explain to us exactly why you do this. Is it because you somehow learned to speak dog language and the dog gave you permission to let your baby play with it? Because from this seat, it appears as if you are trying desperately at a dangerous level, reckless level, to treat that dog as if it is a human. What better way than to let your dog, while you record it, to let your baby play with that mutt? Despite the fact that this is your baby, you people have absolutely no right to put these babies' lives and well-being at such a risk. Two things need to happen immediately. One, all dogs should be removed from all homes in the United States. Two, anybody who had children in the home with those dogs should be arrested on the spot and charged with child endangerment. I have nothing but utter contempt and extreme vitriol for the lifestyle of every one of you brainless mutt lovers. The level of carelessness and brainlessness that it takes to allow your baby anywhere near a mutt is breathtaking. The basis of insanity is a disconnection with reality. These brainless dog lovers feed these brainless mutts, and in return, these dogs wag their tail and lick on them. The dog lovers then believe that these wagging tails and these licks means that the dog loves them, and that the dog is no different now from a human family member, from a baby or a child, which is how they view dogs. You'll often hear them call dogs fur babies, just their own literal babies with fur. That is a disconnection from reality. It is insanity, and it is extremely dangerous, and it is the primary reason these kids and babies are bitten, mauled, and killed by these mutts, because of your own deranged thought process. If you allow insane people to supervise children or babies, they will put those children or babies at risk of serious injury and death. And that is exactly what happened. That is the exact story behind what you saw in this video. When I call these mutt lovers brainless and say that they have severe mental disorders, I am not trying to be funny. I am dead serious. How many more children and babies need to have their faces bitten off before this government decides to outlaw these mutts? Dogs attack more citizens in this country than Muslims. They permanently disfigure more kids in this country than Muslims. Yet we act like Muslims are the greatest threat to our safety. No, these mutts are. As I proved in a previous video, these dogs injure more kids each year than drunk drivers. Yet drunk driving is absolutely illegal. If you are caught drunk with children in the vehicle, even if you did not have an accident, you will be arrested and charged for child endangerment. Why does not the same thing apply with dog ownership? We have the statistics to justify these mutts being outlawed. It is an act of legislative hypocrisy, all for financial gain, projecting them as innocent and harmless, as only victims of evil human beings. We have a serious flaw in the laws that govern this country that I am trying to call attention to. And it is past time that all decent, evolved, intelligent human beings take a serious stand against the legalization of these dogs. Now let's continue with this ongoing crusade against these disgusting dogs and their deranged, disgusting owners. Anybody in a home with children, as well as a dog, should be charged with child endangerment. Now, a few examples of child endangerment are alcohol and drug abuse, where intoxication can impair your ability to properly supervise a young child. And if that child, for example, trips and falls into a swimming pool, the parent could be charged with child endangerment. Having loaded weapons in the home that are poorly stored away or not properly stored away with an unsupervised child in the home, you can be charged with child endangerment. Leaving children in hot vehicles can lead to being charged with child endangerment. Here it reads, the odds that a dog bite victim will be a child are 3.2 to 1, according to the Center of Disease Control and Prevention. Severe injuries from dog bites is the highest for children ages 5 to 9 years old. 3/4 of dogs involved in bite incidents belong to the victim's family or friend. The majority of dog bites, 61%, happen at home. Keep all of this in mind, or in a familiar place. When a child less than 4 years old is the victim, the family dog was the attacker half the time, 47%, and the attack almost always happened in the family home. Again, keep this information in mind as we move forward. They say the face, lips, nose, and cheeks of children under 10 years old are most frequent the target of a dog bite, 77% of all injuries. They say the odds that a victim of a fatal dog attack will be a burglar are 1 in 177, but the odds that it will be a child are 7 in 10. Now, with this information in mind, how could this not be child endangerment? Who in their right mind would lay their babies on top of these big, vicious dogs, or allow these dogs to even be in the home with their children? And you know full well that all of these mutt lovers do exactly this. They all engage in this type of foolish, careless behavior, which is child endangerment. 17-year veterinarian Scott Miller says that no dog, whatever their breed, is ever safe to be left alone with a baby or a child. This is not an anti-dog person. You see him hugging a dog. He's been dealing with dogs for 17 years. Keep that in mind. He is not anti-dog. He mentions how most owners do not believe that their dog will ever turn into a killer. And he says, quote, but as I know only too well, they are wrong. No matter how well trained. You know, these mutt lovers are always talking about, oh, he needs to be well trained. I've told you these are deranged people. Don't listen to him. He says no matter how well trained, they will revert to their natural instinct if they feel threatened or in danger. So, why is it that babies and small children appear to be targets for dogs? He says dogs are pack animals who obey a hierarchy. If there is a change in the home, for example, the arrival of a baby, all too often a dog goes from being the love of its owner's life to just being the dog. He says it's all too inevitable then that jealousy will erupt. A baby's arrival can also upset a dog for another simple reason. Infants have a very strong smell. I am still quoting this veterinarian. He says anybody who walks into a home where there is a newborn will notice that distinctive baby odor. So for a dog whose sense of smell is 10,000 times more powerful than a human, this will be an assault on its senses. He says then there's the sheer noise of a baby or a small child. A dog's hearing is 10 times better than a human, particularly when it comes to high pitches, which excites the dog. He says it all harks back to when they would hunt in packs. Dogs would go for the kill when they heard the prey screaming in pain after it had been bitten. It's why any animal expert will tell you it's imperative to keep calm And try not to make any noise if you are bitten by a dog, as it will only excite them to further attack. He says it's horrifying to imagine that a baby or small child screaming would make a dog's attack even more frenzied. Like babies, dogs use their mouths to investigate their surroundings. So if a baby is left crying unattended, it is natural for the dog to start investigating the noise with its mouth. He said it only may take a startled squeal from a baby to make that lick a playful bite, and then worse. He says it's no coincidence then that an attacking dog will target the face. It's the source of the noise that is bothering the dog. Also, babies don't blink very often, which is a sign of confrontation to the dog. He says that in the wild, dogs will not look at each other in the eye. They keep their head down and appear differential unless they are fighting for dominance. So a steely stare is a clear indication of intent. And to this, the fact that babies and small children are at a similar height to the dog, which only adds to the sense of confrontation. So again, I ask you, end quote, how could this not be child endangerment? Having these mutts in our society around our kids is child endangerment, but especially having them in the home is child endangerment. Every one of these people should be arrested. There's a UFC fighter who recently had a baby, and he, shortly after he brought that newborn home, he uploaded a photo of his newborn baby sitting right next to a pit bull. His pit bull. How is that not child endangerment? These people should be arrested just like a person should be arrested who leaves kids in a hot vehicle, who is high and intoxicated while supervising a child in the home. Again, keep in mind that most dog attacks on children and babies are by the family dog. So the mental disorder that these mutt lovers have of treating these dogs as if they're human is the primary cause of the death and disfigurement of the 100 children who are attacked by dogs every single day in this country. How is this not child endangerment? All you mutt lovers, the buck stops here. You can think that I'm just some fringe in a dark corner YouTube channel if you want to. The truth will speak for itself. And I'm telling you now, the day will come when it will be illegal for any of you to own these stupid, vicious, dangerous animals. You better get used to it and prepare for it. Say goodbyes to your mutts right now, because they are a pollutant to the society. They are a danger to humans, period. But especially, these things are a danger to kids and babies. How often do you hear about cats disfiguring babies and kids? And I'm not a cat person either. Every time cops are called to a scene because of an animal attack, it is a goddamn dog. A vicious, out of control, stupid mutt, many times who was unprovoked, just decided to attack. They talked about how cops killing dogs is an epidemic. Why do you think that is? Cops killing cats ain't no epidemic. When you run across a stray cat, you ain't worried about being attacked. You only worried about being attacked when you see a stray dog. That's when you get your ass in the house and you call somebody to come get it. The day is coming. All you stupid, deranged mutt lovers, get ready. Your dogs one day will be illegal to own.
Now, some people assume that maybe I've had a child get mutilated by a dog. No, that's not the case at all. I don't have kids at all. However, when I see videos like this, I can sort of get the feeling of what it's like to be a dad. This is a compilation of fathers coming home after a long day of work being greeted by their kids. And having seen videos like this, you know how you could sort of live vicariously through other people's experience. My decision to not have dogs around is even stronger. You know, how could you experience this or something like this, just being greeted by your kid when you come home, and be okay with dogs in the home, like what you see here? This is the part I don't understand. How could you come home and see threats to your young? In order to do this, you have to be brainwashed yourself into believing that as long as the dogs are brought up around the youngster, many times they have the dogs first. And they think that as long as, they condition the dog to the youngster, that the dog will then protect the youngster, will never attack them. They're delusional, in other words. You have to be delusional to be okay with this. You should instantly feel the threat having dogs inside the home. There has to be a period where you ignore it and you desensitize yourself to the threat. There's no way I would risk my kid's life. I wouldn't be able to stay at work. I'd be paranoid at work, calling home every 5 minutes. There's no way I could do that. You know, just being aware that these things, sometimes they will turn on you and your family. Just knowing that, I'd be paranoid all the time while I'm at work, and I would not be okay with this. It's always better to snap out of nuttery before tragedies happen. Hopefully, some of these people will do that. Let us continue with this relentless, merciless crusade against these worthless, parasitic mutants and their deranged owners. Now, I've said several times that dog ownership itself is child endangerment. It's even more dangerous than several situations that the law considers child endangerment. This is very serious. Now, this is a quote from a criminal defense lawyer's website. It says, quote, "An adult caring for a child has a legal responsibility to ensure that that child is free from unreasonably dangerous situations. When an adult caregiver fails to adequately protect a child, states often punish this as a crime known as child endangerment." End quote. Now, how could anybody deny that dogs in the community, especially dogs inside of a home where children are, how can you deny that this places children in unreasonably dangerous situations? Over 5 million reported dog bites annually, and over half are children under the age of 13. Again, when you consider that only 1 out of every 3 to 4 dog bites are reported, you're talking about 7.5 to 10 million children bitten each year. It says, quote, "While some states may punish child endangerment
as a different offense than child abuse, other states include child endangerment activity as a type of child abuse. Child endangerment occurs whenever there is a parent, guardian, or other adult caregiver allows a child to be placed or remain in a dangerous, unhealthy, or inappropriate situation. Again, it is undeniable that the presence of a stupid, brainless mutt increases the chances that the child will be harmed by the mutt. It increases several times over compared to if there were no dog in the home. Again, the numbers don't lie. We're talking about millions of children bitten each year. And what is the cause? Dogs in the home, in our society. Says, obviously dangerous activities such as having a child in a car while driving under the influence of alcohol or drugs is considered endangerment. Failing to properly secure a child while driving an automobile is child endangerment. Exposing a child to drug transactions or drug manufacturing is child endangerment. Having unsecured firearms in the same environment as a child. Notice they said environment. That means in the home somewhere. Even if the child is too young to know how to handle and fire it, they're saying that that's child endangerment. I would argue that there is a much better chance of a child being mauled when you have a dog in the home, especially when it is a brainless, disgusting, worthless pit bull mix, or Rottweiler. It says engaging in sexual activity in the child's presence, child endangerment, or leaving a young child without proper supervision is considered child endangerment. Now this is very serious. Keep in mind, as I've told you before, most dog attacks on children take place when an adult is present. So not even the presence of an adult provides adequate security for children inside of a home with a dog. This means they are at an even greater risk of being harmed when a dog is inside the home. So how could dog ownership itself not be considered child endangerment? That is a huge hole in the law. When the true cause of attacks on children is the presence of the dog, not the absence of an adult. Without question, dog ownership is child endangerment. Says injury, actual or potential. Child endangerment laws are designed to punish behavior that might lead to a child becoming harmed. Think about that. How does dog ownership not qualify? Especially when it is a pit bull mix, or Rottweiler, or German, any of those big dogs. Says, but they do not require that children actually suffer an injury or physical harm. They're saying if the potential is there, and it is a great potential, again, numbers don't lie. At the very least, based on this criteria, all pit bulls, pit bull mixes, and Rottweilers should be outlawed in all states. Because not only does it place children in danger when it is inside the house, the same house as a child, but having these mutts in the community, period, places them at risk. Because dogs break free all the time. And big, powerful dogs have the ability to break free from their owner, whoever may be walking them, because there is no prerequisite. Anybody can own any type of dog they want. So you get these skinny, puny men and these women who have no physical strength. I showed one video where this lady literally was dragged by two of her dogs, and those dogs attacked a cat. Had that been a human and those dogs wanted to attack that human would have gotten mauled. How can this dog ownership itself not be outlawed is beyond me. Right? More specifically, at least all large dogs should be outlawed based on this criteria. This is their own laws, and it is very hypocritical. State laws often categorize child endangerment as placing a child in a situation that might endanger the child's life, health, welfare, morals, or emotional well-being, end quote. Now, children get mauled, they get attacked. Even if the injury is not severe, it could have a lifelong emotional effect on that child when their life flashes before them at such a young age. This is madness. And we're talking about over 60% of homes in this country have dogs. Again, notice there is no pre-screening, no requirements for owning dog. Anybody can purchase any type of dog they want. These are deadly creatures with a mind of their own, and their mind is wired towards aggression. They're designed to kill. How could we possibly make it legal for anybody to own these worthless, deadly creatures? So as a result of there being no pre-screening, some of the most mentally unstable people purchase dogs. That includes pit bulls. In fact, it seems as if the vast majority of pit bull owners, pit bull mix owners, Rottweiler owners are extremely unstable people mentally. One of the biggest motives for owning pit bulls for these people is to intimidate other people. This is fact. They get off on making people feel as if their safety rests in the hands of the owner of the dog. It makes these dog nuts feel powerful. When you see them with their mutt, they get off on the feeling that you are scared. And they believe that your life and well-being is now in their hands. So you have to trust that they have trained this mutt well enough to not try to attack you. That should be illegal. And it gives these deranged, brain-damaged people far too much power. They shouldn't be given power at all. It says that endangerment does not have to be intentional. A prosecutor does not have to show that a parent or caregiver intentionally meant to expose the child to a dangerous situation. The courts apply a reasonable person standard in child endangerment cases. This means that even if the accused didn't realize that the situation was dangerous, reasonable people in that situation would have understood that their actions endangered the child's well-being. End quote. Why are children said to be in danger under all these other circumstances, but not in danger around dogs, especially when we have proof that they are. Children grow up, and their job is to maintain our society as adults. Why is our sense of child protection then non-existent when it comes to dogs? It is because we are dealing with a demonic cult that has more value for dogs than they have for their own offspring. Again, you have entire organizations created to protect dogs from abuse, from abusive humans. But you have no organizations created to protect children from dogs, even though dogs attack children far more often than humans abuse dogs. In fact, all discussions that involve both kids and dogs among dog nuts are discussions about how much they love dogs more than children. We all know that that is how these deranged dog nuts think. And that is clear proof of what the adults in society value. This is a society that literally loves disease-ridden carcass scavengers more than they love their own children. Right? The madness. Those of you who may be listening to this video 100 years from now, I'm telling you, as an eyewitness of this era, that this dog culture that has hopefully been eradicated 100 years from now, this dog culture was extremely sick and immoral. What makes it even worse, dogs are not even real animals. They're mutants. That's why I hate when people talk about God's creatures. These are mutants, man-made. So you can't even say that people loved an animal more than they love their own kids. They actually love mutants more than their own offspring. Now, I believe nearly all children, I would say all, have a natural fear of dogs. The adults work a lot harder than you think to brainwash that natural instinct out of them. I've read several comments from parents whose child wanted to be picked up if there was a dog present. They wanted their parent to carry them. I believe dogs trigger our natural instincts of detecting threats, and this starts at a very young age. And the entire process of guiding children to overcome their natural fear of dogs, which are actually a threat, involves overt child endangerment. Again, the process that these dog nuts use to help kids overcome their fear of dogs involves overt child endangerment. Look at the images all over social media of people leaving dogs alone with infants, alone with children. How does this not qualify as endangerment? They upload photos of dogs alone with children and infants. Even if an adult is behind the camera, that's too far away from the infant or the child to prevent an attack. Again, how does this not qualify as endangerment? It is beyond me. Now, there are several articles that offer instructions on how to brainwash children to become dog lovers, to become dog nuts when they grow up. And this is a popular line of instructions. They instruct the adults to watch what they say. Maintain a positive attitude when you approach someone with a dog. Instead of asking them, is it safe to pet your dog? Or does she bite or growl? Ask questions like, can we meet your dog? Which is a phrase designed to remove the threat of danger that the dog actually does present from the child's mind. They're trying to work against the child's natural instinct and ability to detect danger. This is a truly sick cult we're dealing with here. Instead, they tell you to explain that the dogs like to sniff and lick people to get to know them, and let them watch you interact in a gentle, respectful way first. Right? Respect dogs for what? We don't owe dogs anything. We as humans feed them, provide them with shelter. So why do we owe them respect? We don't owe these mutants a damn thing. It says, words have great power to inform a child's view of dogs as dangerous or as new friends to meet. So choose your words carefully. This is a perfect program to have kids walk up to dogs and get mauled. We've seen it happen several times. And this same scenario is played out in dog attacks on children all the time. That is disgusting, and this needs to be illegal. Again, this is overt child endangerment. They want to disrupt the child's perception of reality. It's ridiculous. It says don't rush it. Don't rush your child into a dog play date. Instead, gradually introduce them to dogs with picture books, toys, and movies. Right? In other words, again, distort their perception of reality. Convince them that reality is a fantasy and fantasy is reality. Because dogs in picture books are not dangerous. Toy dogs and dogs in movies are not dangerous. They project dogs as harmless in movies. Sometimes they have to animate those stupid mutts. It says then from a distance, perhaps in a park or sitting outside a pet supply store. Or take a photo of a dog and show it to your child before you set up a meeting with the dog. Listen to this. Talk about the dog so that your child feels like they are getting to know it. In other words, oh yeah, Rover is a wonderful dog. It loves kids. When a kid gets around the dog mauls the kid. You've deceived the child. Again, this is overt child endangerment. It's a disgusting, demonic cult we're dealing with. It says explain what the dog may do. It may bark because that is how it talks. Or it may wag its tail because it is happy to see you. Gradually increase their exposure so that it is not a shock. They said that the dogs bark because that is how dogs talk. That is how dogs send out warnings that they're about to attack. They want children to interpret that as talking. What type of results will you get from that? You'll have a dog barking, warning a child, and the child smiling and laughing, believing that this mutt is trying to talk to them. Overt child endangerment. How this is not illegal is beyond me. Deceive your child over a long period of time. Get this. They tell you to reward bravery. Praise your child when you can see that they're feeling a little nervous or unsure, but aren't backing away from the dog. Consider starting a bravery reward chart. Each time your child does something brave with a dog, they earn a sticker or a stamp for their chart. When they fill up the chart, they get a big prize. If you do this well, your child should start looking forward to opportunities to be rewarded. Notice how they refer to being around dogs as a show of bravery. Why is it considered brave? Because dogs are dangerous. You wouldn't consider it bravery if the animal was truly harmless. It's overt child endangerment, and they are rewarding the child each time the child places him or herself in danger. This is disgusting. I cannot articulate how much I despise dog lovers. These people are so sick and twisted. I can't describe it in words. Without even knowing what the animal was, if a child was said to have shown bravery by petting it, you'll know that whatever animal it was dangerous. They tell parents to reward the child each time the children places themselves in danger, places their life on the line. For what? To rub a dog? What does that do for me? How sick is that? Telling kids, oh, ask the owner if you can pet the dog. Pet the dog for what? What are you going to get out of that? Nothing. Don't talk to me about how oxytocin and how your mood will enhance. You can show affection to a harmless human and get better results, because we are designed to interact with humans and get proper feedback that we understand in the form of language and body language. Nobody gives a damn about no worthless carcass scavenger. I'm sick of these people and their obsession with these ugly, stupid creatures. I'm very thankful for the internet. It allows citizens to create their own types of media outlets. And this channel for me is public service, free of charge. You know, the majority of what needs to be said in regard to dog attacks is left out of these mainstream media reports. And when these child victims grow up with the internet, they'll have access to understand, to information that will explain the conditions that made his or her attack possible. And hopefully they're smart enough to speak out against this disgusting culture. I've talked about the contradictions and hypocrisy in our laws. In regard to child endangerment, it is so hypocritical that based on child endangerment laws, lawmakers and dog nuts across the country are undeniably guilty of child endangerment. To a certain extent, dog owners terrorize every neighborhood that they move into, because now you have to worry about some organism jumping out of nowhere and attacking you. The dog market itself produces dog tasers, sprays, batons, other forms of protection against dogs. You don't find products like this to protect you from any other creature, cats, squirrels, any other creature in society. As I've said before, I've seen joggers have to stop and start walking in the opposite direction after they spotted an unleashed mutt in somebody's front yard. People see a dog, they have to bring their children inside. Think about it. This is constant terrorism. They live in constant fear. They hear numerous reports in the media where dogs escape and eventually attack innocent people, children. And then they see dogs in their own neighborhood roaming around, and they have to hope that the dog never mauls them or their children. And yet these dog nuts love to play the role of the victim. Even if the dog attacks someone, right, it escapes and attacks someone. and a cop has to shoot the dog. These lunatics will project the dog as an innocent victim, themselves as well, project themselves as being discriminated against, when they are the ones who terrorize communities and increase the chances of injury and death for everybody else in the community. We have to stop tolerating this insanity from these doofus retards. If you remove dogs from society, tell me, what other organism would jump out of nowhere and attack random people? Only dogs. They present a danger that no other creature in society presents. There are certain deadly aspects of nature that is outside the realm of human control, that is life-threatening. Tornadoes, right? Lightning. But the threat of dogs is self-imposed onto society by a portion of the society. These brain dead, brain damaged, retarded dog nuts. So the other portion, the civilized, sane people, need to speak out against this daredevil type of lifestyle and condition that they bring upon communities all across the country. You cannot remain silent. Silence makes you a participant in this criminal dog cult. So if you watch this movie, keep in mind that the people in this apartment complex are not completely insane. All the script needed was a little adjustment, and it would have described this dog nut cult to a T. Dog owners have proven themselves to be failures, and there needs to be corrective measures in place. No matter how much you preach to them, or no matter how much they preach to each other about responsibility for their mutts, there will always be millions of people bitten, hundreds of thousands seriously injured, tens of thousands who need reconstructive surgery, and dozens killed every year. And over half of all the victims will be children. These stats are consistent. They are proven failures and proven terrorists of communities. When these people move into a neighborhood, people are no longer safe. They cannot be confident. You can't walk through the neighborhood and feel safe with these people in the community. You cannot allow your children to play outside with confidence. Right now, you have to monitor them much closer. It's the same type of discomfort you have when you know that there are criminals in the community, right? Violent thieves with guns in the community. These dog nuts are a threat. It's that simple. Health and safety threat. They reduce the value of communities and the quality of life. They pollute the environment, and their ownership of these mutants should be outlawed.
I just wanted to show y'all another example of these people's reckless behavior and how they get off on making other people uncomfortable rather than comfortable, make people feel threatened and in danger rather than safe. And they truly get off on it. Look at this.
Oh. No, he shouldn't actually.
It's powerful dog though. Why shouldn't it?
Because he's...
So when that guy saw that dog, he said it doesn't have a muzzle on it. And then she said, yeah, it doesn't. Did y'all hear that exchange there? And look at what she's doing. Letting it run around people. She went to an area that she knew would be populated with people.
and brought her XL bully there off leash and put a vest on it that says friendly. And she's ordering it to run away from her.
No, he shouldn't actually.
It's powerful dog though.
He said it. She said, no, it doesn't. And he said, it's a powerful dog, though.
Shouldn't it?
Because
why shouldn't it? He said, it's a powerful dog, though. Why shouldn't it have a muzzle?
Absolutely friendly, and the law.
She said, because it's absolutely friendly. Which is the same thing that all owners say after their dog launch an attack. Here you go with these people thinking they got control over a dog's brain. Almost every single attack involves an owner who thought before the attack that they had control over the dog's brain and behavior.
He's absolutely friendly, and
she said she don't have a muzzle on it because it's absolutely friendly until it's not. And when it decides to not be friendly, and it's not being friendly, it's just ignoring everybody. And when it decides not to, guess what? It's going to be 20 feet away from you. And when you get up there, you're not going to be able to stop the attack. It's a fact.
because he's absolutely friendly, and the law isn't until the 31st of December.
Oh, well, there you are then.
So educate yourself.
Now, you can see how nasty she is. Letting her dog run off leash, far away from her, no muzzle. Somebody says, hey, this thing don't have a muzzle on it. It should. And she's just being completely disrespectful. This is what I'm talking about. Suspected psychopaths purchase or acquire these things. And they do it to attack people in society. Look, I don't get off on making people uncomfortable. And I would feel like I would be a crazy person if I did.
Thank you. Have a good day. Because why does he need one? He hasn't attacked anyone in all his life.
And when it does, first of all, she does not know whether it will or won't. And if it does, she won't be able to stop it. She won't be able to stop it or prevent it from happening. And once it starts, she won't be able to stop it. That is an absolute fact. This woman out here basically just harassing and terrorizing the public.
I don't have complete control over him.
She said, I got no, you don't, lady. No, you don't. That dog got control over itself. You know how many thousands and millions of people talk exactly how you're talking here before their dog either attacks someone else or themselves? You need to get educated on these things. Are you?
Absolute control. It's the owner.
No, you don't have absolute control over that dog. What are you talking about? These are the types of people who get other people hurt.
Dog. So unless you own one, keep your opinions to yourself.
Now, again, you hear these stories of dog owners getting punched in the mouth. And you wonder why?
Sit. Oh, look, a dangerous dog sitting waiting for the gate to be opened. So dangerous, isn't he?
Now, she started antagonizing him again. He hadn't said nothing to her. I thought the conversation was over, but she wanted to start it back up. Who's the aggressor here? She is. He's essentially defending himself in the public. Put a muzzle on this thing. For the general public's safety and comfort, at least to make people feel comfortable. These are
disrespectful, reckless, and extremely dangerous people in general.
I'm saying you're a good owner, so yeah, he's absolutely
Well, you're saying I'm a good owner, but then you told me.
Now, he just conceded and submitted to her, and she continues to be nasty towards him. He said, well, I see you're a good owner. Listen to that again.
This dog sitting waiting for the gate to be open. So dangerous, isn't it?
You're right. I'm saying you're a good owner, so yeah, he's absolutely
Well, you're saying I'm a good owner, but then you told me
Did you hear that? He said, you're right. He said, you're right. The dog is sitting. I'm sure you're a good owner. She wasn't satisfied. She wanted to fight. Again, I've been saying for years, every last one of these people have antisocial personalities. The dog is an expression of it. That's how they express their antisocial personality. They're trying to scare and terrorize people. And if anybody defends themselves, they attack them.
I'm saying you're a good owner, so yeah, he's absolutely
Well, you're saying I'm a good owner, but then you told me I should muzzle him.
Well,
is he dangerous?
Yeah, he is dangerous. What is wrong with you? It's got teeth, don't it? It ain't got no muzzle on it, do it? And you ain't even got it on no leash. Yes, it's dangerous. In the same way a gun is dangerous. The gun don't have to be firing to be dangerous. You understand? A butcher knife don't have to insert itself in nobody to be a dangerous object. You leave these objects in reach of a child, the child don't have to grab it and fire it for you to be charged with reckless endangerment.
Has he done anything?
If it does do something, you're not going to be able to stop it. And that's the point. What is it about that you don't understand? You won't be able to prevent the attack if it were to charge at this man and attack him. And if you got up to it, you wouldn't be able to stop the attack. See, many people are aware of this. And that's why we hear these weird stories. Weird stories where somebody beat up a person walking a dog. I know y'all have read several of them. Person out walking their dog gets beaten up. This is why. Because there are people like me in society who object. People like this guy who object to this type of really terrorism. This is domestic terrorism, being terrorized by a fellow citizen. But some people are unstable and they will walk up to you and sock you dead in the mouth. When the truth is, you were endangering them and possibly their family before they socked you in the mouth.
it's not dangerous, no. But what I mean is, he's a powerful dog. Though.
He said it's not dangerous. No, what I mean, it's a powerful dog. He's not well versed with facts either. That's why he can't put up a sound rebuttal.
He is a powerful dog. There's a lot of powerful dogs out there. And it's the owners who have control over the dog.
Ma'am, if that's the case, then why do thousands of people get bitten every day? Why here in the U.S. alone, over 2,000 people need ER treatment? 14,000 dog bites a day here in the United States. If y'all had control over them, we wouldn't hear about any of these. Right? The dog attack stats would be at 0. What are you talking about? Y'all don't have control over these things. They have a brain of their own. That's a fact. You can't will their brain out of existence. You don't. These are not puppets. And y'all know this. You're fully aware of this. That you're playing Russian roulette. You cooped up in a house, risking your own stupid, worthless life. And you expect everybody else to risk their safety, well-being in life. Stop bringing your reckless lifestyle outside of your home. How about that? And if you do, put a muzzle on it. Now, over there in the UK, they're making a mistake by only requiring the XL bullies have muzzles, and muzzle laws don't work anyway. And this XL bully ban, it's all a facade, both in the UK and Wales and in Scotland. It's supposed to be a ban coming up in Scotland. It's all a facade.
So maybe not mention anything when you see people.
So she's now bullying him. He's submitting to her, saying, yeah, you're right, you're right. You're right, I'm sorry. And now she's continuing to be nasty to him. Well, let me tell you something, lady. If I see you, I'm going to say something to you. Okay? You just give it time. You're going to run into the right person. You keep doing what you're doing in this video, endangering people.
So maybe not mention anything when you see people. Sorry, guys.
What a horrible place to live. You mean it's legal to do that in the UK? To go to a park or a bike trail, look like I don't know what this was, and just let your pit bull run around off leash with no muzzle? That is sick. Especially when you look at the statistics at how often people are attacked. These things are a proven threat. And they prove that they're a threat every single day. There's a dog bite every something like 70 seconds. So stop with the ego. You don't have control over these things. Humble yourself. So how many of you seen this? It surfaced a few hours ago or yesterday. And what you're looking at, these dogs are terrorizing the community. They come out on to the roof of the home and bark at people. They're a nuisance to the whole community. Several calls have been made about them, and nobody lives in this home. It's an abandoned home. But the people who used to live there, the people who left the dogs there, they still come back to the home from time to time to feed the dogs. So the owners are not even there. Yet they left the dogs behind to continue to terrorize the community.
Springfield tonight, a troubling story about dogs left in an abandoned house on North Main Street. Those dogs have been walking out onto that second-story roof, and that is worrying neighbors. Color 10's Jared Henry is live tonight after speaking with the dogs' owners as well as neighbors.
Yeah, I got here late this evening where I immediately saw those 3 dogs on the roof of the building behind me. During my time here, those dogs were going in and out of the second-story window. I also spoke with many of the people that live in the area, and they tell me those dogs have been up there for days.
Every time I drive by, the dogs are outside. This one right here is always outside. Nobody lives in this house.
Throughout the afternoon, passerbys and concerned animal lovers stopped at the house on North Main Street to look at 3 dogs standing on the roof and going in and out of a second-story window. This left many wondering where the dogs' owners were. Kelsey Richardson lives in the area and says she knows the neighborhood is concerned.
They're just abandoning these dogs. Everyone out here is called in. The dogs need help, man. And it's like nobody cares.
I also spoke with a friend of the family that lived in the house. She tells me the house...
Do y'all think the dogs need help? They seem just fine to me.
The house was abandoned because there was no heat, and the family's new residence does not allow animals.
Look at the mange. Just disease-ridden. These things generate all the diseases that they get vaccinations for. They don't catch it from other things. They're just nasty.
She also told me the family has been coming back to take care of the dogs.
You hear that? The family has been coming back to take care of the dogs. So they're coming over to feed them, give them water, and to keep them in good enough shape to terrorize the community. And then they leave.
Family has been coming back to take care of the dogs. A short time later, the family that lived in the house did show up. They were very upset with the situation and would not say anything on camera. Animal Control did tell me that they have been to the house and are now following protocol, which involves posting a notice on the door and then getting a warrant if necessary. Richardson says it's been difficult to see the dogs in that situation.
I love animals.
What situation? They got food, water, and shelter. What are you talking about?
So yes, it was very emotional. These dogs are just crying for help.
No. They're threatening everybody they see. They stand there right now barking at you and the journalist and the cameraman. Look at how delusional she is. And that's the same case with all these dog lovers. They always do this. They always project the dogs as the victims, when all the dogs do is threaten everybody that they see and terrorize the community. I don't know. What is that? Cognitive dissonance? You're going to call these things barking and threatening people a cry for help, yet in other situations you take it as a threat? See, even that dog is right in front of you barking. You don't call that a cry for help. What are you talking about? See, that's what I'm talking about with these delusional dog lovers. This is also a story that surfaced a few hours ago. And this disproves everything she just said.
A man in Midtown tells Action News 5 he is having problems with his neighbor's dog after months of complaints, multiple attacks, and a call to the district attorney's office. He feels like he is out of options. Griffin Demaray talked to that man and explains what's going on.
For Dan Ball, something as simple as just walking outside his back door can cause a little anxiety. Because behind this fence, there's a group of dogs that aren't exactly man's best friend.
I felt like I was in a 70s horror film, and these animals won't leave me alone. And you can see all the patching, just everything I could find, really, chicken wire and bags of things. And
Dan Ball has gotten creative when it comes to keeping these dogs.
So, is this dog, this inbred mutant, right now crying out for help too? Or is that a threat? What are you talking about?
When it comes to keeping these dogs.
Go home. Go home.
Off his property.
They were just cute dogs to me at first.
Cute dogs? Is this a former dog lover? Forced to look at them and deal with them for what they are, rather than this delusional perception, this manufactured dog. Now he crying for help.
Until one of them bit through my fingernail.
Ball's nail took a year to heal.
That took a year to heal? Why? Because of how toxic dog saliva is. That's why I'm not accepting a bite from one of these mutants. Not even a nip. This took a year to heal.
When the dogs continued to grow and the fence...
Is this dog crying out for help?
Just couldn't hold up. That led to things getting much worse. Last November, he was walking to his car when he says he was attacked again.
One of them's barking at me, the other three got behind me, and I backed up and fell over them onto the ground, and that's when they swooped in and started chewing on me.
Okay, so those same barking dogs, as soon as they got a chance, attacked him. But yet she says they're crying for help.
And I was screaming for help, and nobody was around, and somehow I got back up on
those dogs on the roof were the same types of dogs these are. They had water, food, and shelter. All the energy they need to terrorize people.
Feet, and I just ran for the house, and because I didn't have a weapon or anything.
Ball's legs were mauled. It reached the point to where he was scared to even leave his house. After that attack, he and the dog owners went to court, where the man was ordered he could no longer own dogs anymore, but that did not last long.
The judge wound up revoking his ability to own animals in Shelby County, and this was just back in August. And a month later, I heard dogs over there.
Did you hear that? They told his neighbor that he's no longer allowed to own dogs, and then the judge reversed it.
The judge wound up revoking his ability to own.
Back, he and the dog owners went to court where the man was ordered he could no longer own dogs anymore, but that did not last long.
The judge wound up revoking his ability to own animals.
How about that? Now, we've seen this before. Where that other nutter had multiple charges removed from his record. Nutters working together. The nutter judge working with the nutter. You can't own dogs anymore. And then a month later, oh, we think you learned your lesson now. Now you can own dogs. Team nuttery.
In Shelby County, and this was just back in August. And a month later, I heard dogs over there and soon realized they were his.
It was not until Ball took to social media where he felt like things finally stopped, and now it has been 4 days since he's heard any barking, and he's hoping that
he had to go to social media.
4 days since social media where he
was attacked by neighbors' pit bulls twice in 1 week. Spent the last year working with the attorney to resolve the situation. Now dealing with an illness. The dog owner gave his name and address. He didn't follow the rules laid down by the judge and was stripped of his rights to own dogs several months ago. However, he now has new pit bulls in his backyard, and they are again busting through my fence, terrorizing me, my tenant, my feral cats, and my neighbors. This is in November. He made this post. See, I would have dealt with it different. But it looks like he's got results.
where he felt like things finally stopped, and now it has been 4 days since he's heard any barking, and he's hoping that continues.
No, it won't. 4 days? No. So now he's armed.
I don't want to hurt anybody. I don't want to hurt him. I don't want to hurt his animals. I just want him to leave.
Yeah. Now you want him to leave. Sounds like you hate dogs, buddy. You don't want them around. You don't want them to exist next door to you. Okay? That's human nature. When it comes to these inbred mutant parasites, they are our worst enemy.
Duncanville PD says they're working with Dallas County District Attorney to determine if criminal charges will be filed. In Duncan,
how could they not? What good are child endangerment laws? I went over this several times. They're designed to punish behavior that might lead to a child becoming harmed. That's really all you need to read. Might lead. But they do not require that children actually suffer an injury or physical harm. It's described as, when you place a child in a situation that might endanger their life. Place a child in a situation that might endanger their life. That's not this. I don't get it. Sound like a explicit or precise description of what we just saw. Look at this. It may still be charged in cases where the actions of the caregiver did eventually result in the child being physically injured or harmed. Isn't that what we just saw? That's this case. You do not have to show that a parent or caregiver intentionally meant to expose the child to a dangerous situation. The courts apply a reasonable person standard in child endangerment cases. That means even if the accused didn't realize the situation was dangerous, reasonable people in that situation would have understood their actions endangered the child's well-being. That's what we just saw. That's this case. And we all know they're not going to apply it. This is a child sacrificial cult. Look at this gun.
If this is in reach or in an area in the home where a child can reach, you can get charged with child endangerment, even if it's not fired. I mean, why? It's not firing right now, so why should we consider it dangerous? Just like with a dog. Nutters say, hey, it's never shown aggression, so there's no reason to suspect that it will in the future. They put this in the laws. That's why they don't consider them dangerous until after they've attacked. Well, this thing is not firing. It's safe right now, but yet they'll lock you up. They'll charge you with child endangerment, as if the only thing they're concerned with is the possibility, even if it's just remotely possible, you're guilty. Dogs fit this description even more, a lot more, especially seeing that they have a brain of their own. These are predators with mutated brains, and they will always view youngsters as targets, as prey. And they maul them just for the sheer pleasure of exercising dominance. They have a very abnormal lust for killing. Now let's continue with this crusade against these worthless scavenger mutts and their troubled owners. Let's deal with the gullibility of dog lovers who insist that their dogs love them. Many of you may have heard a popular trend of theirs that's going around where they refer to oxytocin, which is a hormone that they refer to as a love hormone. This article reads, your dog loves looking deeply into your eyes while you smile, just as much as you love your pup's sweet doggy grin. It's clearly a mutual admiration between the two of you, but it's also a science. Every time you lovingly gaze into your canine's eyes, its levels of oxytocin, the hormone associated with love, attachment, and trust, rises, as does your own. But scientists knew that part already. Recently, researchers have discovered that dogs love seeing humans smile so much that they may even ignore the presence of danger in lieu of a view of our pearly whites. End quote. Now, of course, this is exactly the type of propaganda the dog lovers would run with without questioning the validity of it in their attempt to substantiate the value of these food-obsessed scavengers' existence. The truth is that this nonsense does not hold up well to scrutiny at all.
The effects of this centrally released oxytocin are not as clearly understood. Some research suggests it is involved with trust, empathy, and social bonding. These findings have caused some to call oxytocin the trust hormone, the love hormone, or even the cuddle hormone. Others have argued, however, that oxytocin's effects on the brain are not so clear-cut. Some researchers have found oxytocin to be associated with negative emotions and aggression, and some of the research supporting oxytocin's function as a love or trust hormone has been criticized for methodological problems. Other researchers have hypothesized that oxytocin might be involved in promoting responsiveness to social cues in general, whether they be positive or negative.
Not only have people manipulated the role of this hormone to draw attention from mutt lovers, to draw traffic to their websites and so forth, but as you heard in that clip, oxytocin might be involved in promoting responsiveness to social cues. I would argue that the mere presence of a dog owner raises the level of oxytocin in dogs. That its presence alone is a social cue in the dog's mind. Why?
Because dogs associate their masters with one thing: food. Always keep in mind that we are dealing with a scavenger with a never-ending appetite. The Discovery magazine has a piece in their blog that reads, "Describing oxytocin as the hormone of love is like describing a computer as a writing tool. It does other things too, some of which aren't pleasant. Oxytocin is a versatile actor whose resume includes all sorts of jobs in sex, reproduction, social behavior, and emotions. It can increase trust among people and make them more cooperative. It can increase the social skills of autistic people. It's released during orgasm. It affects lactating breasts, contracting wounds, and the behavior of sheep mothers towards their newly born lambs. The list goes on. Drug addiction, generosity, depression, empathy, learning, memory. Despite these many roles, oxytocin is often reduced to a misleading label. While hormone of love may be great for catchy headlines and compelling marketing slogans, they are ultimately misleading." End quote. So once you research the role of this hormone, you realize that it has been used to mislead mutt lovers and to increase traffic to their websites, to their articles, YouTube videos, and so forth. Seeing that the dog does not understand human language, dogs are forced to associate their masters with one thing: food. That's the only language they understand. They are totally unaware of your character or personality. So they have no reason to bond with you as a person. Food has to be the bonding factor. This becomes even more obvious when you consider the well-known fact that in the presence of dogs, you are advised by experts not to look into the dog's eye. Why? Because dogs take it as a sign of hostility, as a challenge. In other words, food has to be the bonding factor. In order for dogs to become attached to humans, in order for them to look into your eyes and have its levels of oxytocin increase. That's why they use the dog's master in the experiment, all the experiments, and not some stranger. What role does oxytocin play when dogs look into their masters' faces right before they decide to eat their faces, after their masters die inside the home alone with them? As I reported in a previous video, I will leave the link to those stories in the description box again. If this oxytocin theory were true, dogs would not be able to do that. Because once their masters die, fall to the ground, and their dog look at their master's face, they would fall in love. If this theory were true, right, they would see their beloved master's face and feel their own oxytocin level rise and yearn for hugs and kisses from their masters. That's not what happened. Instead, what happens, those dogs look into their master's face and they see a warm, tasty meal. They realize that you are dead and that now you are a tasty, warm meal. How could they do this if they look into your face and they feel love from oxytocin? More stupid, deranged, mutt lover propaganda is all it is. And that is why the dog's oxytocin level increases. I wish they could test those dogs' level of oxytocin right before those dogs decide to eat their master's face. I bet you anything it is increased, because it only increases in the anticipation of food. Right? They know they are about to eat. If you're alive, they anticipate food and their oxytocin levels increase. And I'm positive once you die and dog realizes that it now has a warm, bloody meal, its levels of oxytocin will increase. And several times this has happened even when the dogs have access to dog food. Reality, once again, does not confirm this mutt lover propaganda. It does not confirm this oxytocin mutt love theory. As I explained before, every time dog lovers believe their dog is showing them affection, the dog is actually anticipating food and begging for food. When the dog sees them, gets excited, wags its tail, runs up to them, jumps on them, crawls on them, moving around, acting all hyperactive, right? So when they do this to anybody, not only its master, they're actually begging for food. They are looking for something to eat. They are anticipating food. They are scavengers that have a never-ending appetite. The insult to human intelligence increases the more humans interpret this anticipation and begging for food as love and affection. Are we not more intelligent than this? Again, dogs do not love. They don't care how much oxytocin you find in their urine. Notice, again, how the study did not examine the level of oxytocin in dogs when those dogs were looking into the eyes of a stranger. They only did it with their master, the provider of what the dog loves most, food, of what they are thinking about 24/7, food. There's an article written on people.com about how researchers have discovered that dogs love seeing humans smile so much that they ignore the presence of danger in lieu of a view of our pearly whites that I mentioned early at the beginning of this video. Doesn't that information sound familiar? In the video titled "Dogs Are Obsessed with Food," I went over this. There's a link in the description box to a research article that reads, if a dog is presented with food before he reaches a high stress level in the presence of a stimulus that scares him, a positive emotional response occurs. I covered that in that video, and that explains exactly what they wrote in people.com, that dogs will ignore the presence of danger, right? That they can be in the presence of a stimulus that scares them, as this article reads, and they'll ignore the danger if you were to place food inside of the room as well. So you clearly see how people manipulate these gullible dog lovers by concealing information about the dog's nature. The dog associates its master with food. It sees the master giving it attention and starts to anticipate what it is thinking about. Food, what it is obsessed with, food, eating. As a result, you get the same behavior you would get if it actually had food. The same result is the dog will ignore danger, right? And in this article, they failed to tell you that the dog ignores danger because it associates its master with food. They want you to think it's simply in love with you, just because it loves you. This should be common sense. It is sad, really pathetic, that this has to be explained to so-called evolved humans. They are filthy, disgusting scavengers that are designed by nature to act as carcass vacuum cleaners. That's why they always have their noses buried on the ground, buried all over the place, sniffing everything nonstop. They are looking for something to eat. That is exactly why as soon as you turn your back, your dog will eat your food. That's why it sneaks into the kitchen and steals food. You had no idea the dog was even paying attention to your food. You respond to your scavenger's excitement when it sees you. You see its hyperactive behavior and you actually tell yourself that it behaves like this because it loves you. You're that desperate to feel special and loved. When in reality, its excitement stems from its anticipation of food. Many of you have therapy dogs who you think actually cares about you, because whenever you have an anxiety attack or you appear depressed, the dogs come over to you and give you attention. Right? They lay on you or put their paw on you. When in reality, the dog was trained to look for those signals and respond to those signals by using food. Right? They offer the dog treats after it does certain things. Right? You put your head down, you rub your nose, you cry, it comes up, then it gets a treat. Every time you think that worthless scavenger is showing you affection, whenever you look depressed, that mutt is actually anticipating food. This training goes on for several weeks. A person will do something that a depressed person does, and it is seen by the dog as a signal. Come get some food. Hungry scavenger mutts. It is extremely pathetic how people project these scavengers' obsession with food as concern and love. They talk about how dogs can reduce stress and have a positive emotional effect on humans, but they fail to mention that it's only made possible if those humans interpret the dog's obsessive food behavior as affection. It's only made possible if you think that mutt is thinking about anything other than food. They give dogs treats for laying its head on you, putting its paw on you, and doing everything else it's been trained to do for a doggy treat. Doesn't matter if it's a therapy dog or a family dog. Everything dogs do is for food. In order to train dogs to do anything, you use food. The only language humans can speak that dogs understand is the language of food, offering them food. So much to the chagrin of these scavenger lovers, those scavengers do not love you. They love food, nothing else. You can run this Oxytocin nonsense on the average Joe. You will not run it on the Crusaders. For those unaware of this information, prior to listening to this video, I invite you to use this information as ammunition to debunk yet another misguided and flawed mutt lover talking point. This is what dog nuts contribute to society. Selling dogs that have already shown aggression to other dog nuts, endangering the entire community. And they endanger children that get anywhere near these dogs. Some of the most violent dogs in society comes from animal shelters. There's a link on PETA.org titled "No Kill Policies Are Slowly Killing Animals." And there appears to be hundreds of cases where people and or their kids were mauled shortly after adopting dogs from shelters. I'll leave the link in the description box. It is an incredibly long list. The claim is that these dogs have passed a temperament test before they are adopted out of these shelters. Now, even if this is true, the tests themselves are worthless. Several dogs that pass the test end up attacking members of the adopted family. Usually, of course, their children. Now, in this test, they'll give the dog a bowl of food. And as the dog is eating, they will use a plastic hand to pull the bowl away. If the dog attacks the hand, it fails the test. If it doesn't, it passes. This is how they claim to have established that a dog is harmless. One test for one type of aggression, food aggression. And they assume that this is how the dog will respond each time to this situation within any environment. The test is so worthless that it has been questioned by several experts who are dog nuts themselves. Says in evaluating dogs that passed the temperament test used by the shelter, it was found that 40.9% exhibited lunging, growling, snapping, and or biting after adoption. When barking was included, the percentage rose to 71.2%. Our results indicated that there are certain types of aggressive tendencies, territorial, predatory, and intraspecific aggression that are not reliably exhibited during temperament testing using this particular evaluation process. End quote. Dogs that pass aggression tests to only attack people hours later strengthens the argument that no matter what, you can't trust dogs. No matter how well trained they are, you simply cannot trust them. Simply because a mutt does not attack a person in a certain situation does not mean that it will never attack if it is in that same situation repeatedly. It is dangerously careless to assume that it wouldn't. And that is exactly what these shelters do. These shelters are extremely dangerous. New York Times, January 2019, California forces pet stores to sell only dogs and cats from shelters. How reckless is that? Right? Believe it or not, the goal is to find a home for dogs. California is not alone. In Phoenix, Arizona, a new law has passed that is upheld by a federal judge. The law mandates that all dogs sold in the pet stores must come from a shelter. Phoenix joins about 60 cities in the United States with laws like this. These types of laws are designed to fight puppy mills and save the lives of countless shelter animals. End quote. Get a load of that. The biggest problem with shelter dogs is what they call jumpy, mouthy behavior. 37% of them are like this. It is when dogs are hyperactive, as they always are, unable to stop moving, as I've talked about before. They act retarded like this because they are mutants. No other animal acts like this. They act as if they should be on Ritalin. Look around and tell me, does any other animal behave like this? They are mutants. They have deformed brains, even for animals. And this jumpy, mouthy behavior, they're all excited and they will jump up and bite you, either with soft bites that don't break the skin or with harder bites that do break the skin. Now, dog nuts will tell you that the dog is only playing. But this behavior is like the number one segue to an all-out aggressive mauling. Some experts tell you that this is not playing at all, that the dog is actually trying to establish dominance, and that you should stop this behavior and isolate the dog immediately. And we all know how so many dogs in shelters have been abused. Were fighting dogs. Again, some of the most violent, aggressive dogs are in shelters. We've read about and heard about several stories about these no-kill shelters, how they keep aggressive dogs alive and continuously try to adopt them out, knowing that they're aggressive. I reported on several cases. Many dog owners themselves advise people to never adopt dogs from shelters. Now pet stores are being forced to only sell shelter dogs. So I expect dog attacks to continue to rise. It is very possible that we will see a sharp increase in dog attacks with laws like this. Now, these dog shows are basically massive events where dog worshippers literally engage in gawking at dogs. They gaze and stare with open mouths, gawking over the mere sight of dogs like a bunch of brainwashed zombies. Now, in these dog shows, for those of you who are not aware, they're called conformation shows, where people bring pure breeds and compete over which breed of dogs has the most distinct traits of their specific breed. So they sit there and they stare at the dog's legs, the dog's head, posture, every little detail, and they're very excited while doing so, very aroused. This is where people who call dogs beautiful get together, gawk, and become excited, stimulated at the sight of these ugly scavengers. And many times you'll see them use these types of emojis on social media in response to a photo of a dog. Now let's continue with this crusade against these worthless mutts and their trouble owners. Laughing hyenas have a reputation for being deceptive, a bad reputation. Animals that you cannot trust. In my opinion, dogs are no different. Just look at them. Look at dogs next to other animals. Can't keep their mouths closed for nothing. Never trust an animal that always has its tongue hanging out of its mouth. I don't care if they are panting, that it's necessary or whatever. Humans who do that provide a very offensive, disgusting, and untrustworthy visual. The natural appearance of dogs is nature's way of trying to tell humans, stay away from these animals and keep these animals away from your societies. They are an abomination. They are the roaches and rats of the animal kingdom. Now, I found a video that was uploaded on YouTube a couple years ago. It only had 35 views. No thumbs up, no thumbs down. Pretty much been ignored online. But it is one of the most revealing videos I've seen in a while. It's about a study that was done at the University of Technology, Sydney. They wanted to test these dogs to see if they were capable of being deceptive. They put a dog inside of a room. There was a table in the room as well, and they placed a dog treat on top of the table. And they instructed the dog not to eat the dog treat. And they emphasized that if the dog ate the treat while the scientist was present, then the dog was unfit for the experiment. They only used dogs that they knew were properly trained to follow instructions. So as this scientist stood inside the room with the dog treat on the table, the dog didn't even look at the dog treat, not even once. Then the scientist left the room. The dog that they called Oscar followed the scientist outside of the room, stood there and looked at him, waited for a while to see if the scientist was nice and comfortable and not coming back inside the room. Then the dog went back inside the room, ate the treat, and came back outside of the room as if nothing happened. The next dog also did not eat the treat while the scientist was in the room. Scientist left. The dog looked at the door for about a minute, sat there and waited just to make sure he wasn't coming back. Ate the treat, left the room. They described it as leaving the scene of a crime. So in other words, both dogs knew that they were not supposed to eat the treat. And they waited until the scientist left. And after both dogs ate the treat, they both left the room. They said about 4 out of 5 dogs did the exact same thing. Now, many of you may recognize this behavior from dogs. It is the exact same thing that happened a few months ago, where a dog waited until the grandmother left the room to get a bottle, and the dog mauled the baby to death. The same thing happened to a 3-week-old baby last year, when they left the baby in a room with 3 family dogs for 5 minutes. Another similar incident happened last year as well, where a 2-month-old baby was mauled after the father fell asleep. These dogs watch you. They deceive you. They make you think that they are not up to anything, but they're watching you. And as soon as you leave or fall asleep, they do whatever they want to do. Similar thing happened in 2016. A mother left a 3-day-old baby on the sofa for a few seconds, mauled by 2 family dogs. Another one, 2013. Dog killed a 3-month-old baby after the parents fell asleep. Another incident in 2013. Dog waited until the mother went into the restroom and killed a 2-year-old. 2012. A 3-week-old baby was mauled after it was left briefly unattended. Now I could go on and on. The same deceptive behavior these dogs displayed in that experiment is also seen when they carry out the murder of a child or a baby. And it proves that no matter how much you train dogs, no matter how well trained they may be, they are only concerned about what they want. They will wait until the master leaves, and they will do whatever it is they know the master doesn't want them to do. If you go online, you'll find numerous, endless number of dog lovers who will say, never leave a child alone or a baby alone with a dog. These people know that these animals are evil, backstabbing, deceptive, and they still allow these animals to live in their home. Ain't that psycho? This is not a loyal, loving character. You know how they call dogs loyal and loving? That's bullshit. That's not the character of a loyal or loving animal. This is a self-serving, self-absorbed, self-centered character, deceptive character, ungrateful character. Because this is the person or people who provide the dog with free food. It don't give a shit. It wants what it wants and it will take it. If you don't give them food, they'll take it after you leave or after you fall asleep. That's the kind of character these animals have. Not a loyal, loving character. I also find it interesting how every year you hear about people who died inside of their home and got eaten by their dogs. There was even a research paper written about this phenomenon in 2011. They wrote about a 54-year-old man who was found dead in his apartment. The body was decapitated and putrefied. The man's well-fed 4-year-old German Shepherd was present at the death scene. The entire apartment was soiled by animal feces and urine. And get this, dog food was readily accessible. So the dog was not simply trapped in the home without food and was forced to eat its master. And it ate its master's head, its master's face. It had access to food and decided to eat the face and head of its master. The face. All dog lovers will tell you that their dog recognizes their face. So this dog knew full well that it was eating its master. And it didn't do it out of starvation. Dog food was there. It did it by choice. You telling me that is a loving animal? No, that is an animal that does not deal with emotions. That is an emotionless animal. They also wrote about a 55-year-old man whose body was putrefied, was found in the bedroom without a head and neck. Skull fragments and crown tooth remnants was found in piles of dog feces and puddles of vomit. And again, they found large amounts of accessible dog food. Here you have another dog. Rather than eat the dog food, decided to eat its owner's face. So you're trying to tell me that your mutt cares about you and loves you? This is not the behavior of an emotional, loving animal. And what about the woman in Cincinnati a couple weeks ago who was killed by her dog as she was having a seizure? The cops were called as she was having a seizure. By the time the cops got there, the dog had already mauled her. They said the seizure may have startled or provoked the dog to attack her, which is bullshit. Basically admitting that the dog attacked her for no reason. Anytime you hear these excuses of why dogs attack, I gave a few of them in my previous video or the video before my most recent. You know, that is food aggressive, territorial, attack because they are startled or couldn't get to an intended target, so it attacked another person instead. That is another way of admitting that the dog attacked for no reason. Human standards is all that matters. And if you didn't do anything to deserve being attacked, then you were attacked for no reason. This is not the behavior of a loving, emotional animal. This is the behavior of a sociopath. That's the type of animals these are. You can't trust them. They are the hyenas of this civilization. Even worse. They also wrote about a 78-year-old Austrian woman who was found without a face. and her German Shepherd had eaten it. 2002. A 66-year-old man from Moscow, whose German Shepherd ate most of him over the course of 2 weeks in 2008. Another dog that ate his master and his wife in 2006. A Canadian couple eaten in 2011 by their 5 sheepdogs and 2 mutts. A pug, one of those ugly ass dogs that ate its owner's face in 2013. Another 2013 incident where a woman's head was eaten off by her dog. And you all had the disgusting audacity to bring dogs to graveyards and funerals and prop them up and position them, take a picture and claim that these mutts are mourning the loss of their masters. Disgusting. All you mutt lovers watching this video, look at your dog right now. That mutt will eat you as well. This is not a situation where something is wrong or off with these particular dogs. This is simply how dogs are wired. They are not emotional creatures. They are animals. All they care about is food, and they will even eat you, their master, if you were to drop dead right now. And they would eat you, even if they have a full bowl of dog food right there in front of them. Why? Because you're warmer and juicier. Your organs are moist and bloody. You are tastier than that dry ass dog food. They only care about food. And if they have the option, they're going to go with the tastier meal. They don't give a damn about your recognizable face or that you are their master, and they don't love your silly ass. These are animals, people. But I'm not going to try to get through to any of you because you are all too far gone in the wrong path to be led back into the right path. These mutts have the character of demons, very deceptive. Why are we killing other animals? To feed these disgusting, evil, deceptive animals. They do not deserve to be sheltered by humans. They do not deserve to be fed by humans. Their dog food has chicken and beef, meat from other animals that don't have this type of character. We killing animals that deserve to live to feed these mutts that deserve to be in grocery stores served as food like these other animals. Dogs are nothing but lying, evil, backstabbing animals that are only concerned about manipulating people to get what they want. I even read an article where dogs bonded with a robot. The title was, "Dogs Will Bond to Anything That Feeds It." And they did an experiment where a robot pointed out food and that mutt bonded with the robot. And it's not really a bond. You're manipulating their instincts. They don't give a damn about their owners, no matter how long they've lived with their owners. They're devilish animals that do not have feelings, totally incapable of loving anything or anybody ever. And if you have any sense, all you mutt lovers out there, you will remove these animals from your home right now, especially if you have children in that home. People are absolutely out of your minds. Anything that will maul my child, if I leave the room, should not be in my home at all, and definitely should not receive a lifetime supply of free food. What type of deprived person would want a companion like that? It loves you with all its heart, but you have to stay in the room to make sure it doesn't maul your baby. Would you love a human with that type of character? You think a dog is any less worthy to be kicked out simply because it doesn't know any better? It is a being with that character. You people are absolutely brainwashed and insane. Why are you being so friendly and obsessed with these type of animals that have this type of character? Something's wrong with you. If dogs were human, they would be the type of people who didn't have anything to say to you unless you gave them some money. Every time they see you, you got $20, you got $50. And if you say no, they just walk away. You give them some money, now all of a sudden, they're nice to you. They want to act like your friend. Until they leave to go spend it. Then you don't see them anymore for the rest of the day. Right? You got money and they're your friend. As soon as you go broke, they stop calling. Don't answer your calls and you never see them. That's the character of dogs. People who use you. Only willing to keep company with you if you have something to give them. And if you don't want to give it to them, they'll wait till you leave and take it. And you people trying to convince us that this is a companion, that you bred these mutts to be a companion, that is bullshit. If you are the type of person who would run and look for a human with this kind of character every time you got money so that they would keep company with you, then you are a very sad, pathetic individual with severe mental and emotional disorders. That is the exact same description of human-dog relationships. It is not love. It is food. It wags its tail, runs up to you, licks on you, sits next to you, lays next to you, and so forth, because it wants food. Dog don't give a damn about you. It is brainless, a brain-dead, retarded animal with a physical brain that is missing an entire fucking lobe that humans have. A lobe that happens to be the seat of human intelligence and emotion. And you people think it's okay to treat these fucking things like humans? That mutt probably sitting back waiting for you to croak right now so that it can eat your face off and prove to you that it don't give a damn about you. All they care about is food.
Now this is ridiculous. I think I shared this on Twitter. Corrections officers have been brutally attacked by their own patrol dogs. Officials say the risk is worth it. Insider documented more than a dozen incidents where patrol dogs bit prison staff. One handler said it was best job I ever had. Now I may have mentioned this. I talked about this somewhere. But I want y'all to look at this. This is the actual report. September 20th, he was told to get his assigned canine to conduct a round of obedience. Edwards gave his assigned canine a command, and his assigned canine immediately turned on him and engaged both of his forearms and his right hand. Now, this is supposed to be a trained dog. These are supposed to be the best trainers in the world. This is the best training you could possibly get. The training that police officers get, they call in professional trainers. The people who conduct or, teach these courses, they are oftentimes certified trainers, or they will be hired by the department as a trainer. So why is this dog attacking people is the question if it's so well trained. How about that dog that was about to attack the police officers here recently in Ohio? And how about all of the dogs we've heard about that are so-called the best trained dogs in the world that go completely berserk on their own handlers? The truth is, you cannot train these things. No matter how much training you give dogs, you can never guarantee that they will not attack anyone. I think that's been well established by now. And that only gives more credit to the argument that they should be banned.
I've quoted the veterinarian several times in my videos, who really helped produce one of the best articles I've seen, who said no matter how well trained, dogs will always revert to their natural instincts. I will keep that confession from that veterinarian in the face of these mutt lovers. You have numerous confessions from dog owners themselves. This is the digital age, right? We have arsenal now. Confessions from dog owners themselves about how they have been attacked by their own dog, or how it attacks random people. Yet they claim that every time dogs attack, that it was because of some negligence on the part of the owner. As if dogs are born harmless, right? Harmless creatures that will never become aggressive in life unless there's some evil human around who teaches it to fight or who abuses it. This is a flat out lie, and they know it. I talked about the Rottweiler that was shot by cops last week after it had been attacking random people, and that this same dog completed a 10-step training program, behavioral training program administered by the American Kennel Club. Some of the training involves allowing a friendly stranger to approach and speak to the handler, the owner, in a natural, everyday situation, right? Sit politely for petting. The dog will allow a friendly stranger to pet it while it is out with the handler. Appearance and grooming. The dog will permit someone to check its ears, front feet, as a groomer or veterinarian would. Basically making sure this mutt don't attack random people, don't attack people who come into contact with it, or veterinarians who have to actually handle it. And we all know they attack veterinarians and random people all the time. Another step is walking through a crowd. They'll take the dog on a walk through a small crowd of pedestrians, passing in close proximity to at least 3 people. Right? Basically trying to train the dog to not be aggressive. Why would you have to train an animal to not be aggressive if it is such a sweet, loving animal? If all it wants to do is be loved and love others. This Rottweiler that started attacking random people demonstrated how worthless dog training actually is. This was not training administered by some random mutt lover. This is a training program administered by the infamous Kennel Club. And it gave the dog a good citizen certificate. They actually refer to these worthless, overgrown rats as citizens after they complete this program. And this dog attacked 5 people and 2 cops. This claim that well-trained dogs don't attack is yet another lie that they project as gospel in order to protect the true nature of killers. Animals that are biologically incapable of remorse and biologically designed to be aggressive, not only physically, but their brain, the frontal lobe in the human brain is the largest lobe in our brain, about 30%. Yet it makes up only 7% of a dog's brain. When a human being suffers damage to their frontal lobe, they become more aggressive. They have less remorse. This is a precise description of dog behavior. This is why dogs are aggressive and can kill dozens of babies and not feel any remorse whatsoever. This is physiological evidence that further justifies the illegalization of dog ownership. The very structure of dogs' brain testifies to how much of a safety hazard they pose to humans. Now, although cats also have a small frontal lobe, their overall brain structure is more similar to humans than our dogs. They have similar neurotransmitters as humans. People and cats have practically identical sections in the brain that control emotion. The cerebral cortex is the area of the brain responsible for thinking and rational decision making. Cats' cerebral cortex are much more complex than those of dogs, with almost 300 million nerve cells compared to about 160 million in the dog. Cats have better short-term memory than dogs. In an experiment in which cats and dogs were tested to find out how well they could remember where food had been hidden, cats' short-term memory lasted about 16 hours, whereas dogs only lasted about 5 minutes. These are very different brain structures. The difference in brains between cats and dogs are clearly seen in their behavior, where even dogs that are as small as cats will bark like hell and become as aggressive as any large dog at the mere sight of a human. So it has nothing to do with size. That simply because dogs are bigger than cats, that's why they act more aggressive. No, we all know these small dogs act just as aggressive. They will charge you, lunge at you, bark at you. No different from these big dogs. And none of us are lunged at and hissed at by cats when cats see us. There's a huge difference in their brain. When it comes to being peaceful, there is a huge gap between dogs and cats. We have both physiological evidence and behavioral evidence that fully justifies making dogs illegal to own, that fully justifies anybody feeling discontent towards dogs. You don't even have to train cats not to be aggressive. It can be a stray cat that grew up in the street and is still not aggressive. You got physiological evidence, behavioral evidence. They attack more people each year by far than any other animal, unprovoked. The only animals in society that leave a trail of tens of thousands of disfigured people and children each year. Why do you think dogs get shot by cops on a regular basis? Because it is a culture with dogs to attack law enforcement officers and people. We have an abundance of evidence that speaks to the natural aggression of these hazardous, worthless animals. There are leash laws for a reason. There are training programs to socialize them, to make them safe for a reason. They exterminate dogs in some other countries for a reason. There are dog control units for a reason. They'll call them animal control sometime, but yet all their equipment is for dogs. There are programs and instructions on how to survive dog attacks for a reason. Cops use dogs as weapons in the military and on the police force for a reason. Right? You have beware of dog signs for a reason. Look up beware of cat signs. They're only seen as a joke. I shit you not. Look it up for yourself. These are legalized serial killers that attack people no matter how well trained they have been. By the end of this day, today, they will have attacked 100 children or more. And they'll do the same thing tomorrow and the next day and every day. They are not the sweet loving animals that the media tries to project. They are the very opposite. Simply because your dog has never attacked anyone doesn't mean it never will. And if you have children in the home, that is child endangerment, period. The very existence of these animals in our society endangers the safety of everybody outside of your home, because these stupid mutts escape from their owner's property all the time. The first thing they do is look for somebody to attack. A natural born, brain dead safety hazard. Dogs are toxic to the environment. The number one contaminant of our water. Even the Mercury News had to admit that a cat's urine will not kill the grass, nor does the urine from raccoons create these brown spots. But the urine, the fluid that is released from the body of these demons, burns grass, kills it, as well as any other plant that it decides to urinate on.
A dog virus is infecting pets and now humans in the UK. Here's what you need to know about Brucella canis. Canine symptoms.
Dogs. She said pets. This is being spread by dogs. Understand that. And it's primarily spread through sexual fluids, vaginal secretion from a dog, semen. This is in the UK. So they have an XL bully breed problem. Now they have an infectious disease that there's no cure for.
Include weight loss, pain, swollen lymph nodes, and enlarged or shrunken testes.
Causes weight loss?
Though it
shrunken testes?
Can affect male and female dogs. The infection is lifelong, and while there are some treatments that can help temporarily manage symptoms, vets will often recommend that infected dogs be put to sleep. That's because they pose a risk to other dogs and to humans. Brucella canis used to be rare here, but cases have risen sharply since 2020. Most of the cases
because since 2020, people have turned into ultra nutters. They've cranked up the nuttery to 11.
Now are coming from Eastern European dogs. And now UK health authorities have confirmed that 2 humans tested positive in July this year. Human symptoms include fever, headache, and weight loss.
Weight loss for humans? Almost sounds like a parasite, doesn't it? Also causes weight loss in humans. Okay, headache, fever.
Some rare cases it's been linked to blood poisoning.
In some rare cases, blood poisoning, and there's no cure. Okay, again, I've made several videos about this. Outbreaks of diseases, new diseases, every year. 2 to 3 emerge every year. 3 out of 4 are zoonotic. I've been arguing that virtually all of them are from the dogs. The dog will either produce it itself, which I suspect a lot of this filth originates from these nasty stink mutants, or it'll pick it up from nature and bring it to its owner, and then they pass it to others. They have these dogs cooped up in cars with them, then they get out, go into an office building, and start shaking people's hands. Now, if this stuff can be spread through urine, we have a problem, because urine, dog urine, is in the air. It's present on their dander, and their dander is airborne. Again, they found traces of excrement in the air outside in several cities. And feces can also spread this disease. There's no cure.
There have been no recorded human deaths from Brucella canis, and the UK authorities say the overall risk to the public is low.
No, it's not low. I don't want to hear nothing about low nothing. This is another disease, another outbreak. This is serious. Do not try to minimize this. You saying there's no cure and it causes weight loss? How much weight you supposed to lose? And why are you losing weight? This ain't safe. 3 to 4 new
infectious diseases emerge every year. 3 to 4 are zoonotic. You find one zoonotic and you say, oh, the risk is low. People, I told y'all that I believe they minimize the threat, the health threat that dogs subject people to. Now, over there in the UK, you have another example. Because this is a primitive problem. This is something that cavemen should have had to deal with, not people in the modern era, right? Dog shit contamination. But because you all want to live like cave people, because you all are primitive and disgusting, just like cave people, we have this problem. And your ownership of these disgusting mutts affects everybody in the society. U.S. waters are polluted by 10 million tons of dog shit, right? The 78 million dogs living in the United States create 10 million tons of dog shit annually, polluting the waterways, imposing a threat to public health. This is according to a pet waste removal service. They say dog waste threatens public health. So this is no longer the existence of these dogs only affecting the owner. It affects everybody in the society. That is when you have a problem that needs to be eliminated. That is why I'm concerned about you mutt lovers and the mutts that you own, because they do not only affect you, they attack people and they contaminate our society. It says dog waste is an environmental pollutant. In 1991, it was placed in the same health category as oil and toxic chemicals by the Environmental Protection Agency. The longer dog waste stays on the ground, the greater a contamination it becomes. They categorized it as a non-point pollutant, which means it does not have to be deposited directly into the water source for it to contaminate our water source. When it rains and so forth, it makes its way to our water. Bacteria, worms, and other parasites thrive in this waste until it is washed away into the water supply. The USA Today reports that 40% of dog owners do not pick up their dog waste at all, and all of that waste pollutes the waterways. So when you see these mutt lovers, and they do it all the time, they walk that stupid, dumb dog shit maker, and that dog sniffing around looking for a place to shit. And then he squats his dumb looking ass there and shits, and they retarded, disgusting owners just keep walking. Leave it right there. Say something to them. Tell them to pick that shit up. Get in their face if you have to, and tell them to get that shit out of here. Right? It says scientists are able to track the origin of the fecal bacteria to the species that excreted it. Right? One study showed as much as 90% of the fecal coliform in urban stormwater was of non-human origin, mostly dog. This is disgusting. It does not stop with these dogs being a physical threat, being a deadly threat to adults and kids and babies. It does not stop there. These mutts literally pollute our water. They are a pollutant to the whole society. Another reason why they should be illegal. When you look at these countries overseas, a lot of you mutt lovers try to talk about them as if they're primitive. No, you're primitive. Because this is a primitive problem. This is something that cavemen should have had to deal with, not people in the modern era, right? Dog shit contamination. But because you all want to live like cave people, because you all are primitive and disgusting, just like cave people, we have this problem. And your ownership of these disgusting mutts affects everybody in the society. I saw one video where they got a dump truck. They got construction equipment getting up dead dogs because they go through and they kill out all them dogs because they understand these are disgusting animals. They attack our kids. They infect people with rabies. There was some 60,000 people in India alone died from rabies via dog bites, which is why they kill dogs on sight. And you try to sit over here with your Western mindset in judgment of them when you see them doing that. No, they have no choice. They can't afford guns like you. They can't afford to just call up some people that will come get them. Right? So they'll get a stick and beat those dogs to death. They don't give a damn that you keep them as pets over here and you got some kind of emotional bond with these disgusting, ugly, dumb, shit-eating, piss-drinking mutts. Humans first. These people are doing what they're supposed to do. And you over here living like a disgusting animal, a primitive cave person. You are the one who they should be looking down on, putting these toxic, disgusting animals in strollers, letting them live in your home. As I said before, my grandfather had a dog, but it was a part of the family rule. You never let that dog in the house. We wasn't allowed to go out there petting and playing with that mutt because it was a disgusting animal. You should never date people who are dog lovers because their physical body is contaminated. They estimated that 1 gram of dog shit has about 23 million coliform bacteria. Right? When you think about how toxic their shit is, and they eat that shit and lick on their owners. Just like I said before, these mutt owners, their physical bodies are contaminated. They say in just a couple days, 100 dogs can deposit enough bacteria to temporarily close a bay and all watershed areas within 20 miles of it to swimming and fishing. This is ridiculous. Ridiculous. And the only reason this government is tolerating it is because there is so much money in it. Because these deranged people spend so much money on these disgusting, toxic animals. So don't come at people like me as if we should just mind our business. As if you owning a dog has nothing to do with us. It has something to do with everybody that is in the society. Right? These dogs being a physical threat is bad enough. Killing so many kids and babies is bad enough. Sending 1,000 people a day to the hospital is bad enough. But not only that, they're polluting our water. This should be a state of emergency. Get rid of all of these mutts.
One of the most disrespectful forms of physical violation is when these dog nuts allow their worthless, stinking mutt to physically violate you, to allow their mutt to run freely after you come into their home. They have not informed you that they have a dog, and they have not asked you if you are a dog person. But they plan on violating you. They want to let their dog physically violate you. This is the most disrespectful, uncivilized behaviors that dog nuts carry out on people who are not dog people. I read a comment from a viewer. He said, dogs have no respect for boundaries. He said, this is the single most important aspect about dogs which makes them absolutely unacceptable. He said, it is a question of the right to personal autonomy by law, not a mere question of preference. We are all entitled to our personal space, all of us, as humans. This is a human thing. It's not a dog thing. It may even be a dog thing, but dogs don't show humans that respect. They may not walk up to another dog that they know is dangerous, but they'll do it to humans because they view humans as stupid. But in any case, this is not a human thing. Right? We don't walk up to other humans that we don't know and start sniffing and licking on them. No animal violates the personal space of humans the way dogs do. Even if dogs never attack anyone, I would still hate dogs. Your best bet is to stay away from dog owners. This would be a major reason why I hate dogs. I hate when people get right up in my face. I'm talking about humans. When they talk to me, I don't understand people who do that. They'll put their face inches from my face and they want to talk to me. Anytime a person does this, I take a step back. If they take a step forward, I'll take another step back. They eventually get the message. I can hear you just fine. 3, 4 feet away. I don't want or need your face inches from mine. Now, when it comes to these stupid mutants, that's the first thing they do. Is put their ugly, wet, stinking face in your face. Sniffing everywhere, all over you. To have any creature put its face in your crotch, human or not, is a serious personal violation. I don't care that it is an animal, a dog. I'm not. As a human, I don't have to accept dog behavior being imposed onto me. I'm not the one who needs to be understanding. I'm the human. Yeah, that's what dogs do. So let it do that with other dogs, not me. Dogs don't even lick each other as a show of affection. So why would I think it's licking me as a show of affection? Now, dog nuts, that's what they'll tell you. That it's being friendly. They allow the dog to violate you based on the assumption that it's being friendly, that it likes you. No, it is begging for food, but that is irrelevant. The problem is that that person is being physically violated. Their right to personal autonomy, their personal space, is taken away from them without their consent. And in this scenario, the person is having saliva, among other things, wiped onto them by that disgusting mutt. Now, to assume that a person won't mind this is to assume that that person is savage. As I said before, no matter how attractive a woman may be, I would not approve of a random woman walking up to me and licking my face anywhere on my body. Humans don't greet each other that way. Right? And because I'm a human, I'm not obligated to accept being licked simply because it is a dog. Now, when you explain this to dog nuts, they still don't get it. They don't understand your standards of decency, cleanliness. They don't understand your overall civilized, humane behavior, educated behavior.
right? Their brain freezes. They don't get it because they themselves have brought themselves down to a dog. Dog nuts are slow to catch on to the fact that all the attention shown to them by dogs, including licks on their faces, is the dog's way of begging for food. Dog attention, physical violation from dogs. It is even more infuriating when you know that it is actually begging to be fed. Right? So I'm even more enraged than a person who simply enjoys their personal space but does not know that this mutt is actually begging for food. The more you know, the angrier you become.
I know some of you already know about this story where this dumb dog started a fire, chewing on this lithium ion battery. And this is what I'm talking about with these worthless mutants. You're always better off without them. Don't adopt them. Let them rot.
Anytime they see a bruise or a scar, a damaged eye on a dog, they assume that that dog was abused by some evil human being. Dog lovers hate people who do not love dogs the way that they love dogs. Humans are never given the benefit of the doubt. They don't consider any possibility other than it was some evil human who abused that dog, that poor, innocent, harmless dog. Even though about 100 children alone are bitten by dogs every day. Even though, for example, in 2001, 2, and 3, there were 4.5 million American dog bite victims in each of those years. Right? And even though about 750,000 dog bite victims require medical care each year, they always assume the dog is innocent. Right? That poor little fur baby. Every dog they see, they assume it's a loving animal when it could have potentially bitten and or killed an adult or a child just 10 minutes ago. So it would serve these mutt lovers well to keep in mind while they're walking around madly in love with every dog they see like a bunch of weirdos, that many people have valid reasons for not being in love with dogs because many people have been attacked. Some people have lost children or have children who have been mauled and permanently disfigured by a dog.
Wasting human resources to feed worthless animals. I don't want my tax dollars going toward research for medicine to treat no worthless mutt or anything else in support of dogs. Only thing I would approve my tax dollars going towards that had something to do with dogs is dog slaughterhouses, just like you got pig and cow slaughterhouses. So I don't want to hear nothing from you hypocritical mutt lovers who think it's immoral to eat dogs when you have a stomach full of bacon, sausage, and steak. There's not much difference between dogs and pigs anyways. I would volunteer my tax dollars in support of adding dogs to the meat industry, and I don't even eat meat. Let Donald Trump announce the addition of mutts to the meat industry. It'll create thousands of jobs, create investment opportunities, save the life and well-being of millions. If Trump wants to make America great again, that'll be a step in the right direction.
People, I'm saying it now. There are currently more dogs in the United States than there are children. Right? According to a quick search 2023, there's 73,602,753 people in the United States under the age of 18. And I'm saying subtract those between the ages of 14 and 17 as well. If you subtract those, there's even a wider gap between children and dogs. There are far more dogs in this country than there are those 13 and under. Including there's more dogs than those 18 and under. Think about that. And you wonder, you have these questions about population growth and decline, and you telling me y'all never reflect on dog culture? Remember, I shared the information where they said that you're more likely to find a couple with a dog than you'll find a couple with a child. This is insane. Now, how many dogs are there? We've heard numbers like 80 million, haven't we? Most definitely. Let's do a quick search. 89 million. There are more dogs in this country. People, they're taking over. We need this pushback. We need this dog movement right now. Actually, we're late. There will soon be like 100 million dogs in this country, and there probably already is. With the way dogs reproduce, they're far more efficient than, let's say, white America. Far more efficient. Do you think the dog population is declining, especially when you got no-kill shelters and pilots flying dogs that are on euthanasia lists to different states so that they're not put down? People are trying harder today to keep dogs alive than they ever have. That's the new world. Dogs above people, dogs above family, dogs above reproduction. Forget about getting married and having kids. Have dogs. You've seen the number of couples out here in the world who don't have kids, but they got dogs. 1 dog, 2 dogs, 3 dogs. I just shared a story the other day of this couple, right? Social media influencers with millions of followers, hooked up, and they're both dog lovers, and they had to get rid of the dogs because when they would bring their dogs around each other, they would fight. There's a lot of homes like this in the United States. Also, we all know about the single people. This lady who was killed by her dog recently, she was single. You know how many single women just living with dogs? No kids, just dogs. Dogs are they are the number one problem for people in several ways. And when you consider this, how integrated they are, and they live with people as if they themselves are lovers, romantic partners of people. These dog lovers sleep, do all kinds of things, as we all know, with these dogs, exchange body fluids. This is a crisis. This is an epidemic. It is as serious as anything else you can think of in society.
I was reading a story on Facebook about a pit bull or a pit bull mix that had mauled and killed a child. And in the comment section, this person says, just had to say it was a pit bull mix, but I get it. Just look how savage they are. and he posted a photo of his ugly mutt. Many of you have seen this dog nut tactic. This is their way of suggesting that because the dog looks harmless or friendly in a photo, that it is indeed a harmless dog that would never attack anyone. It is the most brain-dead logic, and all it takes is for one of them to do it, and several more will follow. It is so brainless that it is infuriating to watch, as if the people they're trying to convince actually believe that dangerous dogs snarl and bark 24/7, as if it's impossible to catch the dog with a neutral look on its face. As if this single photo that captured their dog in a single moment is a complete reflection of the dog's temperament and capabilities. This is one of the reasons people like me have no respect for the intelligence of dog nuts. They won't allow you to respect their intelligence. They will see to it that they do and say the most asinine things possible. They'll go on and on with these photos, deeper and deeper into their own stupidity, in a group fashion. Now, many of you have seen this photo. The dog has the exact same look, mouth wide open, tongue hanging out. Dog nuts say that this is a smile. They post images of dogs in this posture with this same facial expression to serve as evidence that the dog is harmless. But this is a photo of a pit bull immediately after mauling its owner. This mutt has the exact expression they love so much, while it is covered in its owner's blood, and his owner is laying a few feet away, dead. Some of you may remember this woman who was mauled by her pit bull and lost her arm. Yasmin Adam was left laying in a pool of blood after her pup launched an unexpected attack. The assault took place after Yasmin attempted to break up a play fight between the dog and her two other dogs. The previously good-natured pooch was even permitted to sleep in Yasmin's bed. Suddenly started barking before launching himself at her, biting her ear and tearing flesh from her arms. Yasmin said, "I guess there was tension after the other dogs were fighting. Next thing I know, he jumps up and bites my ear. The dog went back into his cage and then came right back out and bit her on her right arm. After that, he attacked me on and off for 9 minutes. The dog ripped all the meat off my lower left arm. I just stopped fighting the dog. I figured I was going to die. He kept trying to pull the bone out of my arm." End quote. So this mutt was using its full body weight. We know how dogs do that. Clamped down on her bone, tugging as hard as possible. Look at the dog's face. These are the same types of photos that dog nuts post on social media in their attempt to project their dog as harmless and loving and incapable of ever attacking anyone. A photo of Tammy Tucker and one of her pit bulls prior to the attack. Tammy said, "All I did was get up and walk, and I don't know where the dog was at. Maybe he thought I was going after Alex, and next thing I know, 2 steps and I went down." mauled by her own pit bulls. She said they treated their dogs like one of the kids. We know that very well. Never mean and never raised them to fight. Look at the photo. Exact same type of photo these dog nuts post, trying to prove that their mutt wouldn't harm a fly. Pit bull attacks 3 family members after the owner tries to dress the dog in a Christmas jumper. Of course, their plan was to project the dog on social media as harmless. We've all seen those types of photos on Facebook, right? Where the dog is dressed up in clothing. When they post pics of dogs dressed up in costumes and outfits, they feel even more confident that the dog looks as harmless as possible. Well, they didn't quite make it. But you see yet another loving moment with a pit bull. Same types of photos they post on social media. They'll caption pics like this with things like sweet, loving pooch. And here's the same dog after the mauling. Does this still look like a sweet, harmless soul? Newly adopted pit bull mauls owner to death, female owner. Look at the photo. Same so-called smile. Same type of picture that dog nuts post and caption with some line about how harmless it is, using the photo as proof that it is harmless. And of course, we all remember the Virginia woman who was mauled to death by her dogs, some type of pits or pit bull mix. Same types of loving photos you see on Facebook. One of her friends tried to say that something doesn't add up about this. And one of the cops came out and gave information he did not want to give at first, saying that he actually saw the dog eating her rib cage. This one mauled a 9-year-old. Look at the face. Same look that dog nuts push on social media as proof that the dog is harmless. So when I see videos like this, where the video is not removed and used as evidence to arrest the adults in the video for child endangerment, I completely lose faith in the legal system. I lose faith in humanity in this country in general. When I see people playing Russian roulette, and that is exactly what this is. Russian roulette with babies and children. Videos like this should spark so much outrage that it makes national headline news. The fact that this level of endangerment is seen as acceptable is an outrage. Man adopts a pit bull. 5 days later, it mauls his daughter. Look at the face. Aurora Little, 8 days old, mauled to death by her family's wolf dog as she was in her bassinet. When people post these types of photos, look beyond the captions of how sweet and loving it is alleged to be. And look at the cold emptiness in the creature's eyes. You can actually see it. No soul whatsoever. They're like robots. Nothing but a collection of active cells and neurons. No soul whatsoever. Hong Sing Somley, 49, mauled by up to 3 family dogs. Notice how the dog is usually a family dog. The very dogs that are said to be the most loving and safe by dog lovers themselves. Once again, look at the face. That is not the look of love or sweetness. That's the look of remorselessness, brainlessness, a creature incapable of caring, That is exactly how they are designed. Georgia Morgan, 75 years old, entered into a dog owner's yard and killed by 2 pit bulls. The same facial expression pushed by dog lovers as evidence of harmlessness. In reality, this is the look of a creature that has been proven incapable of complex emotions such as love, or what we all call humanity. These are soulless, empty, cold, mutated scavengers that live in the moment. This has been proven. It is utterly embarrassing to treat these creatures as if they are human children. It is outrageous, blasphemous. I made a video on this incident a few months ago. Liana Valino, 9 months old, mauled to death by the family dog. Look into the face of that creature. No remorse, no feeling whatsoever, as if it's puzzled, wondering why the people are detaining it. That is how their brains are structured. The smallest lobe in the dog's brain is the largest lobe in human brains. On top of that, the dogs exhibit symptoms of frontal lobe dysfunction more than any other animal. The most aggressive, poor balance, shortest memory, a short-term memory of 5 minutes compared to about 1 day for cats. I go into detail about this in a different video about dogs allegedly being as intelligent as a 2-year-old child. They behave as if the lobe is missing entirely. Javon Torres, mauled to death by 3 of his babysitter's pit bulls. People have the nerve to call these killers babies and push this narrative of dogs being no different from children. You can literally see the heartless venom in these demonic creatures' faces. Della Riley, brutally killed by her own pit bull. She was also attacked by a family pit bull and told her friends afterward, "The dog is gone. I'm not going to get another dog." Riley had 2 dogs in her home when she died, a pit bull and a Rottweiler. In this photo, prior to the attack, you can see the same dog laying next to a baby on 2 different occasions. She uploaded these photos on Facebook. This is the exact same scenario that will play out for other dog lovers who are uploading images and videos on Facebook projecting their dog as harmless. Angela Smith, mauled by the family pit bull. They owned this dog for 8 years from a puppy. And again, it has the empty, cold look of death. Of all animals, these are the #1 enemies of human. 1-year-old Trinity Harrell, killed by the family pit bull. These are demonic mutants. You can literally see it in their ugly, cold faces. Cicely Garris, 6 days old. Grandmother leaves the room. Dog climbs into the crib and mauls the newborn. The photos and videos posted by these dog nuts are actually mocking the deaths of these infants. How is anybody not able to see the complete absence of a soul, of remorse in this mutant's ugly face? scientifically proven to have no awareness of right or wrong. So when they kill, they feel nothing, and you can see it on their faces. And when these people place their babies next to them, they feel nothing. They maul the same babies and children that adults pose them together with in the photos that they upload to Facebook. I need to rant. Every now and then, I have to get a lot of things off my chest, because it annoys me when I hear dog nuts say that dogs were created by God, or that they are God's animals, God's creatures. To a person who does not believe in God, it is the same as saying that dogs are a product of nature. They are not. Let's be clear about this. Nature never created dogs. Nature never intended for dogs to exist on this planet. Degenerate mutations leaves an organism worse off than it was before. It is the exact opposite of evolving. Floppy ears, for example, are not as effective for hearing. They have been proven to be a mutation. This is not rocket science. Your ear is not supposed to cover your ear canal. If you put a large funnel-shaped object around your ears, your hearing becomes more sensitive. This is why people hold their hand up behind their ear to hear better, or put a cup up to a wall to hear through it. To go from that to having your ears covered up reduces your hearing. That is a mutation. In the wild, they would not be as effective at detecting prey or predators. They also provide a good environment for parasites, right? Ticks, bacteria, yeast infections. Dog nuts know this. This is exactly why many of them have their dog's ears cut off. What type of creature needs its ears cut off in order to have better ears, to be more comfortable and healthy, to improve their hearing? Those are the ears of a degenerate mutant. It's exactly what dogs are. They're not real, natural animals. You look at pugs, bulldogs, boxers. Look at their short, ugly faces. It is well known that this is a deformity. Their faces, snouts, have mutated so badly that their faces have basically been smashed in. It is such a recessive mutation that they have difficulty breathing. Many of you dog nuts who have these types of ugly mutts are fully aware of this. If these mutants were set free in the wild, they would not be able to run very far without running out of breath. That is a degenerate mutant. What type of animal is unfit to live in the wild? Only a mutant, something that was created by man. By nature's standard, dogs are on a level beneath all other animals. And nature's standard is all that matters. They are beneath real, natural animals. And if dogs were set out into the wild, nature itself would see to it that they were wiped out. Long fur is a mutation. It is a burden. It hangs in front of the dog's eyes. It increases the chances of eye infections. There are parasites in the dog's hair. Again, you dog nuts are fully aware of this. Many dogs go blind because of it. Quintessential example of a mutation. A lion's mane has long fur, but it grows perfectly at a distance around its face to not hinder the animal, only protect it, to make it more efficient at defending itself. Long hair on a mutt makes it more vulnerable.
reduces its vision. What animal on earth has such problems with their own physical body? No animal other than a mutant. Short legs are a mutation. In the wild, they would be forced to run around certain obstacles rather than leap over them. They would tire quicker. In order to catch prey, they would have to use an element of surprise and be close enough to catch it using short sprints. This works against a carnivore. Nature does not design carnivores with these types of impairments. These are mutants. They're not God's creatures. They were not created by nature. They are man-made, disgusting mutants. Now, it would be bad enough if people were as obsessed with natural animals as they are with dogs. But the fact that dogs are actually mutants, it is even more embarrassing to mankind. If it's true that dogs actually came from wolves, then you cannot say they evolved from wolves. They mutated from wolves. Although I place wolves in the same category as dogs, they are not mutated in the way dogs are. Wolves do not have floppy ears, short legs, hair that hangs across their faces. Many of us hear dogs barking at nothing, non-stop. Wolves don't do that. Many people have wondered if wolves are even able to bark at all. Many of you have stood there and watched a stupid mutt as it was barking at nothing, non-stop, and you were dumbfounded, thinking to yourself, what a stupid animal. What other animal are you able to do that with? No other animal causes us to scratch our heads at their behavior. It is because dogs are retarded, degenerate mutants. Look at their overall behavior compared to real animals. They are very awkward and unnatural. No other animal is as fidgety and clumsy, full of anxiety, constantly moving aimlessly, running into things, unable to keep its composure, getting paranoid all the time and scared at the most non-aggressive movement and sound, looking in all directions aimlessly, breathing hard as hell. Other animals will look in different directions, observing their surroundings. Dogs look around as if they hear voices coming from all directions. It is completely aimless. They are retarded, always making sounds, grunting, moaning, sneezing in reverse, right? Rather than exhaling when they sneeze, they inhale and makes this disgusting sound. Google reverse sneezing. All you see is photos of these mutants. It is not something that is common in any other animal because dogs are mutants. Always physically violating people, invading their personal space and their person. It is retarded behavior, mutant behavior. I showed where this mutt got trapped in the jaws of a crocodile. Stupid mutt went right up to it and stuck its face in the croc's mouth as it was wide open, warning that stupid mutt, which ended up getting death rolled. Google wrinkles in animals. All you see is photos of these worthless mutants. Dog nuts are well aware that dogs get yeast infections in their wrinkles, bacteria. It is a warm, dark environment. How does this benefit the dog? No other animal has as many deformities as dogs. Floppy ears, wrinkles. They're mutants. These mutts' own bodies just overlapping itself. A suitable host for ticks and bugs, fleas, infections, right? Bacteria, parasites,
fur growing over their faces and eyes. Worthless mutt can't even see. Catching eye infections and going blind. That is a mutant. Can't even catch prey because their legs are too short. Can hardly breathe because their faces are smashed in. Sneezing backwards. Eating their own vomit and shit and piss. Every other day, they got some skin infection that their dog nut owners can't figure out. Drooling all over their surroundings. That is a mutant, born with a built-in stench. If this is not the description of a mutant, what is? And these people have the nerve to project dogs as superior to other animals. As soon as they see dogs getting the same treatment that pigs and cows get every day, they act like it's a crime, as if dogs are cleaner and smarter than pigs and cows, are more natural, special, as if dogs are the only normal, natural animals. So they deserve rights, they deserve to live, they deserve a home, they deserve love. Animal worship, it is disgusting. You can even hunt other animals, kill other animals for sport, using dogs to do so, as if dogs are a higher form of life than other real animals, as if they deserve to live. And other natural animals, you can kill them for sport, for fun, and have your dogs kill them. Mutants. Ridiculous. Even though other animals are far more peaceful. A team of researchers tried to figure out why mountain lions don't attack people more often. Get a load of that. They equipped these mountain lions with a tracking device and found out that even when mountain lions have made a kill and is feeding on it, they will usually abandon it if they even hear the sound of human voices. Mountain lions. Very similar to domestic cats. They don't want to hurt you. Dogs want to hurt you. They hear your voice, they track you down. They see you from afar, they start barking, lunging. The most aggressive by far because they are mutants. Aggressive behavior is common among mutants. A good example is the mutated green crab, I believe of Europe. They are described as mean and aggressive. All mutants in movies and games are depicted as aggressive because physical mutation is often accompanied by behavior mutation. No other animal gets called ugly as often as dogs. It is difficult for some people, myself included, to look at dogs without feeling grossed out and disgusted and uncomfortable. They look like monsters, mutated, deformed creatures rather than animals, because that is exactly what they are. They look so dumb and ugly, I get upset when their faces are forced upon viewers during movies and commercials. Always trying to force their disgusting faces onto everybody as if they're so special and beautiful, and that everybody should love them and want to rub on them, as if they deserve a special place in human society. So they're constantly trying to project dogs onto the population in hopes that more and more people will find them appealing so that you can throw your money out the window to pay for and maintain a worthless, food-obsessed, mutated scavenger. If you are a religious person, then you are dead wrong. Dogs are not created by God, nor were they created by nature. They do not fit properly into any environment on earth. They don't belong in human territory, nor are they properly equipped to survive in the wild. Classic description of a mutant. And these people are trying to convince us that dogs are angels sent from heaven, that they should live inside of our homes and be taken care of for nothing. They are biological experiments gone wrong, genetic mistakes.
And it would be a dream come true if they all magically disappeared right now. A civilization without dogs should be the civilization the humans strive for. They are the only animals that make life on Earth less enjoyable. Even though these dog nuts would simply find another animal to live with, because dog nuts' true problem is that they're not evolved. They feel like a wild animal themselves. But without dogs on Earth, at least we wouldn't have to look at their ugly faces anymore. We wouldn't have to hear their loud, constant barking. Hospitals would not see 500,000 mauled kids in the ER every year. Right? Our water would be considerably cleaner. We could enjoy our land without trying to avoid piles of dog shit that these disgusting dog nuts never pick up. And if these dog nuts find some other animal to force onto others in society, at least it won't be an ugly, stinking, worthless mutant.